Welcome to the public hearing for the Committee's 2025 inquiry into the operation of the approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1979. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benaziak and I am the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To each witness, I welcome and thank them for making the time to give evidence. So starting with you, Mr. Coleman, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's Steve Coleman, CEO with RSPCA New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And you might pull your microphone a bit forward, just so you don't have to hunch over for an hour. That's good. Thank you. Mr. Myers?
Scott Myers, Chief Inspector with RSPCA New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So the committee has just resolved to have some free flow questions, so questions will come from anywhere, including online. You've been here before. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today and happy Easter. RSPCA New South Wales welcomes this inquiry and the chance to assist the Parliament in examining the operation of approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. As you know, RSPCA New South Wales has played a central role in advancing animal welfare in New South Wales from several perspectives. Our inspectors investigate animal cruelty complaints, enforce the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and prosecute serious offences through the courts. In doing so, we exercise statutory powers conferred by Parliament and operate within the state's public law framework. Every year, our inspectorate responds to thousands of reports from members of the public who are concerned about the welfare of animals in their communities. The inspectors undertaking this compliance work do so with professionalism, dedication and compassion. But it's a whole lot more than just compliance work that the RSPCA New South Wales does. We also want to take the opportunity to thank and acknowledge the rest of the RSPCA New South Wales team, our veterinarians, nurses, community outreach teams, fundraising communications people, our back office staff, volunteers, our facilities team, supporter groups and of course our volunteer directors, all of whom keep the wheels of animal impact moving right across New South Wales. One thing we can say for certain is that demand has continued to grow for all of our services. If we do nothing different in terms of direction, we know where animal welfare will be in another century. They encounter difficult situations involving poverty, violence, mental health issues, substance abuse and crisis, all leading to complex animal welfare cases that can take sometimes months or sometimes years to resolve through the court process. At the same time, community expectations continue to rapidly increase. Over the years, Parliament has made improvements to animal welfare laws. Media attention has increased. The public rightly expects cruelty to be investigated and offenders to be held accountable. And we acknowledge that the funding for the RSPCA New South Wales Inspectorate has changed significantly over the years and that we received $11.4 million for the financial year 2025, which we recognise is not a small amount of money. The uncertainty of our funding year on year, together with the timing and increased pressures on our organisation, has caused disruption and challenges. This financial year, RSPCA New South Wales is projected to spend around $10 million beyond the government funding provided simply to maintain the current level of enforcement activity, whilst at the same time trying to fund proactive community outreach programs so that we can tackle animal welfare before a phone call is made to us. Our supporters generously donate to help animals not only through our inspectorate but also through our veterinary care programs, rehoming, desexing programs, education and community support services. It's through the cost of living crisis that has demonstrated the changing need for support from the New South Wales community for RSPCA New South Wales resources. In fact, the number of people reaching out to us for help with their pets during times of hardship or crisis has grown exponentially. The current model, therefore, creates a demand that we increasingly struggle to meet. Now, RSPCA has done this for many, many decades. We acknowledge that. Our challenge is that with finite resourcing, we need to think about how best to utilise our resources to create the greatest animal welfare impact in partnership with the New South Wales Government. Demand is rising, expectations are rising, the cost of modern law enforcement are rising, and so the key question for this committee becomes a simple one. What level of animal welfare enforcement does the Parliament and the community expect in New South Wales, and how should that work be sustainably funded where RSPCA New South Wales can contribute? We hope that our submission assists the committee in considering that question, and we look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. So looking for someone to open up questions. Ms Hurst?
Thank you, and thanks for your time today. I just have some questions about a specific matter that was raised with me in my office. In a practice where it came to my attention, the RSPCA, where a pregnant dog is seized as part of a cruelty case, that when the puppies are born, they are weaned and kept with the RSPCA until they're weaned, and then the puppies are actually returned to the person subject to the animal cruelty case. Is that correct?
That would depend on if there were any charges preferred in relation to the puppies, depending on why its mother was seized. So that could be the case.
So it could be the case that the puppies are returned to a person that is being charged with cruelty?
Correct. If we don't have any preferred, if there's no charges in relation to the puppies, absolutely.
And why is that currently the situation? I'm assuming the public would be quite shocked that, you know, an individual is currently before the courts for prosecution for animal cruelty, and then very vulnerable puppies are actually returned to the care of that person.
So I think I know the matter you're referring to, and I think it's actually currently before the court. But in those circumstances, so if a pregnant female is seized because, let's just say there's a fail to provide vet treatment for a leg injury or something like that, and she whelps and has puppies, if there are no charges preferred against those puppies, there's been no act of cruelty identified for those puppies. Legally, we can't keep them in our care.
But what about situations where, you know, you come into an illegal puppy farm and that person's got all sorts of dogs living in horrific conditions? Obviously, there's no charges against the puppies because they're not born. Is it still the case that those puppies will be returned to that person?
That could well be the case, yeah. If the animals have been seized, they've more than likely been seized for an offence contrary to POCTAA and not in relation to the code.
And so does that mean we need to fix something in POCTAA so that the RSPCA doesn't have to actually return those puppies? Obviously,
absolutely.
Putting those puppies back to somebody who's being charged with cruelty would be putting them in a very vulnerable situation.
Yes, I agree.
So what needs to change in POCTAA?
I think it would probably be similar to 24Q in relation to livestock, where if there's been a seize and disposal approved for livestock, if a cow is pregnant, it's actually included in that legislation as part of that seizure order now. So a similar thing in relation to companion animals would be good.
Okay.
Sorry, can I add to that?
Yeah.
It is a perverse outcome. It is. There's no getting around it. The challenge we have is, as Scott said, unless there's an offence in relation to that specific animal, and it might be a pup, it might be a kitten, we just have no grounds to hold it. If the person of interest hasn't or is not willing to surrender it, there's no grounds for us to keep it. If it's sought by that owner, the obligation is to give those animals back. It is a perverse outcome, though.
Thank you.
And we don't like doing it either.
And have you brought this issue to the government's attention to try to change those laws?
We provided a significant submission to the POCTAA review. I'd have to go back and look at that specific circumstance, but these are the practical unintended consequences. Depending on which way you look at it, some might argue that if you're the owner of that pup, and let's say it's got a market value of $1,000 for argument's sake, there's an argument that that person, if they're not being charged in relation to that animal, it's their property. But we're happy to go back and have a look at our submission.
Yeah, if you could, thank you. I just want to go back, more broadly, in regards to the funding issues. Are you able to provide a copy of the funding agreement that you currently have with the government on notice?
I believe so. I can't imagine why we couldn't.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice.
Sure.
Thank you. Your submission states that you're not allowed to use the previous amount of funding. You weren't allowed to use funding from the government for inspectorate expenses relating to veterinary care for the housing of those animals for seizure. That's changed now, I believe. So can you spend government funding on caring, I guess my question is, that has changed now, and has that really made much of a difference? Or are we still going to have that shortfall sort of coming through from the inspectorate funding anyway?
The best way to answer that question is that it costs our organisation around, in simple terms, $20 million to operate that service.
The inspectorate.
The inspectorate service, and this year our funding envelope was $9.8 million.
And so essentially, to uphold criminal legislation, you're having to sell cupcakes and raise money from the public to uphold the law.
Yes.
Yes. Would you agree that it's the case that there is a level of uncertainty year after year, given the funding doesn't actually match the need to enforce the laws, and given the current climate, we've got a petrol crisis, we're already under cost of living crisis. I'm hearing from other charities that fundraising is becoming more and more difficult. Does that mean that looking into the future, given that there's this big shortfall in funding, that there's a real uncertainty as to whether animal cruelty laws are going to be able to be properly upheld? I'll reword that to be fair. Do you think that there's going to be a potential shortfall in funding, which is going to make it harder and harder to fully enforce the legislation as it stands?
There is a shortfall, yes, and it will become harder. It's already hard. Disruption and uncertainty in particular for staff is the biggest killer of morale, and that's been one of the unintended consequences that we've had to try and navigate for some years now.
And so what does that mean on the ground basis? I know previously we've talked about the need for there to be 24/7 call lines. We've talked about the need to have 2 inspectors out for inspector safety. Is that possible with the amount of funding that's being given?
No.
Is that happening? So it's not happening still?
It's happening as best we can manage, and managing those risks is Scott might have more to say about this, but it's all but an hourly assessment in terms of determining those risks and triaging them accordingly. That is increasingly difficult for our organisation.
And so how many times would you be going 2 out on average?
It's increased over the years. Scott, you might have a...
I think our normal default is always 2 up. So the jobs are actually reviewed, risk assessed, which is a process that happens online. We have access to New South Wales Police IR system. So once all the jobs are risk assessed, if they're low and there's nothing to identify a risk, an inspector may go 1 out, approved by their team leader or the deputy or myself. However, if we have history or there's violence warnings or concerns, they will go 2 up. And that could be either 2 inspectors, could be a council ranger and an inspector, police and an inspector. There's a number of different ways. If the risk is too high and we know that there's firearms warnings or violence, we will actually refer it to police. But New South Wales Police are busy as well. Yeah,
of course. And are you able to run a hotline 24/7 yet, or is that still not possible?
That ceased with a reduction in funding. We just couldn't afford it. And to be fair, the period of time that we did run 24/7, the amount of calls overnight was almost immaterial.
Thank you. How many meeting requests have you made with either the Minister or DPIRD in the last 12 months?
With the Minister's office, I think we last met with the Minister back in, it was March last year. Our President and Treasurer sought a meeting with the Minister in November last year, and that didn't happen.
Okay, and that includes any meetings with DPIRD as well?
No, DPIRD, Mr Myers and one of our GMs will regularly catch up with DPIRD. But in terms of my calls to DPIRD, I feel a bit sorry for DPIRD because I've probably nagged them a lot over the last 12 months, to be fair, but that would be a regular occurrence.
Thank you. If there's more time at the end, I might have some more questions, but I know there's other people.
Yeah, I'll throw to Ms Boyd online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to our witnesses. I just want to ask, there's quite a lot of chat, shall we say, in the submissions from other stakeholders questioning whether AWL and the RSPCA should have enforcement powers and responsibilities, which is a sort of an interesting sort of trend in this year's submissions, and for the Department of Primary Industries to have those powers and resources instead. What do you make of that?
Thank you. That's I'm not surprised. As expectations increase, together with an inability, I can't speak on behalf of the Animal Welfare League, but for RSPCA New South Wales, fundraising fairly, I have to say, is a challenge. There are less discretionary dollars that people have these days, and for the donations that we are lucky enough to secure, it is even more important that we utilise those diminishing funds as best we can to create as much impact. So back to your question, I'm not surprised by that. It has been a long-standing situation for charities to be enforcing government laws. In talking to our donors and supporters, there is genuine concern that if the ACOs did not undertake this work, what would happen? What would be the unintended consequence for those animals? You could argue that given the two ACOs deal with these issues all day, every day, there is a serious focus on it in terms of animal welfare compliance and animal welfare impact more broadly. If that was not to occur, who would take up that challenge? Who would have the infrastructure to support that function? It's not to say that that couldn't happen, but I am not surprised at all by that theme, if you like, in terms of the submissions. The other reality that we've got to tackle is, we've got rising tensions in the community. Animal welfare, I don't know what it is, but when there's a challenge with a human, we tend to find them because they've got an animal. That is a serious and genuine challenge that our inspectors and other parts of our organisation have to contend with pretty regularly.
So, because I guess, over the last 7 years, I've sort of been looking at RSPCA's funding and AWL's funding, and there does seem to be every year there's a struggle to get sufficient funding to allow you to do your enforcement function. As a result, it seems like, and I'd like your view on this, but it seems like then, because you are under-resourced, your enforcement then becomes less effective than you would want it to be, or perhaps there's you face more challenges doing all of the enforcement you need to do, and that in turn leads to calls that you're not being effective, so why should you get your funding? Is that sort of how you see it as well?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll say it goes beyond 7 years. In my view, the expectations by the community are in a lot of cases expectations that we'll never meet, because we just will never have sufficient resources to deal with every issue that arises. And I don't think, Ms Boyd, that we're really any different to police and other compliance services, where we wish we could get to every job a lot more quickly, but the reality is we just can't. So unless government was prepared to throw a lot of funds toward this sector, I think we'll still be talking about this in another 7 years.
So, in terms of I guess the police and their ability to take on animal cruelty cases, they do take on a few. Can you explain sort of when they take them on and, in what sort of circumstances? Because it seems that when they do take them on, they have sort of a higher rate of prosecution. Would that be fair? Can you explain sort of when they get involved?
I'll refer to Mr. Myers, but I'll start by saying we have a very healthy relationship, in particular with the rural crime investigator team. Often we'll join forces to contend with a bunch of issues, particularly around livestock-related issues. We do get a lot of referrals from the police back our way to deal with. But my understanding is that if there's an urgent job or a sense of urgency around a job and one of our inspectors are not geographically located near that job, the police might go and put for want of a better term, a lid on it until we can get there and help. Can you add any more?
Yeah, I think, look, I could tell you of plenty of examples where it works and where it doesn't work. We have a very, provide a lot of assistance to police, especially within Sydney. And that's normally in relation to, they've arrested somebody and they have a dog, or they've scheduled somebody and they have a dog. Normally that won't proceed to charges. There might be something else where someone's witnessed someone kick a dog. So RSPCA will take that. We then shadow that investigation to ensure that appropriate orders are being made for the relinquishment of the animal, or orders to prevent people from having animals in the future, depending on what the charges are. So it would just depend. But I think, if I can just also add, I think the inspectors and my team of staff are very experienced and all very committed. They put a lot into investigating animal cruelty, and as we have done for years. And I think the RSPCA moving forward is best placed to continue to do investigations and enforcing animal cruelty laws in New South Wales.
Just one last question, if I could, before I hand back. So New South Wales farmers state in their submission, quote, "It must also be noted that while enforcement officers from charitable organisations may have received training to undertake their role, it does not appear that officers are required to have qualifications specifically linked to livestock animal husbandry." What's your response to that?
I think that's an interesting statement. Personally, I've personally been on a number of stock welfare panels where there are representation from New South Wales farmers, and it's my experience that those representatives are the first people to turn around and say, this is appalling and these people cannot be allowed to do this. So I find the comment or that statement a bit confusing, really. So generally, if we're on stock welfare panels where New South Wales farmers representatives assist, we rely on the expertise from veterinarians, agronomists, staff from DPI and local land services.
Can I just add to that, Ms. Boyd, if I can? Yeah, I too read that in the New South Wales farmers submission, and like Scott, find it a bit confusing. When these livestock welfare panels were engineered some years ago, I was sceptical. I thought it was another hurdle before something else could happen to contend with those animals. With the benefit of hindsight and reflection, I think those livestock welfare panels are the best thing since sliced bread, because it's a collective decision. So when New South Wales farmers, and I understand they're giving evidence later today, we don't prosecute without proper cause. And I think that's reflected in our statistics. And interestingly, when those livestock welfare panels are stood up for there to be a collective decision about the future of those animals, and it includes and involves New South Wales farmers on it, it's a request, as I understand it, from that panel to the DG of DPIRD in order to undertake an action. So if RSPCA New South Wales was not to be involved in livestock welfare related issues, the decisions that are ultimately made about seizing and selling stock that are affected or the subject of a complaint are actually made by DPIRD. So to some extent, our hands are not completely clean because we're involved in the process and we've responded to a cruelty complaint that's come to us. That's where it's confusing. I think it's a sound mechanism with sound collective advice from experts. And a lot of our regional inspectors do have a lot of livestock expertise. That's why they're regional inspectors. And then when you look at that result, and let's say it resulted in a prosecution, although that's always the last resort, we don't lose those ones. So it's not like we're being hammered with malicious prosecution actions. I'm with Scott. I'm confused by that submission.
And those matters also, they're always they're long-term matters where animals have been without, the provision of food that is proper and sufficient. There's a lot of literature and expert evidence in relation to prime facts of, condition of livestock, which then body score those livestock. But again, we will normally attend those jobs, provide direction to say you must provide food or water or whatever it may be to try and improve the welfare of the stock. We then make application, after having a report done from a district veterinarian, and make application for a panel to try and resolve those issues. And the main reason with that is, a lot of those panels, have gone to, some of them have gone to a cease and dispose, some of them resolve themselves. And in most of those cases that I've personally done, we'll go back 12 months later or 6 months later to, you might receive another complaint, and the farmer or the producer turns around and says, that's the best thing that could have happened to me. Because they can't see past what they're looking in their paddocks. They don't see a problem because they think that's how livestock, this is what happens. You go through droughts, or you have livestock, you have dead stock. So it's a process of working with these people to try and fix the problem. That's our motivation and our goal.
Just one last comment on that question. We haven't properly entered drought is on the horizon. And so organisations like New South Wales Farmers, I know that the CEO has recently returned from maternity leave, and I look forward to catching up with Annabelle Johnson to discuss what can we do together as two organisations to help those livestock as we increasingly get closer to drought.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might throw a few out. Going to a particular case, the recent attempted prosecution of Tracy Dodds, the Wires Matropod carer, which was overturned on appeal, and she was cleared of all charges. Do you accept that the appeal judge found significant issues with your prosecution case?
I'll let Scott talk to that, but it's currently before the court.
It's been resolved in terms of the appeal. She was successfully overturned.
There's a cost order, and we're within a period of time that the prosecuting body, RSPCA, can challenge that appeal. We haven't determined that at this point. But these are the challenges of prosecuting. There was a successful prosecution in the local court, and Ms. Dodds or any person that's been prosecuted is entitled to appeal, and on this occasion the appeal went against us. It's a view.
Sorry?
It's a view.
It's a view.
Yep.
Okay. Can I just go to the handling of this case? Why was Wires acting in concert with the RSPCA on the raid and the investigation, and even appearing alongside your legal team in the courtroom? It's been put to this committee that Wires' behaviour around this issue and other issues is of a concern, and it seems like it's trying to insert itself into the enforcement regime.
Can I start with a response on that? Chair, that like any complaint that we receive, we deal with it consistent with our SOPs. No organisation or particular issue gets any particular favouritism or focus. It's dealt with consistently.
Well, this is beyond favouritism, though, Mr. Coleman. There was Wires employees actually at the raid, I'm told, and they were asking questions, and they were engaging in what should have been the work of Mr. Myers' team. And then, it seems that they were also appearing alongside or next to your legal team in court. It seems like they were not getting any favours from you, but actually inserting themselves into the investigation and being part of your investigation and prosecution. Is that the case?
Firstly, I always am challenged by the term raid. It kind of implies that an authority goes steaming into a property, kicking doors in and taking animals. We attended a property in response to a complaint. What
Was that complaint from Wise itself?
I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah. In terms of who turns up at a court proceeding, I mean, obviously there are times when we will call expertise or expert witnesses. There are other times when people will just simply turn up. It's a public gallery, and as I understand it, there were also lots of Wise representatives or former Wise representatives supporting Ms. Dodds, and that's entirely their call.
Would you accept it though that it's highly unusual that the complainant of a case of animal cruelty would then attend you entering the property and be walking alongside you with the investigation? That's highly unusual, isn't it?
I'll defer to Mr. Myers on that, because the legislation provides for expertise that a prosecuting authority can draw from, but
Yeah, and look, I think just in general terms, I agree an inspector can take someone who has expertise. My understanding is Ms. Dodd was a Wise carer, and therefore Wise had information in relation to animals that were in her care and that were registered to Wise. Other than that, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay, you haven't sought further information. As the Chief Inspector, this has been put forward to prosecution. It's failed ultimately. Whether you appeal, that is another question. But have you done any investigation as to how that was handled? Because the District Court judge was quite scathing in the actions of RSPCA and Wise in terms of how that investigation and evidence gathering process was handled. Have you done a review?
I haven't at this point in time, no.
Do you intend to do a
will
review?
do-
Because
yes,
obviously,
I will do a review.
if you lose cases, that's more money that you've essentially wasted that you could have spent elsewhere, correct?
yeah, I wouldn't entirely agree with that, Chair. She was found guilty in the local court, and we can argue the toss about whether that was right or wrong. We stick to the prosecuting guidelines set out by the Department of Public Prosecutions. Is there evidence at a prima facie level? Tick. Are there good prospects of success? Tick. Public interest? Tick. Those guidelines don't vary whether it's a Wise-related matter, John Smith in the field, or whatever the case might be. That's our role. That's one matter. Granted, it was overturned in the District Court. That's one matter in the last, I can't remember how many years, but that's the process.
Just going to your finances, are you able to provide any breakdown? You talked about having a $10 million shortfall. Are you able to give any breakdown as to, I guess, the inspectorate expenditure separate from your charitable activities? In terms of what are you drawing from your charitable incomings, and where is that exactly going in your inspectorate activities?
Do you want me to go to
if you want to do this on notice, it might be easier, and if it's going to be a long, detailed answer, I'm noting others may have questions, so...
I can do either. Depending
Perhaps on notice, if you could provide a more detailed where it's been drawn from.
Sure.
Thank you. Might throw to Mr. Barrett.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Coleman, you said it costs about $20 million to run the electorate. I believe in 23-24 you got that amount from government. Yet in budget estimates, that's correct? Yep.
That's correct, yes.
Budget estimates, Minister Moriarty told us that money was spent on infrastructure and different projects around the state. Does that equate with your understanding of what that money was spent on?
Of the 20.5?
Yeah.
No. No, that doesn't.
Interesting.
That doesn't accord.
So the 20.5 million that was given to you in 23-24 was used for the electorate? The
the
inspectorate.
That's a pretty expensive electorate.
Yeah.
That I have a breakdown if you want me to quickly go through
Yeah,
it.
if you could, that'd be great.
The 20. This is 23-24, 20.5, 11.8 went to the inspectorate salaries, external animal costs, training, travel, IT, software licenses, motor vehicles, field equipment, body-worn cameras, radios, and firearms. There was 1.6 set aside for the 24/7 contact centre. So salaries, wages, IT hardware, software licenses, and training. The legal team that year equated to about 800,000. Salaries, wages, legal costs, motor vehicle running costs. 500 was specifically set aside for domestic violence work. So we did spend that, $511,000 on salaries and wages, safe refuges, training, animal costs, and external boarding. The shelter costs as part of that 20.5 was close to 5 million. So that's animal days in care for animals seized by the inspectorate across our shelter network. The veterinary costs or clinic costs was close to 700,000. That's clinic services to the inspectorate, consults, diagnostics, internal pathology and hospitalisations, and then 1.9 on overheads such as support functions for the grant, IT, HR, facilities and finance, which brought us to the 20.5.
Would any of that fall under infrastructure and different projects around the state?
The 20.5?
Yeah.
No, it was specifically set aside to run those functions.
So the following year, I think it was 11.4 the following year, and then 9.2, 9 point something for this current financial year. What has that meant for you? I believe in your annual statement you said you're selling off assets to now meet the requirements for the inspectorate.
Yeah, one of the challenges that we're keen to talk with either the department and or the Minister about is, so it was 20.5 one year,
Yep.
The next year it was 11.4. The timing of the grant, we understand it's year by year. When the government announces what the budget is overall for the animal welfare sector, we're then asked by the department to apply for a grant, which we do, and we try and turn that around pretty quick because we're already into the next financial year. Understandably, our treasurer requires us to budget, and we generally budget in around March, April of each year, so we're already into budget mode now. And his expectation, rightly, is what's a reasonable basis to assume and budget for a number through the grant process. So we budgeted a number. Our number was 11.4 in the end. That was paid in December, so we've got 6 months effectively to cash flow the organisation until those funds arrive. Last year, the CEO of Animal Welfare League and myself, in discussions with the department, rightly asked what is the reasonable basis for a number for us to be budgeting for this financial year. We were told that we could assume what we got the year before indexed. So we budgeted for 11.8, so 11.4 indexed. We've started the financial year. We're cash flowing a compliance function on behalf of government until either we get confirmation of what that number is actually going to be, together with trying to manage our cash flows to ensure that we can meet our commitments. So we budgeted for 11.8 in, I think it was November. The minister wrote to us telling us that our window was 9.8, so $2 million short. So now we've got an immediate issue with a $2 million shortfall in our budget that somehow we've got to try and meet. In the meantime, it is not right for us to be employing new inspectors without providing any sort of certainty. That would be irresponsible. That's one of the biggest challenges for our inspectorate, and I take my hat off to them because not being able to provide them with uncertainty has meant that we've lost staff. Bearing in mind that by the time you recruit, train and have an operational inspector, it's anywhere between 4 and 6 months. So we're losing people. We were notifying the department that we were losing people. When we were asked to apply for the $9.8 million, we obviously did that. Chased it with the department right up until shutdown at Christmas. Still no determination. Now we've got to go through Christmas. We've got staff potentially leaving because there's no certainty. Ultimately, the grant was approved and we got paid for the 6 months in late February. It's a real challenge, and any business to try and operate like that, it's really difficult. And so not until we have a signed funding deed from government do we start recruiting people. Because to do otherwise is not right to potential new employees, and it's a risk that we then carry forward if we had have recruited to the tune of $11.8 million to be told in November it's $9.8 million. Now, I know things change for government. Everyone's pressed. Like, we get that. But having an opportunity to plan what a program of compliance work looks like beyond a 12-month period, or even a full 12-month period, would be advantageous and much more effective.
Can I, sorry, just on that, when you had to obviously make savings with that $2 million shortfall, for like the average person watching this, what did that mean? What was it? What could you not do because you didn't have that money, if that makes sense?
Right now we're at a real junction in terms of our direction. The work that the inspectorate does is super important work, no question. Where we struggle is we're supposed to be the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And so we've done a lot of work over the last 2-3 years at really analysing what the best bang for buck is in terms of animal welfare impact. So money or resources that we could divert to our prevention community outreach teams and getting out to targeted communities before phone calls are made about cruelty or before phone calls are made about surrendering animals. We go to those communities and we help. We simply set up and we do it in partnership with the council and the local vet. It's a real partnership to simply help people. That is, sadly, the first thing that loses out when we try and expand that and get to more and more frequently impacted communities that need the help. That's the real issue for us. So right now we've got older donors who are very supportive of the inspectorate work, no question. But we've got a younger generation of supporters who are not so keen on traditional methods. They're just not. What they want is a solution. What they want is prevention. So we're trying to target different donor groups. And just the reality is younger generations are not prepared to fund what they think are Band-Aids. What they want is true prevention in the field. That's what they want to support. So when we've got to backfill a shortfall in the compliance work, that's the tension that we have as an organisation, and it plays out almost weekly, trying to get to everything. And that's what this cost of living crisis has really shown over the last few years. Years ago, if people rang up and said, I've got a dog and I'm going to surrender it because I can't afford my $300 vet bill, we would take it. Now, you could argue that was wrong. What we should have done is pay that bill, because it's a cheaper return on investment to simply pay that once-er for that person and them keep their dog, then take it, bring it into our facility, institutionalise it despite the best of care and rehab work, and then try and rehome it. That's a much more expensive pathway than simply helping people get access to vet care and do it as a once-er. Can we pay for everyone's vet bills? Of course we can't. That is why we've spent significant time and effort analysing exactly which community needs our help so that we can actually prevent those phone calls from coming.
Thank you. Sorry.
So that $2 million that Ms Mitchell was just talking about there was down $9 million from the year before. So you've dropped $11 million in the last couple of financial years. What's the Minister said when you've gone to her and explained what the impact this is having?
The Minister has shared what the financial constraints of the government are. So I guess the bigger question is, if the financial...
So you've met with the Minister on this?
on a number of occasions, up until March last year.
So sorry, you haven't met with her for more than 12 months now?
Correct.
Okay.
And we don't in any frivolous way seek to meet with the minister. We know they're busy. We know they've got tight schedules. We would only seek to meet with the minister for something meaningful.
Yeah.
And we would seek to have a meaningful dialogue with the minister about where to next.
So, sorry, and how many times in the last 12 months, I think you mentioned earlier in November, some of your colleagues sought a meeting with the minister, but how many have you requested over the last 12 months?
One.
Just one?
One
Okay.
in November, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that was largely borne out by trying to get an understanding of what the minister's direction is about animal
Yeah.
welfare, so where we can slot in and help or not, just so we can plan.
Have you been given any indication what you'll be receiving to run this $20 million inspectorate for the coming financial year? You said you're already trying to budget for?
No, we have not. So my real fear is we were told 11.8 in June last year. In November it was 9.8. What's the reasonable basis that what's the number that we should be plugging now in preparation? We know that the budget doesn't come out till June, July. We'd like to work more effectively with the department to ensure that whatever that number is, that we can settle the terms of that acquittal requirement sooner than later, so we can plan. But no, we have no number at this point. I don't expect to, but I fear about us plugging 9.8 for next year in case it's not.
In the annual report, and I haven't had time to call it up, but in my head I'm recalling a line you said in there about having to sell off assets and call on capital reserves to meet this shortfall. What did that require from you?
We sold shares to cash flow the business for a number of months until the timing of the grant caught us up. So that was the year before last. This year we've also had to dip into reserves to cash flow the business. We've managed to put some of those back now that we've been paid for the first 6 months of this financial year. These are the sorts of operational challenges that we just need to sit down with the minister and talk about so that there's no surprises for anybody. I would have thought just a reasonable discussion about what the reality is.
And then you mentioned the morale of staff as well. I'd imagine that short-term nature of what they're doing on top of what we hear is already a trying role at times itself. How much is that impacting the morale of your staff?
From my perspective, it's been significant. I've not, having been with the RSPCA for a while, I've never experienced, and I'm not directly dealing with the staff on a day-to-day basis, but it's played out in many machinations, in different activities to the media, because people are frustrated. But maybe Mr. Myers can talk more clearly about that.
Yeah, I think certainly morale has been pretty low for a number of reasons. One is just workload. You know, the jobs, we all know the jobs continue to come in. Our capacity issue is another big issue. And it's not just RSPCA, it's Animal Welfare League. I know we're at capacity. Rescue groups are at capacity. Everybody's at capacity, including the local pounds. We find a lot of the inspectors are working with owners of animals. So we might receive a cruelty complaint in relation to a dog that's in light body condition or something like that. We will give them food and give them a further direction that they're to provide food to the animal. We will take surrenders of puppies as long as we can desex the mum. So we're trying to be proactive and trying to reduce these complaints. But certainly, yeah, morale has been very difficult. So.
Can I jump in with? Sorry, can I just jump in with one follow-up question
Yeah,
on
yeah,
that
yeah.
topic?
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you can tell us how many inspectors you have on the books.
That was
as of
literally
today.
going to be
Oh,
my
sorry,
question. No, go.
sorry.
Yeah. I wanted a staff breakdown, so we're on the same page.
How many
Yeah.
inspectors do you have now, given the whole context you've given us?
So there will be 42. I'm recruiting currently at the moment. We currently, as of today, have 37, with more people to start this month. Had 2 new people start on Monday, more people to start in April, but we will be going to 42.
And they're based all around the state?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I just jump in on
Yeah.
you made some comments about dipping into your reserves, Mr. Coleman, so the committee gets a sense of I guess, how dire it is. What are your reserves? Give us a sense of how many times can you dip into your reserves if the funding trajectory keeps going the way it's going? Happy for you to take it on notice if you can't draw the figure out.
Well, the balance sheet last year reflected 145 million. Now, that's a combination of shares and properties. Now, the properties are not necessarily, for example, Yagoona, our head office, is scooped up in that. We're not about to sell that property. We can't anyway. We don't.
No, you're going to have current assets and non-current assets,
Correct.
and your current assets are the ones you're going to be able to draw from. So maybe from your current assets, what does that look like in terms of reserves?
It would depend on how you want to structure your exit. So you could scale back and extend your life a bit longer. But if we were to work toward a ratio of 2, which we've never been able to achieve, somewhere between 6 months and 18 months.
Thank you.
What KPIs are government putting on you, and how clear are they when they give you that money?
Yeah, look, they're pretty clear. So for this financial year, the 3 metrics that come to mind are: we have to have 40 authorised inspectors, we have to undertake 10,000 investigations, we have to undertake 450 proactive inspections as well in order to acquit the funds. So as Scott mentioned, we're in the process. We've only just started recruiting in the last few weeks because we didn't have certainty. Some of those inspectors, once they're recruited, will not actually be ready to go until after June. That's the practical implications. We have a very, I believe, solid reporting line through to the department on a monthly basis. That's the requirement within the deed. They are effectively the metrics or the KPIs.
And how achievable are those KPIs for $9.2 million a year?
9.8. It's a stretch. It's a stretch.
Can I just add further to that? So they're the KPIs, but we also at the moment, with the change in puppy farm legislation and exemptions, so we currently have about 39 exemption inspections sitting on, waiting for us to do them. A lot of those breeders are west of Dubbo. So to send 2 inspectors, it's a whole day driving. They spend a whole day doing the inspection. These are people with 50 plus dogs, breeding females. And then it's a whole day back. So it's a 3-day turnaround to do an inspection. So that's over and above, the 10,000 and the 450 proactives.
But
So
that accounts for one.
That's one inspection,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Conscious that there's others that haven't asked yet.
No, Ms. Hurst, do you have any more?
I'm happy to jump in with more. And so, have you spoken to the government about, this increase in workload from the puppy farm legislation? We've got the government talking about a new POCTAA reform coming through. Obviously I'm guilty of putting up a lot of legislation that would put more work on the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League as well. But there doesn't seem to be any kind of reflection in or recognition that this means more work, more oversights needed to uphold those laws, and even more community education so that people are aware that these new laws are actually in place. Has there been any conversations with DPIRD or the Minister in regards to the increase in workload, and can you give us a bit of an understanding about, I know you mentioned the puppy farms already, but what is that increase in workload, and should we then be looking at more than even 20 in regards to making sure that those new laws are upheld and proposed new legislation as well?
Yeah, I know. I've had conversations with the department about what that looks like. Extra legislation is meaningless unless you can enforce it. It really is. That's one of the realities of any compliance work. But in terms of regular discussions between RSPCA and DPIRD, can you add to that, Scott?
Look, I think in the past, I go back to the drought. DPIRD gave us funding to put on extra inspectors during the drought, which were full-time roles for a couple of years. The same with when we had the bushfires, we got extra funding for that. So certainly they have, at times, provided extra funding to be able to carry out those activities. But we meet with them probably once a quarter, I think. which is good. But yeah, in terms of asking for further funding, it depends on what the particular project is.
DPERD know that we're not sitting around twiddling our thumbs waiting for work.
Yeah. When you gave my colleague, the Honourable Scott Barrett, that sort of breakdown in all the costs from when you had the 20.5, it almost sounds as though the government's kind of just taken the inspectorate wages and framed everything around that's kind of been used as a way of, what was it, Scott? I think you noted it down, the amount for the just for the wages for the actual
11.8 for salary.
11.8, right? So that almost seems like that's what was used then for the following year, as this is all you need. Is there a lack of understanding in regards to all the costs for the inspectorate, given all the costs for veterinary care, for seizing animals, housing animals during prosecutions, and a full understanding of the costs of actually upholding this criminal legislation?
If there is, I don't understand why, because we've always reported on the full cost over and over and over again. It's like, one of the analogies I often think about is it's like, and this is not meant as anything disrespectful, because we're still talking millions of dollars, and that's not lost on us, and we're grateful for those funds. But it's like saying to the police, we're going to fund for you to exist, but if you lock anybody up, you'll have to sell a few more cupcakes to cover the cost of that. Like, you can't disconnect the two functions, compliance, and sometimes it results in animal seizures, which need caring, which need rehab, which need veterinary treatment. We struggle to understand how the two are not linked.
Are you given any information as to how that they've actually calculated the funding?
Yes.
And so what was the explanation you were given?
Well, it was, for example, last year it was towards salaries.
So it was towards salaries only?
Salaries, vehicle maintenance and legal costs associated with prosecutions, which are real, they're real numbers, but equally real are the vet costs, the adjustment costs, the staff to run and operate shelters to support that function. You can't disconnect the two. They are real costs.
Sorry, I know Scott had a follow-up question.
Yeah, plus the proactive work as well, I guess.
Yes.
So my question's going to be, so the trend looks pretty bad for the last few years as far as the funding that's been made available for you. You're down $11 million from just 2 years ago. What happens to the RSPCA and the role that you are expected to play if that trend continues, or even that level of funding remains as it is?
Well, then it's a bigger decision for the organisation to determine what direction should we take. If there's a view taken that we should stick with traditional services, then forget any proactive community outreach work, which I think would be a serious negative impact on animal welfare. I really do. We would, if the direction is that we need to continue doing the compliance work, then we do what we can with what we have. And that means that we will continue not to be able to get to everything, and there will be an expectation by the public that the RSPCA is not able to cope or not as efficient as they once were, and that would be a real shame, because that would not be real, that would not be true. It would be a big decision for our organisation, what can we afford, what can we sustain, and what is our obligation to our members ultimately at complying with the objects of our constitution, and that's the animal welfare impact. What can we afford to do?
And
so
you're
it's a tough future.
You're just on a year-by-year commitment as well. So realistically, at any point, the decision could be made by your board that you don't want to play in this space anymore, and that leaves a big empty pool, right?
It could. That would be a massive decision. In fact, that was one of the reasons that our chair and treasurer sought to meet with the minister last year to get a view about where can we work in partnership with the government so there's no surprises, and so that we can plan for and create some certainty for our staff. But yeah, these are big questions, Mr. Barrett, that we have to somehow tackle, whether we like it or not, because the financial future, or the future of our finances, are such that we just can't keep doing this across the spectrum. The uncertainty and the disruption that's not sustainable.
So with just picking up on that, given that your chair and your treasurer met with the minister with that view, has the board come to a decision as to a line in the sand where you do make that call? If it gets to this point, we are saying, here's the inspectorate activities back to the government.
No, the meeting didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
No, it
but
didn't.
But you obviously your board is thinking about these things. Have they come to a view in terms of what a line in the sand would be, where they would go, here's your inspectorate back to the government, you can deal with it? We'll go back to our traditional.
Yeah, not yet, Chair. They have not arrived at a decision.
Have they been having those discussions?
They certainly have. Yep.
Can I just give some context in relation to costs? There was a matter that I took carriage of some time ago.
Yeah.
We received a complaint. Am I right?
Yeah, we're just looking at.
Sorry,
You just keep going.
We received a complaint from New South Wales Police in relation to a dog breeder. We seized 57 dogs from that property. That person was in court within 3 months. Like, the prosecution moved really quickly. Those costs were $134,000 animal care costs. So if you think 57 dogs, that person said, I don't breed. All of those female dogs had puppies whilst they were in our care. Those sort of costs, even though there's a cost order made to come back to, we don't get that money. So out of all of those dogs, I think there were 6 that were in a condition where they were cruel to be kept alive. Everything else was rehomed, given to rescue groups, and such like that. But that's a lot of money to try and work out what we're doing. So that's the thing with the prosecutions. Those large seizures are very expensive.
Just one quick question from Ms. Hurst.
Take this on notice. We talked a little bit before about how many inspectors you have on the book, but I'm assuming based on what you said it can vary quite a bit. I'm just wondering at what point it was the lowest, and if you could let us know sort of at a lowest point how many inspectors you may have had on the books at one point, like due to the uncertainty over the last couple of years. That'd be really helpful.
We'll take it on
Take
notice.
that on notice.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Well, that concludes our time with you both today. You have taken a few questions on notice, and there may be some supplementary questions, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you and how to get them back to us. So thank you very much, and enjoy your Easter break.
Thank you.
If you get one.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now welcome our next witnesses from the Animal Welfare League. So starting with you, Mr. Albin on my left, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Stephen Albin, Chief Executive, Animal Welfare League, New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Amanda Gray?
Amanda Gray, Chief Inspector, Animal Welfare League, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Geddes online. Can you hear us? You just need to take yourself off mute.
Thank you.
It's all right, we've all done it.
There we go.
Yep.
Linda Geddes, President, Animal Welfare League, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would one of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Albin.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry into approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1979. I'm joined today by our President of AWL New South Wales, Miss Linda Geddes, and our Chief Inspector, Amanda Gray. Animal Welfare League was established in 1958 in Western Sydney by a group of community leaders concerned about the welfare of animals. In its early years, members undertook direct and often challenging work to identify and report cruelty. The work formed the foundation of what's now our inspectorate. With the introduction of POCTAA in 1979, that role was formalised. The inspectorate became a recognised and legislated function with defined powers and responsibilities. For many years, that responsibility has been significantly underfunded. Up until 2023, AWL New South Wales received approximately $70,000 per annum to operate an inspectorate that at that stage cost in excess of $1 million a year to run. AWL is not just an inspectorate, it's a broad animal welfare organisation. Last year we rehomed 3,600 animals, and we operate a shelter, foster care network, veterinary services, an animal care truck, and we have 19 branches and 2 dog training clubs across New South Wales. Last year we generated $17 million in revenue, and we have operating costs as an organisation of around about $14 million. In 24-25 financial year, we received a significant increase in government funding, approximately $1.9 million. This has allowed us to strengthen our inspectorate capability, including the addition of 5 new inspectors now operating across the state. As a result, we're responding to a growing demand for services. In January 2026 alone, AWL attended 558 animal welfare matters. Of those, 49 animals were removed from harm, 18 matters progressed towards prosecution, including 9 involving alleged deliberate cruelty or abuse. This equates to intervention in approximately 1 in every 11 cases attended. These figures reflect both the scale of the problems that we face and the importance of a properly resourced inspectorate. We've set up new inspectorate offices in Bega, Orange and Glen Innes. We're also undertaking geographic coverage across Illawarra and the Central Coast. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to attend this hearing. We look forward to answering any questions the committee may have.
Well, thank you. So the committee is resolved to have free flow questions. So looking for someone to open the
Can I
batting.
just ask one question? And
Yep.
it's not a criticism. Just wondering why there isn't a submission from you for today.
We provided our financial statements and our annual report.
Okay, that's what I
That-
just. Thank you.
That's typically what we do at these committee hearings.
Okay,
Sure.
thanks.
Ms. Hurst?
Sure. I understand that you've seen a spike in cruelty cases and deliberate cruelty cases. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit further about that. Perhaps it's a good question for Ms. Gray.
Yeah, Amanda.
Yeah, unfortunately we have. I've been at Animal Welfare League now for over 5 years as an inspector, and now I'm Chief Inspector, but there's always been prosecutions running for the usual POCTAA breaches we see, which is unfortunately underfed animals that are needing vet treatment and no shelter, no water, tethering, etc. But in the last, I'd say, 5-6 months, we've seen a deliberate act of cruelty to animals causing death or serious harm, and there's about 9 prosecutions running or have commenced in those last 6 months, just with deliberate violence to animals.
And so is that unusual to have 9 cases running at one time, sort of, for that really deliberate?
We haven't seen such a number of cases like that before. We haven't had to prosecute those sort of cases before. I know RSPCA get those cases a lot. I believe there's more awareness about what our inspectors do. There's more trust in our brand, and our inspectors are very dedicated and very proactive in attending jobs urgently, and they will attend as soon as they can. And I think because of that, more people are reporting, and there's less tolerance to cruelty in the community, and because of that, those sort of cases are reaching us.
Do you think that there's other reasons why we're seeing an increase in this real deliberate cruelty beyond that? Do you think that there is effects of cost of living crisis or other problems that are happening that's related potentially to that?
I think people are stressed because of the cost of living crisis, but I think in these particular cases, unfortunately and sadly, there's always people that will be violent towards children or animals. And we're just seeing more of that now because I think our team has grown and we've got more awareness in the community.
And I know you said you've got 9 cases that are currently underway, and I understand you can't speak about any of the cases that are probably before the courts, but are there any cases that you can explain to us to give the committee a bit of understanding that may have completed at this stage, or are they all open and probably...
I can't go into too much detail, but one concluded recently down in the South Coast area, and that was a dog that had been bashed to death, unfortunately, by its owner, and we were able to successfully prosecute that person.
Thank you. I understand the Animal Welfare League has, and Ms Gray's already talked a bit about how the Animal Welfare League has really grown and expanded and more cases are coming through. I also understand that a lot more cases were going to the Animal Welfare League when the RSPCA removed their online complaints portal. Can you talk a bit about the impact that's had? Obviously, the amount of funding the Animal Welfare League gets is significantly smaller. We've heard about the struggles with $11 and $9 million, but the Animal Welfare League gets significantly less. What does that mean on a practical level for the Animal Welfare League on the ground dealing with the overflow of cases from the RSPCA?
So Amanda, I'll just open and I'll throw to you as well. So thanks for that question. Yeah, look, in July last year, the RSPCA did shut off their portal. We saw overnight a 3-time jump in cases that we had to deal with. Now, we were getting about $1.3 million a year at that stage in funding, and we were taking a huge share of jobs for at least 4 weeks. Our inspectors were under material pressure, but I've got to take my hat off to them because they weren't so much concerned about their own welfare, but were concerned about the welfare of animals. And they made a commitment that any of the jobs that we were taking on, which were, and as I said, is a huge number, that they would do their best. And Amanda will have many stories over that tough period of people doing crazy numbers of jobs every day to cover off, to ensure that the cases that the community wanted dealt with were being dealt with.
Can you give me an understanding around the numbers there? And I'm happy for you to take this on notice if you don't have the data in front of you, but you talked about a huge increase, but just wanting to know, went from X number of cases to X number of cases going to the Animal Welfare League?
I do have that at work.
Yep.
Do you recall?
I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
We'll take that on notice if we could.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And sorry, Ms Gray, did you have anything further to add to my previous question?
Yeah, we'll take on notice the exact numbers, but some of my staff their increase in jobs doubled and some of them tripled. I had one inspector do 91 jobs in 20 days, business days, which is massive. It's just a reflection on how dedicated they are to putting animals first. We had a lot of staff doing overtime, and not only did we have to watch out for the animals' welfare, I was also keeping an eye on morale in staff and making sure that we didn't have burnout. But there was just no question when the online reporting stopped for RSPCA, our inspectors just put their heads down and went to work because the animals come first.
Yeah, thank you. And Mr Alban, I appreciate, obviously we recognise the dedication of the inspectors and that they've gone above and beyond. But in another sense, it's sort of unfair to put these workers in this situation because of their dedication. Is that sort of thing sustainable? And if it's not, which I assume it's not, what do we need to be recommending as a committee to the government to make sure that the Animal Welfare League has the resources so that staff can be properly supported in the best way possible with an already very stressful job.
At that point in time, it wasn't sustainable. And, I was constantly checking in with Amanda, who was checking in with her staff to ensure everyone was okay and that we could continue to provide the services that we're sort of obligated to provide. But it isn't sustainable. We have seen levels now that we can, so we got funding increases. That's enabled us to get more inspectors, which has enabled us to stabilise and ensure that we are getting sustainable numbers. But depending on the funding mix, we really need RSPCA to be there. I should say that as well. They're really important in the mix. They do, as you probably heard Steve with his KPIs earlier, they do 10,000 jobs. We now do 5,000. So that's significantly greater. We used to have an 8% share of the market, and it's sort of growing to about 25%. So we've taken up a lot of slack. But I think, we would talk to the government about, some of the what we can actually do and what can be sustainable.
I've asked the RSPCA for a copy of their funding agreement with the government, which they're going to provide on notice. Could I ask the same for the Animal Welfare League?
Yeah, I need to check the agreement. I'm happy to give it, but I need to check the agreement to see if there's a confidentiality clause in that agreement. I'm not sure.
Yeah, happy for you to check. There's also an option to have it provided to just the committee and ask for it not to be published as well. So if that's an option as well, that'd be great. And now that you're taking on more prosecutions, I know previously you had no in-house legal counsel to be able to actually support that work. Is that something that's going to change going forward with the increase of funding, or is that something that would need further funding to be able to achieve?
We've been very lucky with regards to the support that we've had from pro bono lawyers. That's something that we've even been able to use up to this point in time, which provides great value for money for the government. I think that probably next year that's something we're going to need to look at.
Yeah, I imagine that's kind of somewhat tentative, and as you say, it's wonderful that these people are out there doing that. But again, it's one of these areas where we're talking about upholding criminal legislation and then asking lawyers to do the work for free, for example, and most lawyers don't have much spare time to be able to do it. They're just doing it from the goodness of their heart. So it's all these kind of gaps that we're seeing from that funding, which is a historical problem that kind of then funnels into the work.
We are outsourced, so we get a lot of pro bono. We do actually pay some lawyers as well, but we want to make sure we get value for money, and sometimes in-house options can be better than going external.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just throw a few out before I pass to my colleagues. Just looking at your financial figures, your 2025 surplus, how much of that was driven by bequests and one-off donations?
2025, 9.7 million in bequests. So that our surplus is basically because we had $3 million more in bequests than we did the previous year. And it's a very lumpy revenue.
It
revenue stream.
It's not something you can rely upon.
No.
RSPCA obviously spoke about their concerns around a potential downturn in donation income, because obviously things are getting tough for everybody. Have you modelled what your financial situation would look like if that donation income does take a downturn? Yeah,
we've been monitoring what's going on in many other charities like St Vincent's, like RSPCA, like the Salvos, and we're seeing basically 10% drops in per annum in fundraising. That's very general, but it's average. Yeah, we haven't actually felt that yet, and there's no evidence that would exist. We've sort of grown or reintroduced new revenue streams like raffles, which we're allowed to do under the Fundraising Act. So what we've always assumed is a flat lining for fundraising, not falling. So we're still a little bit more bullish than the RSPCA on where we sit. We're nowhere near the volume of funds that they collect. I think they're at least 5 or 6 times ours.
Yeah. And what percentage of your charitable income is going over to the inspectorate? RSPCA's was 10 million. What's your...
I'll have to take that on notice, but I don't think it's anywhere near that.
But
so
would it be in proportion to the level of income you receive versus the level that they do? Do you
No.
think? No.
So I think we'd be cross-subsidising far less.
Far less. Okay. And you would have, given your size, you would have far less reserves to dip into if the trajectory of government funding continues as well.
Yes, we have $38 million in net equity on our balance sheet.
Yeah. Okay. I might pass to the opposition.
Can I ask about your TV show?
Yeah.
How does that, is that an internal production, or is a Channel 10 send a production crew to you?
It doesn't exist at the moment. So when Skydance, it's still shown on TV, but
Yeah.
there's no relationship at the moment because
Okay.
Skydance and Paramount, or Skydance bought Channel 10 and then Paramount bought Channel 10 and they stopped production locally of that show.
As of?
About a year ago.
Okay. Right, thank you. Now, you heard a lot of the evidence that Mr. Coleman gave there before. Can you tell me the impact that the late signing of the deed is having on your staff and your operations? Now, we heard that you've only just signed the deed for this current financial year due to expire in a couple of months. So we heard of the impact on morale and the difficulties of employing staff. Are you facing the same difficulties?
Yes and no. So I'll just clarify the grants that we went through, right? So RSPCA got 20 million originally. We got about 5.5. But that was under what was called a OLG rehoming grant, right? So that really didn't have much. We were allowed to use it for enforcement and we were allowed to use it for other things as well, right? Then came the enforcement grant, and the enforcement grant was negotiated with DPI. And that's when RSPCA got 11 and I think we got 1.3. The timing of the grant is a problem. And it's a problem in as much that normally, if it's embedded within a budget, you've got a 3-year time horizon. Without that, we're sort of having to cross-subsidise from other sources 50% of our operating activities, which is around about $1.5 million before Christmas. It would be ideal if we could get some more certainty in that funding horizon to ensure we don't have to cross-subsidise. And, I understand RSPCA's concerns. We have the same.
So there was 11 and 1.3, then I think that's changed. Then it went down to 9.8, and yours went up?
Yeah, ours went up.
Have you, what's the understanding that you've been given from the Minister as to why theirs is decreasing and yours is increasing?
We've taken a greater share of jobs.
Okay.
So we've gone from about 8% to 25% of the estimated market. So
The number in jobs of the market increased?
yes, they are increasing. But actually, is it 25%? Actually, 33%, according to the KPIs of the government, because you've got 10,000 and 5,000 that we're now doing. So it's 33%. So it's been a significant increase. The numbers are increasing for us, but I think the market's increasing as well.
So the market, for want of a better term, I guess, is increasing and you're taking a greater share of that than the RSPCA.
Yeah. No, sorry.
Sorry, no, keep going.
No, there are challenges with it, and that is, we've got detailed models on what we can actually do with the infrastructure that we've got.
As far as your capacity?
Yeah. So we know that it takes up, the market share that we're doing at the moment will take up 95 kennels at an 80% occupancy. So at the moment, our Kemps Creek shelter, at times it fluctuates, but a significant amount of the time it's pretty much all inspector animals.
Right. So when you say that modelling to see what capacity you could handle, are you able to share that modelling?
Yeah, I could share it. I'll take that on notice, and
Yeah.
I'm happy to share it on an
Right.
Excel spreadsheet.
How many times have you met with the minister in the past 12 months?
Not with the minister, but the minister's office once in September.
Okay. Okay, I'm probably good for just now.
I have a couple.
If
Yeah,
oh yeah,
that's
perfect.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So you might have said this before, it might be better directed to you, Ms Gray, but how many staff do you have at the moment doing that? Work.
Inspectors, we've
Yeah.
got 14 now,
Okay.
and
again,
that's including myself.
Okay, and that's also spread across the state as well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And then probably just a broader, kind of policy question, and this came up in the previous witnesses as well, but there's some submissions that sort of go to, I guess, I'll say conflict of interest, but that's probably too strong a term, of sort of charitable organisations doing the enforcement work. We've got others appearing today who don't think that that's sort of the best setting. I just wondered if you wanted to comment on whether or not you think that's effective. Would there be better ways to do things, or do you think the current system works, you just need more funding to do what you do?
But it's not their money, is it? So
Yeah.
that's why they'd be suggesting it, because we've done value for money tests on the services that we provide. As a matter of fact, as part of our grant, we put a considerable amount of in-kind contributions to providing these inspectorate services. All of the services that we're on charging, so we do get funding for, which we didn't last year, we get funding for veterinary procedures, shelter, for all these are all for seized animals. We charge that at cost, right, without any admin. So, you know, if the government was, or there was a desire for the government to take over these services, I think there wouldn't be a chance that you could do it anywhere near the costs that we're doing it at, or even RSPC. We don't really charge for our infrastructure, and if the government took this role, you've got to ask, where are you going to put the animals? That's probably the single biggest question that we have operating one of these businesses. But it's a matter for the government, but I also think it's also a value for money consideration as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, picked up. How many stock welfare panels have you been involved in?
None.
With the, so the RSPCA said a thing of all the different animals they'd been involved in. How many cases do you have of farm, stock animals, or is it do you narrow your focus to cats and dogs and birds?
No, we also attend properties where there's livestock, horses, cattle, sheep, goats, also chickens. So yeah, we deal with farm animals as well. We're not part of stock welfare panels because we just do not have enough staff to be able to do that. It's very time intensive and staff intensive as well.
How do you divvy up? Is it just whoever gets the call goes to that incident? Like if you're going to do a stock inspection because you've had a complaint, do you check with RSPCA that they haven't been there or they're not planning to go there tomorrow?
We do. It depends on the numbers. If there's a large amount of animals at a property, then we'll refer that to RSPCA or local land services as well.
Okay. The bus truck that I have seen,
Yeah.
when you are taking that into other areas, how do you go with your licence to practice as far as the Practitioners Board is concerned?
It's actually got a lot better, and I do have to say that I've got to thank this committee for being great advocates for that truck. So we are actually now able to get licences that last just for more than one visit and can last a year. So it's become easier for us to operate our services. So last year we did 10 trips. We went to 30 communities and saw over 2,000 animals. It's been a major success. We're trying to move into desexing, and we've had a lot of support from the Vet Practitioners Board as well. So we're working with them. It's taken a bit of time, but we're getting there.
So you're hoping to move into desexing, sorry for my ignorance on it, but moving into desexing, suggesting you aren't doing that at this point?
Well, we've trialled it. We couldn't actually do it. It's hard to do on the truck in terms of the regulations. So now we're sort of piloting it and testing it to ensure that we may be able to roll it out in future. But we do not want to compete with local vets. That's a really important thing. So, you know, it will be done at pounds or helping councils out. But yeah.
So when you say, do you mean physically to conduct the procedure on the truck? You don't have the equipment, infrastructure?
Well, there were rules and regulations that, you know, so if you dissect an animal and I'm not a vet, but if you dissect an animal, it needs follow-up care, just in case the stitch is split or something like that. So if you're in a truck and you dissect and you drive off, you need to have arrangements with vets and others to ensure that aftercare can take place.
Yeah, okay. So the actual, oh, sorry, do you want to go?
Ms Boyd, do you want to ask a question?
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to ask, and good morning. I just wanted to ask the same question I asked the RSPCA. Really, this criticism of RSPCA and AWL in terms of having that enforcement capability and whether that should continue or whether there should be some other thing put in place. What's your sort of thoughts on that?
It's pretty similar to the previous answer, and that is if we continue to provide value for money, I think that, and a quality service, I think that we should continue. And given that that's what that's how we pretty much started in 1968, it's really important to our organisation as well. But if we stop providing value for money and we're not doing an effective job, then I think it's well within the government and even this committee's rights to actually to revisit it and look at it.
So the question then is, who else would do it?
Yeah, and that is the big question, because you need to have a lot of animal welfare infrastructure, which RSPCA is bigger than us and we're growing. That is a big question.
And so I think one suggestion was that, you know, maybe it would be something the department should do. How realistic is that, given, you know, I certainly view the department as having a bit of an inherent conflict of interest when it comes to their responsibility to industry as well as their responsibility to animal welfare. Ideally, I'd like it separated out. But what do you think? Do you think that the department could be capable of running some sort of inspectorate or enforcement function?
This is not a slide on the department, but has you ever known any government to provide a service cheaper than you could get it in a sort of open and contestable market? I don't think so. So it'd cost a lot more money, and I don't know how effective they'd be.
If I can also interject, our staff at both ACOs are extremely qualified and knowledgeable in the work we do, and we've been around for a long time. So while the police are wonderful in the work that they do, they're focused mainly on humans. They have enforcement powers under POCTAA, but they often refer to us because they're more familiar with dealing with the Crime Act. So we'll often render assistance to the police in terms of advice on how to take carriage of a matter, and I know RSPCA do the same. So we're often helping each other out all the time, but in terms of skills and knowledge and awareness and reputation, I think you won't get two better teams than what both the ACOs do in terms of enforcement.
So we've been waiting a while for the Office of Animal Welfare to be established. I think it's not quite, the announcement from the government was not quite what a lot of us had in mind for an independent Office of Animal Welfare, but, you know, we'll take something over nothing. Have you been involved in any consultations in relation to what that might look like and how it might interact with the ACOs?
Not really, no. No, nothing, you know, we've heard, like everyone else, some whispers, but nothing formal.
Okay. And when, apologies if you've already referred to this, but when was your last meeting with the Minister?
The Minister's office, not the Minister, was in September last year.
Okay. When did you last meet with the Minister?
I'll have to take that on notice. I can't, actually, I think when she first got in, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay.
Around when they first got elected and she got appointed.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Is that it, Ms. Boyd?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I just go back to some of more financial questions? In your opening statement, you talked about expanding into different areas. How much of that growth is backed up by secure funding versus your charitable funding?
So there are two. Yeah. So are you talking about in regional areas?
Yeah.
Regional areas, that's being funded at the moment under the initial $5.5 million that we received under the rehoming grant.
Yep.
I'll take that on notice to give you specifics, but we know that it costs $175,000 to set up each of the offices. It's about a $90,000 running cost.
Okay.
But I'll have to give you the specific details.
Yeah, I'll notice that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. You were talking about capacity before. Just can you give us what's your current euthanasia rate of the animals that you do seize or take in?
So so there are two types of euthanasia. One is medical, and that's you can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Our behavioural was in our latest annual reports, that's 24-25, was 9. So that's like 0.024%. It's very expensive to run an organisation like that, and we put in a lot of time with our animals to ensure that we can get behavioural alignment in most instances.
Yeah.
This year, I understand, you and Alicia were talking about it yesterday, it is 11. So 11 animals to date.
For behavioural?
For behavioural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus medical, which we accept you can't really do
It's
anything.
about 4%.
4%.
That goes up. So that will include injured strays, animals that are given to us with serious medical issues. There were other. We spent $23,000 on a dog in our annual report that where we had to do a very complicated procedure on to ensure that it stayed alive. So we spend a lot of money on animals and keeping them alive.
Yeah. Ms. Hurst, you got any more questions?
We heard from the RSPCA this morning as well around the challenges they face about the uncertainty of the funding and the whole process and the delay in getting the money. I'm wondering if you have any sort of feedback about how the whole process could be improved to make sure that there is some certainty around the funding process in coming years.
Yeah, well, I think probably just putting it into the budget cycle. So actually ensuring that you have, you've got out years, you know what sort of money there is, you negotiate the targets and you have a longer term agreement. And that agreement should be struck before the beginning of the financial year. That would be my feedback. It's going to be pretty tough again, but I think when we got the rehoming grant, because we'd never received grants before, I think everyone was caught on the hop. Us, the department. So I think if we now just ensured we could get some long-term funding horizons, that'd be fantastic. The certainty is really important. And I understand RSPCA's concern. And, I'd just like to support what Amanda said before. We work closely with them. And we couldn't realistically, under any circumstances, just say, for instance, RSPCA said they didn't want to do the work. And we couldn't do it. We just don't have the infrastructure. So I think for both of us, we need to sit down and ensure that we've got some certainty and stability.
And I guess I've got a bit of a follow-up question about that infrastructure and the concerns there. And you were talking to questions before that, it's both RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League almost have sort of two roles within it. You've got the inspectorate, but then you're also sort of running a rehoming service and a rescue organisation at the same time. And you said before that that the kennels that you have are almost entirely filled with inspectorate animals. And I've got two questions there. What does that mean for any of the rehoming sort of processes that are expected by the community from your organisations? But also, if you end up in situations where the number of inspected animals is filling the kennels, and then you get called out to a job tomorrow where there's a puppy farm with 100 sick animals, I mean, what happens in those situations? I mean, I imagine you'd call on the RSPCA and you guys would try to help each other. But is that really a suitable response, or do we need far more infrastructure to deal with the caseload that you're seeing?
We need more infrastructure. We are building a precinct for animal welfare, so the government has given us money for a research animal rehoming facility. That's already been completed. So that's part of the legislation with regards to research animals. We presently have a DA in front of Liverpool Council to expand our facilities by 50 kennels and around about 50 cat condos. So that'll alleviate some of the pressure. So it's just taken quite a while to get that DA through, as you're probably aware. Infrastructure is key and important. In terms of our real we're founded on the inspectorate, but there is a large community expectation with rehoming. And I think, Scott, before you asked about the doghouse, that's been a great profile builder. At the moment, we have really long surrender lists, and people are starting to get frustrated that they can't get into our facilities to surrender their animals.
I know the RSPCA surrender list, last time I heard evidence from them, they said it was 12 months. How long is yours? Like, how long would somebody have to wait to surrender an animal with you
It
guys?
fluctuates, and it'll be 12 months, some 18 months. At the moment, it would be a little bit about 11 months, I'd say.
Which is still, not practical for most
long
people.
time.
Yeah. So, I mean, even with the new structure that will hopefully get approved at Liverpool Council, there's still going to potentially be an overflow problem, right? Like with the number of inspected animals that come in. And maybe this is for Ms Gray as well, can you just give the committee a bit of an insight into, when we're talking about inspected animals, what does that mean? Like, how long do they spend? How much does it cost to house them? What's involved once an animal is actually seized and somebody's taken to court?
So the animal is held for 60 days if they're seized, and in that time we have to commence court proceedings and serve cans. If we're lucky enough, we'll get the animal surrendered to us. In that case, we can still proceed with prosecution, but we have 12 months to be able to do that, and then that animal is able to be adopted, so have all its vet work done and adopted in that time. If the animal's seized and not surrendered over by the owner, then it is stuck in our system, basically, institutionalised until that court case has concluded. So animals, that are seized, we will work very hard to get a surrender on, but in a lot of cases, owners don't understand that, those animals will be held until conclusion of a court case, and we always get granted the animal. Generally, we like to go into court to win. But that animal is basically institutionalised until that court case is over. And we've got one there at the moment who's been in custody with us for about 9 months now. And that court case won't be until May or June. Stephen will be able to tell us about costs per animal, dogs and cats, that come in through inspectorate.
Yeah. And I'll get that information from you. So I just want to have you mentioned one case of 9 months. Do you sort of have a rough average even, and I don't expect you to sort of give it as a specific statistic, but like, can animals be stuck in this system for anywhere between sort of 6 months to 12 months? Like, what's kind of the range if they're not surrendered?
At very least 6 months. There's been a few cases where, animals have been there for 6 months. They've had to have veterinary surgeries done on them because it's been urgent, but they still don't belong to us. They still belong to the courts because they're in custody. And they're just on hold. We have potential adopters or fosterers for those animals, but we can't do anything with them. We can't move them on because they don't actually belong to us until it's determined by the court. So I'd say at least 6 months. It would be lovely if there'd be a process in place where, seized animals, there's other options for them, but at this moment in time there isn't.
There's a specific clause in our grant that says, so there is a way to shorten it, and that is by doing an inspectorate surrender, which isn't in POCTAA. It's not eligible under the grant, but it gives you time to be able to do other things with it gives you a year to prosecute, correct? And you don't have a 60-day holding period. So, that might make a big difference, but at the moment we're running pretty much on seizures because that's what's eligible under the grant.
Right. And so what costings are you looking at to hold these animals for sometimes six months, 9 months while the court case is running?
It depends on the length of time. The average cost per animal is about $5,900 of every animal we've got. Yeah. So I can give you that detail. I'll give it to you in detail if that's okay, and I'll take it on notice, but it's about $5,900 on average.
Thank you. And if there was additional funding that went into the inspectorate, what do you think the priorities would be for the Animal Welfare League? Where would that extra funding, what would it be used to go towards to help fill some of the gaps in this space?
I think my president's here. She's and the board is very interested in ensuring all the money that we receive go to animals.
But I just mean what specifically would it be? Would it be into infrastructure? Would it be more inspectors? Would it be safety measures for inspectors so they could go out? What would be the priorities in regards to the functioning of the inspectorate?
I think it would start with what your legal suggestion earlier, but then it would also go towards more inspectors around the state, and then ensuring that we can, we'll have the infrastructure in the short term, but the more we grow, the more infrastructure we'll need as well. So we'd have to phase that out.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I've got a couple more too.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, thank you both for coming along today. All three, one participating by remote. Could you just go back to the euthanasia numbers that we discussed a little bit earlier, and just go through them, if we could, in a little bit of detail. In terms of categories that you referred to in terms of classifying the shall we say, the conditions around or the reasons behind the euthanasia, you described it as medical, one category, and behavioural as the second category. Are they just the only two categories that you classify the grounds and reasons for the...
Generally it is, but I'm more than happy to provide you with a more comprehensive breakdown. There will be others than just medical.
What I'm interested in is that, I'll sort of put it in these frank terms, that you've got too many animals under care, and that they need to be euthanised because you've got... No, please forgive me. I mean, I'm just explaining to you that because there's been evidence brought to this inquiry, there's commentary in the media, not infrequently, that there is a fair bit of euthanasia going on. I use that in the general sense. In New South Wales, of companion animals, namely dogs and cats, because there are too many, and particularly the organisations that are funded and resourced by the government just can't cope, and therefore they are euthanasing animals. Could you respond to that?
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of
your own
organisation, but we definitely do not do that. It's, the whole reason we exist is because, but I'm happy to share, so I'll give you all the detail for all the figures as to how we calculate. It's all there, but
I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just trying to have a bit of a discourse with you about what we are hearing and have heard over a period of time, not just through the hearings, but in the public domain. On the medical and the behavioural categories, and let's perhaps deal with the medical first. You provided an example of an animal. I believe it was a dog you referred to, that its cost of treatment was, if I remember correctly, about $120 something or $130,000.
No, 23,000.
123,000.
No, 23.
Beg pardon?
23.
I apologise. Okay, 20,000. With respect to the question of, and I suppose this has a direct sort of linkage in with the issue of medical terminations, because clearly, I guess presumably, and forgive me, I'm not a vet, but advice provided to the organisation that there, and this is from a vet or vets treating vets with respect to the animal, that there are prospects one way or the other with respect to the likely success of the treatment, and let's assume it's complex like surgery. Who makes the call in regards to the authorisation of the proceeding with what is the procedure which is being proposed by the vet or vets?
So it used to be the CEO. Because I'm not a vet and I don't know, I'm not an expert in this area, the vets in conjunction with the head of shelter make that decision.
On an animal by animal basis?
Animal by animal basis.
Now that includes obviously cats and dogs, which are the ones that we're principally talking about. What about other animals? Or there are no other animals in this domain?
No, we've got some pocket pets, but I couldn't tell you how many.
No, that's fine. So the preponderance, the vast majority are cats and dogs. So with respect to this matter of the call made by the discussion between, did you say the CEO?
Head of shelter, the head of animal welfare services and the vets.
Yes,
yeah.
and the vets on a case-by-case basis. Is there and perhaps from the organisation's point of view, is there an actual or a de facto ceiling which is generally worked at in terms of making a decision about whether or not the money is going to be expended? Because I have to say $23,000, as I'm sure you appreciate, is a significant amount of money, and I say that with the greatest respect to animals, and also with respect to obviously the impact on the finances of the organisation. So does there exist, as I said, an actual or de facto threshold which operates, which informs whether or not, in the circumstances, the organisation will proceed with paying for what is proposed treatment or surgery?
I'll clarify the 23,000. It's actually in our annual report here. Not that amount of money, but it was crowdfunded.
No.
So that was crowdfunded differently to everything else,
Yeah.
and it was a complex medical procedure.
Oh, no doubt. But what I was trying to work out is that obviously there is the matter of the question of what would be, and I'm not suggesting I am in a position or have the knowledge or the experience to say defining what a threshold should be. But if the organisation obviously is as part of its remit very committed to keep animals alive, very committed to obviously help them recover from ill treatment or injury or whatever the case may be, the capacity to fund that medical sort of work that it does with respect to the animals, the ability to sort of make that go some way, I would have thought is dependent upon whether or not a threshold exists. Because obviously if there was a threshold, that prima facie would mean that the money could be, dare I say, stretched over more animals. If it was more open-ended and left to what is essentially a value judgment, which I respect is made by experts, that is likely prima facie to mean that the money in any 12-month period may likely less go the same way as if it was more sort of defined by a threshold. Do you have any comments on that?
It's not defined. Yeah. This question was actually raised by a doctor who gives us significant funds, right? And he sort of talked about the ethics in hospitals and what we have in animal welfare as well. And he was sort of concerned that animal welfare didn't actually have the same sort of ethics as hospitals do in terms of costs. Our vets and people in shelters aren't like, they're not making decisions like in a hospital. There typically is no financial consideration. It's all about the quality of life of the animal.
No financial consideration.
No, not
No,
typically.
I'm
not.
trying
If
to
it-
thrash this out, yeah.
But if you made that decision based on, and this is us, right? We're different. We're not a local pound. We
Yeah.
are not other organisations. But it's all about the quality of life that the animal will have, and that's what the decisions are primarily made on.
So going back to the example of the $23,000 or whatever the figure is, that would have been that's the primacy of what's the sort of decision making. In that's the primary consideration about what's going to be the potential outcome of the procedure, I presume.
And the likely success of that procedure.
Yes. Yeah. No, okay, thank you.
Oh, no, so,
Okay. Can I just get some clarity on, if this is inflammatory, I apologise, but why do we need the two organisations when they seem to be duplicative and fighting for the same pool of money?
I think it's always useful to have a competitive, like if you had one organisation, the government may not be getting value for money. So it's always useful to have two, and it's almost like a contingency as well for the provision of this service. So I would suggest that the government is getting better value for money out of having the two organisations.
Would you, just on that, would you welcome a third entry into the market? It's been put to this committee that Wise seems to be reinventing itself to enter this space. Would you welcome a third competitor?
The more
into
the
market?
merrier.
More the merrier.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain about it, no. I don't think I've got a AWL New South Wales or RSPCA should have a mortgage on providing these services necessarily, and if there is some other organisation that can do it to the same level that we do, and has the same sort of resources behind it, well, yeah.
Because there's been lots of comparisons made between your role and the police, for instance, and what they do in human side. You wouldn't suggest that we'd have another law enforcement agency. And then if you look at, there's two CEOs. That's a lot of inspectors that you could have out in the field. The different facilities that you have, if they were consolidated, that could make more money available to do other things. There's been grants provided which effectively seem to be funding an expansionist approach from the Animal Welfare League rather than focusing on doing the actual inspectorate.
Oh, no, we've certainly grown our inspectorate and the work that we've done. So we've gone from like an 8% market share to about more than a third of the market. So, effectively what we're doing is we are investing in that part. But I get what you're saying, but I still think that if the government is giving the money to it, because if the government's giving money to external organisations, having two of those organisations is probably gets them better value for money than just having one. And the police are actually part of the government.
Ms. Mitchell?
Just a quite a simple question, I guess. But with the truck, and I've seen it round. I live in Gunnedah. We've got some good local volunteers for your organisation there, and it's been at our showground before with council. I'm just wondering how you work out where you send the truck. Do communities say we need you? What does that kind of planning look like?
So every year, so what's happened with the truck is the government have given us another 6 months funding for that truck, and they've actually indicated that it would be they'd be looking at funding it going forward in terms of the enforcement grant. But we plan trips way out, and we'll also consult with vets in the local areas.
Yeah. Okay.
But we also do a lot of research into what places have vet clinics and what don't.
Yeah. Okay. So you try to fill a gap if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's only in rural and remote
Yeah. Yeah.
New South Wales.
Just one final question from me. You indicated around the Independent Office of Animal Welfare that you hadn't really had any discussions with the government as to what that looks like, how you don't interact with it. Have you internally turned your mind to how you would like to see that relationship work? And are you able to share your thoughts with us as to what you would like to see?
We haven't actually really put our mind. We've been too busy looking at providing service, so we really haven't put our minds to it. I think some of what we're aware of is discussions were taking place that it was going to be located within a department outside of DPI, but look, we don't.
So it could be just that you report to this office rather than reporting to DPI?
Yeah, could. But who knows? And so I'll wait until there's an announcement and
Sounds revolutionary.
Yeah.
Ms Hurst, do you have any other questions? No? All right. Mr Murphy? No? All right. Well, that takes us pretty much right to time. You did take a few questions on notice, and the Secretary will be in touch regarding those and any supplementaries we may have. Thank you very much for your
thanks.
time.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
We'll now break till 11:30. Okay, welcome back after that brief interlude. We now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with Mr. Crossman on my left, can you please state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, full name is Timothy Crossman, and I'm president of Safe Rehoming. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
Michael Donnelly, President of Animal Care Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sam Davis, Vice President of Animal Care Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
Tara Ward, Volunteer Managing Solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And starting that same order, would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to free flow questions?
Sure. In our submission to the inquiry on behalf of Safe Rehoming, we just flagged that transparency is something that we would like to see a lot more of in these organisations, both on the public's expectation of where money flows to, that some of which is, of course, given to from the state government. But also the animals and what happens to the animals in care, and a more transparent understanding of why animals are euthanized and that type of thing. As a small organisation, we're obliged to give pretty detailed understandings of why we euthanize animals, but it doesn't seem that the same rules apply to some of the bigger organisations. And that was our main kind of thought process behind what we're seeing in some of the hard to understand annual reports and figures that we see from these big organisations.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Davis?
Yes, I'll have an opening statement, Chair. I'd also ask that we be able to table that statement, as we've also brought along some attachments that support both the statement and any further testimony from our submission.
Yep.
So if we could do that, that would be fantastic. Good morning, everybody. First up, why? Since 2020, the purpose of these annual inquiries is to provide this committee, stakeholders, the public and the government an opportunity to hold the approved charitables accountable for their actions and their ability to enforce POCTAA. In return, it provides the ACOs the opportunity to be transparent and highlight why they should continue in that role. So why in 2026 are we still providing testimony that raises more questions about that ability, and we all continue to seek greater transparency and accountability? Over the past 6 years, submissions and testimony have been provided calling out the aggressive behaviour of the RSPCA inspectors. There have been questions raised regarding the governance of and internal dynamics of that same organisation. More alarmingly, though, we've heard about the mistreatment of animals and a clear lack of knowledge and expertise by inspectors. Who can forget the statement, horses don't have a foaling season? Or the fact the use of 7 to 15 on average of 11 shots at a galloping horse from a moving helicopter is a good welfare outcome. There are continually charges against individuals for not seeking veterinary care, despite the fact animals were under veterinary supervision, and attempts by treating vets to speak with the RSPCA have been ignored or not followed up upon, or while numerous cases of injuries to animals during seizure and in RSPCA custody continue to occur. Decisions and reports by police are ignored or overruled, such as the Great Dane seized less than 24 hours after complaint being cleared by police, to the more recent case where cross-contamination between the RSPCA and wires resulted in the euthanizing of a kangaroo, with 2 additional kangaroos that were ready for release into the wild being seized and their whereabouts still unknown. Evidence in that case suggested that Wires was both the complainant and closely involved in the enforcement action that followed, including providing the veterinary involved when animals were seized. This raises legitimate questions regarding independence in the enforcement process, particularly where Wires may also have borne a duty of care to the animal comparable to or exceeding that of the accused. As you would know, this case has resulted in an appeal against the original conviction being upheld. with the aggressive behaviour of the RSPCA and wires highlighted by the court. The relationships between the RSPCA and other parties is concerning. These examples raise a broader policy question for this committee, and that is, should criminal law enforcement powers continue to be exercised by charitable organisations rather than by the state itself? Animal Care Australia submits the current enforcement model requires reform. Why does government past and present continue to utilise the RSPCA? Why has very little changed in reporting formats, accountability or transparency? Why does government place budget costs over animal welfare? All of this is why Animal Care Australia recommends the establishment of an independent Animal Welfare Commission responsible for investigation, enforcement and prosecution under the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Ward.
Thank you. A strong theme in the submissions to this inquiry is that the current system with charitable organisations carrying out inspectorate functions is undermined and marred by inherent conflicts of interest. This aspect of the current system was lamented by all sides of the animal use or animal protection spectrum. The conflicts can arise due to the charity's inescapable need to fundraise, creating a perception this need may even influence enforcement decisions, including decisions to prosecute, and can lead to competing with small volunteer-run rescue organisations and individuals for the same donor dollars, as one submission put it. This is unacceptable, as these grassroots and community rescuers are beyond crisis point and need all the help and support they can get. Another theme was the lack of transparency and accountability in having private entities carry out public enforcement functions. This can lead to extremely questionable decisions to prosecute vulnerable members of the public, such as wildlife carers, devoting their lives and finances to caring for orphaned and injured wildlife, while ignoring activities such as rodeos, where animals are routinely abused and harmed purely for entertainment. The prosecution of the experienced wildlife carer Tracy Dodds, which has already been raised in this hearing, including by my fellow witnesses, is an example of the former. Since the ADO's written submissions, the District Court of New South Wales has overturned the local court's conviction of this carer in a decision that was scathing of the ACO and the wildlife organisation that brought the prosecution. Although cleared of all wrongdoing, this dedicated carer is now reportedly hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt due to legal costs in defending herself, and her case is not isolated. The ADO is aware of several other carers targeted by heavy-handed enforcement action which cannot reasonably be considered to be in the public interest. The only viable and effective solution would be to give compliance and monitoring functions to an independent entity and not to another conflicted entity such as the New South Wales Department, as has been suggested. That would be the Department of Primary Industries. In the lead up to the 2023 state election, the New South Wales Labor Party stated that it will, quote, create a new independent Office of Animal Welfare, unquote. It is vital that the New South Wales government deliver on its election commitment. An independent entity would help achieve transparency and accountability and better monitoring with appropriate routine or unannounced inspections where they are needed, such as rodeos and other activities using and manipulating animals for entertainment or profit. It would also help achieve fairer use of inspectorate resources, not targeting vulnerable animal guardians such as voluntary wildlife carers, ideally working independently with the individuals who do the caring, rather than selected large and powerful organisations far removed from the on-the-ground caring of the animals we are all seeking to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ward. Just a broad question from me to open us up to all of you. Do you believe that ACOs can effectively both enforce the law and also do advocacy, or is that a insurmountable conflict of interest?
I think, and I think Animal Care Australia's view is that it's run its course. It might have been appropriate decades ago, but animal welfare now has got to a stage where, in terms of society, that it requires the state. There's no other law that I'm aware of that's enforced by a charity, and why should this be an exception? It's not working. I think that it is better to bite the bullet at some stage and say, no, the state needs to take that on. And I recommend, if members of this committee haven't read it, to read our Animal Welfare Commission proposal that also includes a bill to also spread the load across the entire state. So we're essentially proposing that it would be local government, and it might be for a small LGA that they might only get, say, 0.2 or 0.3 of a full-time equivalent. For a large LGA, they may get a full-time person. So in every LGA, there would be a fraction of an animal welfare person, because in our experience, it's local government that often sees these problems, and they're doing it under companion animals and other local laws that they're enforcing this sort of stuff and see welfare issues. So you'd have those sort of people that are there to help. They're not the ones that charge. And then you have some senior animal welfare officers employed by the state that then, should that person get there and it's an obvious cruelty offence, for instance, or even if it's one where the person's not responding appropriately, then they call in the senior animal welfare officer, who then does, like a normal policeman would, collects evidence, decides whether they're going to charge, and discusses it with the local police prosecutor or department of the DPP if necessary, and that to me is the logical model for this area, and would then, at the moment, the reality is we're covering Sydney and Newcastle, and I think you've already heard evidence from the CEOs probably of both the ACOs that they're really not covering rural areas in any real way. We need coverage of the whole state as well, and I think that sort of model can do that well.
Mr. Crossman or Ms. Ward, you got any thoughts?
I would definitely agree with Mr. Davis. I think it's I think it's a bridge too far now for those organisations to be doing what they're doing in terms of, or what they should be doing in terms of the animal management, and then on top of that, trying to get through all of the cruelty cases and things like that. So I think separation would make a lot of sense.
Ms. Ward, any thoughts?
Thank you. Yes, the Animal Defenders Office doesn't have a problem with the dual sort of, or with the idea of advocacy, of being both a sort of advocacy entity and also an enforcement entity. I think that those two can actually go together. I mean, you think of the ACCC, for example. The problem is having a private charity enforce criminal laws, as my fellow witnesses have already stated. That is the real problem. When you think about the origins of why we have private charities enforcing what are criminal laws, the first animal cruelty statute was introduced in the UK in the early 1800s. That was before London had a police force. So necessarily to enforce it, those who brought about the Act had to create a body to enforce it, and including themselves going around and enforcing the Act. So it's in a sense, it's an historical accident that we have a private charities enforcing criminal laws. That may have been acceptable in the early 1800s, but in 2026 in Australia, it's certainly not acceptable, and we have to move beyond that. What was really just a temporary solution. So it's having private entities, private charities enforce criminal laws that creates all the problems due to the lack of transparency and accountability.
Sure. And I'll start with ACO. In your submission, you speak about RSPCA using enforcement as a fundraising or policy campaign tool. Have you got any specific examples where you think they've demonstrated that what I see as an inherent conflict, the using enforcement to promote and elicit donations?
Without going into specifics, Chair.
I'm happy for you to go into specifics if you can.
I'd rather take the specifics on notice just to ensure that I get the specifics correct. But the first thing that does pop straight into my mind was the case of a dog breeder in rural New South Wales whose family had gone to local council to report that the two carers or owners of the puppies and the dogs that were on site were both suffering from early stages of dementia. The relatives sought through local council to seek some form of assistance to deal with those dogs. Council then contacted the RSPCA to come out and inspect the property, take the dogs, and suddenly we had, nationwide, statewide, particularly headlines that we've just taken in this and closed down this massive puppy farmer, ... showing photographs of all of these dogs that had not been cared for or supposedly not been cared for, and then all of a sudden, right at the very bottom of all of their articles that they shared that information. It's, if you'd like to see more of this, donate to the RSPCA today. I think that in itself, that kind of a statement underneath an announcement that we've just seized a whole load of dogs for potential animal cruelty, that's exactly what you're referring to, I'm assuming, Chair. Yep.
Has anyone, other witness, seen examples where you think it crosses the line from just enforcement to soliciting donations?
If I could just say that I think the problem here is, in addition to the specifics, but is the perception that can occur. This is the problem of having a private charity that needs to raise funds in order to keep itself going, also with enforcement functions, and that perception is there. It's inherent, and that's what we have to deal with, and ideally find a solution that can avoid that perception, because that perception is damaging.
Mr. Crossman, any thoughts?
No.
Well, I'll just stick with you. In your opening statement, you mentioned, I guess, you wanted to see greater transparency in terms of how animals are dealt with when they're in the care of the ACOs, and you talked about the level of detail that you need to disclose when you euthanize an animal. Can you just talk us through the level of detail that your organisation goes through in disclosing the reasons why and how you've treated or dealt with those animals compared to the ACOs?
Yeah, so as a recognised rehoming organisation, we have to submit all of our figures to the OLG at the end of every financial year, and that includes adoption figures, number of deaths in care, number of euthanasias in care, all of those types of things. And in fact, what it states that we do is, for every euthanasia that we do, we actually write a paragraph on why that euthanasia occurred, which ends up being an appendix to what we submit in terms of the actual raw figures. And we generally would go into pretty significant detail, especially for cases that are potentially behaviour cases where we might have a dog that we have assessed and deemed dangerous. We go through all of the specifics as to how we've actually come to that point. And the same thing with the medical sides of things. We talk about the vets and the lead up to that decision. And from what I can see on these organisations' side of things, they don't seem to have any type of transparency on that. They just put a figure somewhere in their annual report that is pretty vague and not all that clear about why or what happened. And obviously their numbers are much more significant than what ours are as well. So I mean, we aim for well below 10%, and I think we've rarely ever come over 2% of euthanasias through our whole intake versus euthanasia ratio, whereas theirs is significantly more. And obviously they've got a larger volume and they're dealing with a lot more serious stuff than what we do. But the flip side of that is that there's just no explanation on where these or why these animals are euthanized. And I think I mentioned in my submission that there seems to be two different categories sometimes, and those categories are very unclear as to what, one I think was feral cats or something like that, and the other's fractious cats, I think was the word that they used. And I can't really ascertain what the difference is. And yeah, it's just curious to me that, we go into all of these very extreme details. We're happy to do that because we have, we're transparent. But these organisations don't seem to need to have to do that. And I don't know that I think the public would be, interested to know, and the public expectations on these things are probably higher than what we're actually getting at the moment.
Yeah. And would you like to see more species-specific outcomes in the ACO's reports broken down that way?
Yeah, I think so. I think the more broken down data that we can get, the better, because that ends up leading us to figuring out why these things are happening, and then we can try and avoid, too much euthanasia if we can. It's not always going to be the case that we can do that, but I think knowing the data is very important because that leads us to these better outcomes.
Chair, given that Animal Care Australia represents all of the different pet breeds across the realm, we would love to see an actual breakdown of the different animal species that are being treated, cared for and euthanased by both of the ACOs.
Yeah, I'm noting Ms Mitchell's jumping.
Oh, no, keep going.
I was going to say, because what you do when you look at the report, all it says is it's small animals. And then there's this little tiny fine print underneath that lists a whole series of all different species that accumulates to become. And you've actually got to go looking at some of the inspectorate reports to kind of find out any detail about what some of those smaller animals may have had wrong with them or may have been being treated. So an actual full-on breakdown of the different species would be one good step, and then the reasons why all of these species are being euthanased far greater broken down and far greater explained than right now.
So just as a follow-on, I was actually going to ask you about that, Ms Ward, because it's in your submission as well, and you go to not just the number of animals but also like complaints sometimes when it says involves more than one animal but there's no detail in terms of the number of animals seized, again, no types or species. So did you want to make a comment about, again, why you think the data's lacking and
Absolutely.
why we need it? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, we were. I think the sort of overall level of reporting has improved, thanks to this, no doubt, in large part due to this inquiry and its predecessors. But where it is certainly lacking is on this very issue, a breakdown of the animal species. And we were focusing particularly on the inspectorate report.
Yeah.
And there I think it's essential to have a breakdown of the animal types, species, so that we can evaluate where the enforcement action or whether the enforcement action and especially the prosecutorial action is achieving the animal welfare goals that we want it to achieve. Are we just focusing on a specific or a very small subset of animals, or is sort of enforcement action spread across the different animal types, animal uses, animal contexts? That's essential information if we're going to be able to evaluate the inspectorate actions that are being taken.
And I'm happy for any or all of you to answer this. I hope, sorry, Chair, I just thought this fit in with this line of question.
Go for
but
it.
I also wonder too, in terms of looking at, I'm going to say trends, which is a weird way to talk about sort of animal welfare issues. But the point being, if you notice that there's particular surges in numbers of certain animals being impacted, or then could you also look, or government could look more sensibly at what the preventative measures are as well, or is that part of the rationale too? Does that make sense?
Well, Mr. Coleman gave testimony here this morning that he wanted to see the RSPCA more heavily involved in prevention.
Yeah.
So even their own statistics wouldn't allow him to be able to do that under the current way they're recorded. So absolutely.
Yeah. Because I just think if you're seeing a higher number of issues for one particular species or another, that might help, ensure that dollars are being spent where they're best able to support animals before it reaches the point where these things are occurring.
I think, and I'm not sure who it was earlier, because we were listening in the car on the way in, that you asked for a breakdown of how much money is actually spent on the inspectorate, because we get this from the RSPCA, we get this $20 million thrown around all the time, and I know that we've never seen a real breakdown of what that is. So that, I think, is perhaps something that could be added to I think it's in the regulations, is it? The inspectorate report that they've got to give each year, I think would be useful to have a breakdown of that. How much is actually on inspectors' pay, how much is on, their vehicles and on admin and prosecution and so on. And that would absolutely, I think, be useful. And it'd be useful in terms of this conversation about how much is it going to cost the government to take on that role, to have an idea of actually how much it costs, rather than sort of the charitable organisations, I guess they're trying to put their hand out and get as much money as they can, and I don't blame them. Everybody does the same when they write grant applications, don't they? You ask for double so that you get, ask for 20 million hoping you'll get 10. But we want to know what the real number is to actually do this, and I don't think we have it at the moment. Can I just comment, the thing that struck me about the inspectorate reports, particularly this is the RSPCA one, is in terms of prosecutions, that of the sort of in the order of 100 plus prosecutions that are finalised each year, there's actually only about 6 or so of them that are contested at all in court. So the majority are guilty pleas or guilty because the person didn't show up or they're shifted off as mental health issues. So that's a very small number. And there's only been in the last 4 years one not guilty, which was a livestock one where it was contested and they found not guilty. And then there's the recent Dodds case, which I'd like to at some stage while we're here talk to in a little more detail. But that raises concerns to me and talking to other people in compliance that of those sort of in the last 4 years in the order of 500 odd cases that they brought, that only one was found not guilty. I'm involved in a lot of local government sort of advocacy stuff, and maybe our council's absolutely hopeless, but I can tell you now there's a lot more people found not guilty than 1 out of 500, and I think that would generally be the case. So that to me sort of highlights there's something going on, and from our perspective, ACO's perspective, the reason is because it costs so much. So people fall on their sword, they go to their local solicitor, he goes, yeah mate, you're not guilty and you can go through the process if you want, but that'll cost you, probably the local court will find you guilty because they don't have time to really go into it in any detail. You'll then appeal to the district court, you'll be out of pocket 150 to 200 grand, and you'll be lucky to get, even if you get costs, you'll probably only get half of it back. So that'll cost you 100 grand, or you can fall on your sword, pay the $1,000 or whatever you can negotiate with the RSPCA prosecutor, and go and have a few beers tonight and get over it. So what do people do? They take that option. So we're not really doing credit to the law, and similarly, in RSPCA's defence, they've got limited funding, so perhaps they're only choosing to progress cases where they think they've got a, pretty much 100% chance of finding someone guilty. I suggest there's probably a balance of those two things. They're on the one hand sort of, people are just not pleading not guilty and defending for economic reasons, and I guess to be fair, RSPCA are not progressing cases where they don't think that they've got a pretty much 100% chance of guilty. But that's an issue with having an ACO doing it, not the state doing it. We're not really enforcing the laws that you guys are putting in place the way that they're intended.
Can I just go to back to the financial transparency topic? RSPCA spoke about having to submit monthly acquittal reports to the government for the funding that they receive. Would you like to see something public facing where you get to see on a monthly or quarterly how they're spending taxpayers' dollars in doing the inspectorate work?
Simple answer, yes.
Would you like it to incorporate the figures or the money that they say is being drawn from charitable donations as well?
Absolutely. We've also got bequests that are constantly being handed over to them in hundreds of thousands of dollars, not just simple small sums of tens of thousands. They're hundreds of thousands.
It's not only,
bequests.
sorry to interrupt me, it's not only bequests though, is it? And RSPCA is a charity, but it is also a complex business network. They have partnerships.
And it's also lotteries. They've got lotteries that they're promoting on social media where they're actually running lotteries, and you can win a car if you donate to us between these two dates. So what happens with all of that money? Where does that money go? And even of a greater concern, how does that fit exactly within the charitable fundraising statuses and rules applied under the ACNC? Now, I know charities can do that and run lotteries, but how is it that you've got a not-for-profit charitable organisation running a lottery in order to pay for ... and we don't know what that ... actually is, and they're still able to have that authority to do so?
I think the reports that I believe that they give to DPI, or whatever its acronym is these days,
DPIRT.
they could be released. But the other thing that we've noticed over the years, the connection between the state, you know, in our case RSPCA New South Wales, and the federal RSPCA, and their, you know, sponsoring eggs and, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's completely unclear to me, and I don't think you guys have got it at that connection really in any strong way. So I don't know what the answer to that is. I just put it out there that maybe needs to be considered somehow by the committee.
Ms. Ward, did you have your sort of hand up before I jumped in?
I did, but
Sorry.
thank you. That was for the previous question going to animal types or species. If I could just quickly add that why that information is essential is because it would highlight enforcement gaps. So where are we not enforcing our animal protection laws? For example, a classic example that we're always mindful of is the harming or the shooting of wildlife out in the field. We need to know, or another one is farmed animals, of course. We need to know where the laws are not being enforced, so that we can deal with that issue. So just to have a broad statement, this many prosecutions about this number of animals doesn't tell us much.
But to that also, that allows for the flip over for the greater education, where those things are occurring, where those incidents are arising. That goes back to Ms. Mitchell's question about there being trends within different species. If there is a notable trend, you can educate. As a government, you can start to put more education out to churn that around and prevent some of that from occurring.
Just to, thank you, Chair. And probably to follow on from your answer there, Ms. Ward, and in your submission and in your opening statement, you contrast the decision of the RSPCA to prosecute a wise carer versus the fact the RSPCA does very few routine inspections of animal industries such as rodeos. Do you actually think that this reflects a misalignment of priorities in regards to investigations and prosecutions?
I think the facts speak for themselves, yes. That you can have an experienced, dedicated wildlife carer prosecuted over 5 years is appalling, but then again, this is the problem. It's a private entity, and they can exercise that discretion in whatever way they want. So for members of the public, such as ourselves, to see an experienced wildlife carer, a local hero or a national hero, she should be, dedicating her life and finances to the care and rehabilitation of the forgotten animals, the wildlife, existing beyond what we see. To have that person prosecuted, and yet these many activities that occur where all they've got to do is inspect. They've just got to have someone out there to inspect, say, for example, rodeos. Rodeos are completely banned in the ACT on animal welfare grounds. This is not just a random example of an animal activity. Rodeos are cruel. They are banned on cruelty grounds in the ACT. Various events in rodeos are banned in other jurisdictions. They would be banned in New South Wales on animal cruelty grounds if it weren't for their specific exemptions under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. So here is an activity that is inherently cruel, and yet where are the routine inspections? So we need to have some kind of accountability as to the exercise of that discretion as to where they're going to exercise their compliance and enforcement powers.
And do you have are you finding that there's cases that are not prosecuted that you have heard of as a lawyer that you felt should have been prosecuted, and at the same time cases that are being prosecuted that you think, why has the charity stepped in here?
Yes, frequently.
We'll back that up as
yes.
well.
I imagine Animal Care Australia might jump in.
It is a recurring theme in one's dealings with this issue. Again, like my fellow witnesses, I'd have to take any specifics on notice, but it is a constant source of concern and disappointment that this discretion to enforce the laws or where to enforce the laws is exercised in cases where it is clearly not in the public interest, and clearly not going to any kind of systemic reform or that would highlight systemic issues, and instead going after sort of the vulnerable members of our community, where the working with approach would be far more appropriate.
Thank you. And on notice, sorry, I'll come to you. On notice, are you able to give me a couple of examples where you've come across this? Sorry, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think you need to agree to take that on notice, Ms. Ward.
Yes,
thank you. Mr. Davis.
I think we could probably do the same, actually, with some cases that we've got. I was just going to make the point that those statistics are showing that there was only one case of somebody actually being found not guilty, to me indicates that the cases that are being prosecuted, we're only prosecuting the where they're virtually 100% likely to be guilty, and also the details of each of those cases really doesn't come to light when most people are simply pleading guilty before it even gets to court, which is where I think that this Tracy Dodds case is particularly critical, because it is one, and I accept that RSPCA may decide to defend the appeal. That's true, and costs haven't been awarded. But nevertheless, there's a lot of stuff in the transcript that I've spent a couple of days reading in the local court that brings out issues, I think, that maybe do require some legislative change to correct it. Because I think it was clear reading that transcript that the Katoomba judge, whose name escapes me, was well aware that at no stage did Tracy have any intention at all to be cruel to that animal. That was clear, and yet she was charged and found guilty in the local court, and I think, as Ms. Ward said, that case hasn't been finalised, but I mean she was acquitted at appeal, and that's 5 years after the case. But the actual details of it, I think, are really interesting, and the fact that we've got that court transcript is really valuable. And if you've got the time, maybe worth sort of reading through it. Can I just spend a few minutes just to go through the things that I highlighted? So ASIO is aware of one acquittal in that's this case where the Dodds versus RSPCA. It raises the issue of who was effectively directing enforcement action under POCTAA during that case. My understanding is that there was a Zoom meeting with Wires where the Wires vet was present, and then some 3 weeks later, they then arrived, both the Wires vet and a Wires officer, along with an RSPCA inspector, and Wires were the complainant. All the evidence that was collected at that time was actually collected by Wires, really, by his own admission, and I don't doubt the expertise of the Wires vet. I actually know him personally, so I don't doubt his expertise. He then decided on the way back, stopped, and says in his evidence that he consulted with the RSPCA inspector and decided to euthanase. Now, when you read that transcript, it becomes clear that what was really happening was that Wires was conducting that investigation, and the RSPCA inspector was essentially there to sign the paperwork, the seizure paperwork, and also the aggravated cruelty charge. That I think is reasonably clear. Now, one thing that this bothers us is why was Tracy Dodds, whether it was correct for Tracy Dodds to be charged or not, she's a Wires carer. The Wires people who were present, they have responsibility for those animals too. They're the ones that hold the permit to care for animals and to rehabilitate them. It's their vet that was in the Zoom meeting. It's their officers that were in the Zoom meeting. Why did RSPCA not see fit to charge Wires? So in fact, it seems most bizarre that they're the complainant. They're also the ones who sort of essentially conducted the investigation, and yet they themselves, in our view, had at least as much responsibility and duty of care to those animals as did Tracy Dodds. So I don't understand why RSPCA did not investigate Wires and charge Wires throughout this whole thing. That's very strange. The problem is that this case to me highlights real concerns about why did Wires investigate this case in the first place. Why didn't Wires deal with the situation? Why did they call in the RSPCA? I mean, you've probably read a lot of the other. I won't. There's a lot of sort of hearsay in submissions that you've got. Obviously, Tracy was critical of the way they spent money. Previously after the bushfires, their $100 million, and I think we have as well, and many other people have been. And so there's this innuendo that it was sort of getting back at her, and perhaps that's the case. But just getting back to sum up, in terms of POCTAA, I think the aggravated cruelty charge, there's sort of three items. Sorry, for cruelty generally, there's three items that are in the definitions, and the third one is that you didn't offer vet care when you should have, and I would say that third one specifically, there needs to be some intention or some recklessness involved in that, so that the judge can then, because the judge in the local court found that in hindsight that animal did have a broken bone and its hock wasn't treatable and so on. Now, Tracy wasn't to know that. The animal had been to a vet initially, then it was handed to her. She had concerns it wasn't healing enough. She took it to her local vet. She then had the Zoom meeting with Wires, and they didn't bring up, and Wires vet present. Yep. They didn't bring up that problem. And it was at that point, after that Zoom meeting, that the period of time that she didn't get vet treatment sort of commenced in terms of the charge. And then, obviously they came up some weeks later. So to me, Wires there was an issue there. Their vet had seen, photos and during the Zoom meeting of the animal, and they had sufficient concerns that they then some weeks later went up and did this investigation and obviously made the complaint to RSPCA because the inspector was with them. So the problem is twofold. One, no intention from Tracy at all to cause problems. Why is that a crime? If she had no intention, obviously if she knew, she would have taken the animal back to the vet. She didn't know. It was only in hindsight. In fact, the break was only found during an autopsy after the animal had been euthanased. So that's the first thing. Maybe maybe POCTAA needs to be changed to have some intent or some recklessness on the part of the accused before they can be charged. I'd highly recommend that that's the case. And secondly, it does draw into question this whole ability of the ACOs to investigate and prosecute when obviously there was some weird integration between Wires and the ACO during that particular case. And I know it's only one case, but it's the only case we got because no other cases have ever been acquitted.
Can I just jump in here just to get some thoughts from Ms. Ward in regards to the proposed changes to legislation? Can I get, as a lawyer that works in the animal space, the proposed legislation and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, do you think that would be good or sound changes to legislation?
Sorry, Deputy Chair, I'm not sure of what changes the change that Mr. Davis mentioned about introducing a mental element to the...
I don't think it was a mental element. I think it was a recklessness or intent in regards to failing to get veterinary treatment.
Sorry, yes, that's what I meant. So it's an interesting question, and New South Wales is possibly on its own in not having a mental element or a sort of going to the state of mind of the offender in either of its two cruelty charges, so cruelty or aggravated cruelty. In the ACT, by contrast, for example, cruelty doesn't have that sort of mental element, if I can call it that, but the aggravated cruelty does. In New South Wales, it's no mental element is required for either charge. I'm not a prosecutor, so I'm not aware of the sort of technical advantages of keeping it sort of not strict liability, but sort of more or sort of closer to that, where it's just the physical elements of the offence need to be proven. It would certainly make it a lot more difficult to prove that offence if there's a mental element. So I would say that one, I would have to take that on notice, but two, it's a complex legal question, and there are pros and cons with both approaches.
Thank you. And if you can take it on notice, that'd be great. And I know there's other people with questions, so I'll just throw this one quickly to everyone. But, you know, we've heard a lot that, you know, the enforcement of animal cruelty laws, no matter what model it is sort of only half funded to be able to, and it's kind of not quite functioning. Do you think that no matter what model we are using, that there's a requirement to fully fund the enforcement of these laws, and obviously an assessment of those laws as they change through time as well, to ensure that this is all properly enforced? I'll probably start with you, Ms. Ward.
So, sorry, Deputy Chair, was that a question as to whether the enforcement function of whatever entity is should be funded? Or properly funded?
Fully funded, I suppose, rather than requiring any other kind of model. Like, I guess just getting your thoughts on the fact that there's claims that we're kind of at 50% funding of what is claimed to be required in this space, and just getting your thoughts on that in regards to government responsibilities in this space and enforcement of cruelty.
Well, the government is getting out of it far too lightly and far too cheaply. This is a government responsibility. It's enforcing criminal laws. We don't have any other context where we outsource that function. So it needs to be fully funded by government. I think that's what the community expects, and especially when it comes to animal protection.
And I'll ditto what Ms. Ward has just said. It has to be fully funded by government. And it's not just a government responsibility, it's a full societal responsibility as well. Yes, the funding has to come from the government, but the responsibility of animal care has to come from everyone.
Mr. Crossman?
Yeah, I would just I agree with other folks as well, and just kind of add that I think if the government's funding that side of it, it lets the charities take care of the animals, right? And rather than having to worry about prosecuting and the laws and such, because as everyone said, that's the government's job ultimately.
If I could just add that I think that's only some of the problem. The problem the answer is not to fully fund the charities. The answer is to find or create a separate entity, and ideally an independent entity that would have most of these responsibilities, and then fund that entity.
Yep. And let the charities go back to what they were doing.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
I mean, recent history
everywhere
shows
else bar that enforcement part of it.
Can I just jump in there? How would that help you, Mr. Crossman? When we heard just earlier this morning that the charities are kind of overflowing with enforcement animals. What impact does that have on rescue groups? Does that mean that if they're filled with enforcement animals and they're no longer rehoming animals, what does that mean for rehoming groups that get very little to almost no funding?
Yeah, look, I guess if the larger charities are having more capacity because they've got funds to go in different directions, including looking after the actual animals that they have in care, which is their primary focus, or should be their primary focus. That should then quell a bit of the problems that the smaller organisations are having, because at the moment we are overflowing, and it feels, and it's maybe not the case, but it does feel a lot of the time like these bigger organisations aren't pulling their weight in comparison to what the smaller organisations are doing.
I can tack on to that. When you have a CEO of a major organisation who publicly states that they're no longer taking in surrenders and that it's now the responsibility of somebody else, and yet their charitable status is funded around that speaks for itself.
Can I just ask, so as far as, we've talked on the sort of selective enforcement, the non-enforcement, not taking stuff to court unless they're going to win. Which way are we trending for that? Is it getting better or worse?
I guess that would depend who you ask.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, from our perspective, we agreed just a moment ago with the previous question that there are prosecutions that are progressing that shouldn't have. There are prosecutions that aren't progressing that should have. And somewhere in between all of that is the actual real answer to your question. But where that sits, we don't know, because we don't have the data, we don't have the statistics, we don't have the knowledge. What I would say to you is when you look at those statistics that we are presented with, and you look at the point that Mr. Davis was making about there's only one appeal and all of the rest of those are guilty, there is nothing in any of those statistics that tells us who are these people that are being brought before the courts? Where are they from? What's their socioeconomic backgrounds? What is it that may be driving some of this? Is it the fact that they are from a lower socioeconomic background and therefore can't afford the animal care to its fullest extent? Mr. Coleman sat this morning and said one of their prevention methods probably should have been handing the $300 vet fee over rather than just kind of fobbing it off or doing whatever else with the enforcement. All well and good, that sounds great. And he did acknowledge that there was a socio-economic point into that they wouldn't be handing that $300 to everybody. And yet they're not doing that. They're not acknowledging any of that. In fact, the RSPCA are doing the complete opposite. They've stopped a lot of their educational programs and they've taken up educational programs that are favourable in the moment, such as right at the moment there's a great debate about cat containment issues around the country. Suddenly we have a home safe education program from RSPCA. Where are all the other education programs for all of the other species? They're not doing what he's claimed that they should be doing. So I don't think there's one answer to answer your question, and I don't think there is one input into that. There's a lot that needs to be looked at. But by having the government funding that fully with all of the enforcement power that they then have, that can be done, because you guys here can do that. Budget estimates can do that far better. Parliament can hold them more accountable. Who's holding the RSPCA accountable? The government certainly isn't.
Ms. Ward, do you feel that the effectiveness or the appropriateness of the enforcement is getting better or worse?
Well, I think it goes to our earlier point that the witnesses have been making, that we simply don't have the information to be able to answer that because we can't evaluate. So to me, it's all about the animals, of course, but we really need to know the prosecution sort of activity. What is that focused on? What animals is it helping? What is the fate of the animals? What sort of animal uses, animal species, animal types, etc., are being are benefiting from that? If they are benefiting, this is the problem, that we can't evaluate how well or not our laws, our animal protection laws, are working at the moment. So it's actually difficult to answer that question.
It is.
Ms. Ward, you touched earlier about the issues of fighting for the same donation pools and that sort of stuff. We heard from the Animal Welfare League the benefits of having multiple agencies in this space. What do you see as the benefits of having more than one agency playing this role? And would you like to see that expanded, I guess, for all of you, where it could see a role for you in this space as well?
I'll let you answer. It was posed to you
thank
first.
you. Sorry, if I could just clarify, what role are we talking about in particular?
Let's just talk about to me, there's a duplication at the moment between having different agencies playing a very similar role. They're competing for donation funds. You know, there's two CEOs at the table where that could be a couple of extra inspectorates. There's a couple of different facilities that could be combined to make one better facility. I just wonder what your views are on the duplication that's happening. Is that advantageous or is that causing problems?
If we look at other jurisdictions, I think, again, New South Wales may be unique in that it has two ACOs. Most other jurisdictions will have, they may have more or several enforcement bodies, but they have specific functions. So there's sort of memoranda of understanding between them. But in terms of an ACO, there's one. So I'm not sure why New South Wales ended up with two, but it would appear that they're, unless they had some kind of sharing of the functions, say, we look after this region of the jurisdiction, that would make sense. But at the moment, I'm not aware of any kind of justification in terms of achieving positive outcomes for animals in having two, and certainly having an independent entity or a special unit within the police force, for example, that would be responsible for the actual enforcement. I think it would be better. future, it would be better use of the scarce enforcement dollars.
And I'll take to that. No, we disagree with that previous answer from the AWL. There should not be charitable organisations doing this at all, let alone more than one, more than two, more than three. Charitable organisations do not fit in this space in any way, shape or form. What I would say to you, the benefit that it has been obvious to Animal Care Australia by these two ACOs is the ethos that exists and the different ethos that exists between those two ACOs. One's very law enforcement, aggressive focused, and the other is far more animal care, animal education, and then prosecution focused. So if one was to claim there has been a benefit of having two ACOs, that might be it.
Can I just make the point? Like, I'm involved in a lot of voluntary clubs that care for animals, and I mean ACA, has numerous large organisations that represent dogs, cats, birds, etc. For me, it's birds, and I've been in many other states. I know in Victoria there's some sort of Dogs Victoria, and I think there's a couple of other organisations that are kind of been targeted. That they do have a sort of a regulatory role in monitoring their members, and I find this, like, I've been dead against it in the bird area. I think, and it's a huge problem for RSPCA and AWL, where they've got this inspectorate function, and at the same time they're supposed to be prevention of cruelty, which is really going in and helping people and educating them and directing them towards better care and that sort of thing. And to me, like, for voluntary clubs to get involved in that, I've always been quite adamant that no, okay, if we see one of our members that's doing something really drastically wrong, then and we can't help them, then maybe it is time to lodge a complaint with whoever the authority is. But to actually be that authority, no, I think that's real conflict of interest, and I think it's one of the major issues for RSPCA and AWL too. And it is, if you even talk to an average copper, they go to a domestic violence thing, they get there, and somewhere along the line it becomes, I'm not just trying to break up a fight between two people, there's now a crime being committed, and I've got to switch my brain from trying to just resolve an argument peacefully to, collecting evidence and potentially charging somebody. And I think for charitable organisations to have that sort of dual role is fraught with danger. And it's even worse because they've in fact got inspectors whose job it is essentially to charge people or to give them Section 24N notices and so on. That is sort of their primary role. They've got a uniform and all the rest of it. That's what they're about. They're not really about preventing cruelty. They're about dealing with it once it's happened, and it is a real conflict.
And Mr. Davis, back to your point about they're only taking cases to court when they're 100% convinced that they're going to happen, and maybe also, I guess, to the point that they're actively chasing cases they know is going to raise donation money. Is that a surprise, given the fact that their funding's been cut in half in the last 2 or 3 years?
No, it's actually the opposite. It's not a surprise because they continually get more funding through the charitable fundraising and through being able to put all of that out to the public and claim that they're helping more animals. So it's not a surprise at all because it actually works in their favour, not against them. It works against the animals, works against the people that own the animals, but it certainly doesn't. It's not a surprise.
And I don't think when the year was, I've lost track of how many years ago it was when they got the 20 million. I don't think that changed these statistics dramatically. So that's why I have this doubt about how much are they really spending on the inspectorate. Like, I'm not really clear. I get it was only for a year, so maybe that's not significant. But I think we do need, a proper accounting of how much the inspectorate actually costs in reality, because I think there's it's being potentially spread out.
And I think if I could add to that, notably in those annual reports that came out, Ms. Jerd highlighted that with less funding, they actually succeeded with higher number of prosecutions, higher number of cases closed. And yet they were saying in the same hand they had far less funding. I mean,
the number of
that doesn't
24N
balance either.
the number of 24N notices has gone up substantially over the last 2 years, and I think it was 3 years ago, was it not? They got the 20 million. I might be out by a year there. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be any correlation between. If you look, and I get it, that's not the full function of the inspectorate to just prosecute people, but that's the only numbers we've got. It doesn't look like there's been a drastic jump, when there was more money. So it's not clear.
Thank you. That takes us perfectly to 12:30, so well done all. Suffice I think you did take some questions on notice, so the Secretary will be in touch, and possibly also supplementaries that we may have after considering the transcript. So thank you very much for your time and all the work that you organisations do. Thank you. We'll now bring forward our next witnesses.
My understanding is that they've got some specific criticisms. I could be wrong, but that's what I think.
Okay, we now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with you, Mr. McIntosh, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
Yes, Robert McIntosh, member of New South Wales Farmers Association. I'm the chair of the Animal Welfare Committee. I swear that the evidence now about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Sarks?
Thank you. Elizabeth Sarks, Policy Director at New South Wales Farmers. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thanks, Chair Mark. New South Wales Farmers would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you today. New South Wales Farmers is Australia's largest state farming organisation, representing producers across livestock, grain and plant commodities. We advocate on a broad range of issues affecting agriculture, including animal welfare, biosecurity, trade, workforce and rural affairs. Our members are committed to best practice in animal husbandry and recognise that robust enforcement of POCTAA is essential to maintaining public trust in the animal welfare system. Equally, it is critical that the enforcement is carried out by agencies that are impartial, transparent and accountable. New South Wales Farmers made a submission to this inquiry in October 2025. Responding to the terms of reference, items 1B and 1C, therefore, we will not be making comments in relation to item 1A. Our two recommendations to this inquiry were, firstly, enforcement powers should reside with an appropriate government agency, such as the Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development. They are accountable to Parliament and the public, not with organisations that set their own welfare policies and campaign for legislative change. The second, that special constable status granted to the RSPCA of New South Wales and the Animal Welfare League of New South Wales should be revoked for the enforcement activities involving commercial livestock operations. New South Wales Farmers is concerned that POCTAA enforcement powers are delegated to charitable organisations that also act as advocacy bodies, creating an inherent conflict of interest, particularly where those organisations advocate for funding and policy settings that they later enforce. Enforcement should instead sit with the government authority. Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development is best placed, given its technical expertise, neutrality and established engagement with industry. The department would then need to be appropriately resourced. We'll make every effort to answer questions within our remit or take questions on notice to provide information back to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. So the committee's resolved just to have free flow questions. So I'll turn to Ms Mitchell to start us off.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you to both of you for being here today to give evidence. I wanted to ask, this has come up a little bit already this morning and it's in your submission as well. The issue, I guess, around the conflict of interest in dual roles and having advocacy organisations and charities also doing the enforcement work. I just was wondering if you could talk to sort of New South Wales Farmers' view on that. You've just said you think it should be with the department, but I just wondered if you could provide a little bit more sort of detail around why your members particularly are saying that that should be the way things are.
Thank you. Happy to try and help clarify our position on that. New South Wales Farmers, as a modern and active agricultural representative body, believes that charities should not be enforcement agencies. We advocate for a modern and transparent and impartial enforcement framework for both animal welfare and for the agricultural sector. With charities servicing as both enforcement agencies, as prescribed in POCTAA, they have a dual conflict of interest, and this is our firm belief. On the one hand, they are an advocacy body which petition governments for funding and certain regulatory settings based on their own internal positions. And yet, on the other hand, they are then responsible for enforcing those settings that they sought government to adopt. This effectively undermines the integrity of this system, and one of the key issues that we've tried to establish within our agricultural boundaries, and especially in our livestock sectors, is to be focused on science-based approach to the animal welfare space. Livestock and livestock operations are very unique. New South Wales Farmers is of the understanding that enforcement officers, especially with the RSPCA, are not necessarily well educated and experienced in handling large animals, and especially in the production space. There is therefore a risk that without a specific training and experience, the internal policies and the advocacy agendas of charities will fill the knowledge gap of these officers. This risks introducing bias and enforcement decisions. Enforcement must be grounded, is our view, in science and focused on direct outcomes, not influenced by ideology or fundraising imperatives.
And do you have, either yourself or Mrs. Sarks, I guess any sort of feedback from your members that have helped kind of inform that position, or has that sort of been a long-standing position of New South Wales Farmers that you think that separation is important?
Look, it's not a new stance. It's a standing foundation for our members. Our members take very seriously the responsibility for not only food and fibre production every day of the year, but also for the animal welfare state of the livestock that are in our charge. That's become increasingly more obvious as various livestock sectors become responsible for their own welfare management issues, such as sustainability programs or standards and guidelines that operate now as self-initiated, but also welcome the overview of POCTAA to help administer those.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah, adding to what Rob has just said, that those standards and guidelines as well that industry often develop are then adopted in national guidelines across the country. So they're created, developed by industry for industry, which creates a huge amount of buy-in. But they're also then recognised in federal models that then filter down to the states as well. So they're sort of not they don't just sit over there by themselves, they are recognised as being effective models as well. And I think it helps provide that sort of continued trust for producers and everyone else looking at the animal welfare system, that it operates really robustly, and as Rob indicated, that's really important to producers as well, that it is robust.
Yeah. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I just wonder, with that suggestion of the enforcement coming in under the DPIRD, how would we then manage the relationship between farmers and that organisation when they then become the advisory body as well as the enforcement agency?
So I take it your question is about POCTAA as the enforcement and the advisory body. The responsibility we find there is a vexed one in that POCTAA, we understand, are very much charged for a national overview of how they see animal welfare space. We reinforce that and we would support the actions of POCTAA. However, we believe the real issue is how that is transferred into a situation where it can be practically dealt with on farm. As a farmer myself, we see this on a regular basis where instrumentalities that don't understand the farming system can quite easily come in and confuse the issue very, very markedly for farmers. DPI is equipped to engage constructively in the industry without doubt, and there is a lot of confidence in that. There are a lot of bodies via the DPIRD that work very effectively with agriculture now, such as local land services and biosecurity in a whole range of different sectors. So the buy-in from our farmers, especially in livestock, is quite an easy transition for them, and a level of confidence that we enjoy.
We've heard a little bit this morning about the importance of the upriver side of things, where we're educating people about animal welfare standards and what they should be doing, rather than having to put all the effort into enforcement. Who is best and we've heard RSPCA and Animal Welfare League doing that around cats and dogs. Who is best placed to play that role in a livestock capacity?
Without doubt, we firmly believe that the Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development is best placed to service that role. They are long existing. They are well supported by government. They are also answerable to government and the public, which is a key issue for us. There's great experience there. In my own experience, over many years in agriculture, I've seen them work tirelessly to make sure that our industry is not only nationally well recognised but internationally well recognised, and so I think there's that rapport and respect there initially that would save a multitude of finance and other structures to try and replace it.
I think as well, if I'm okay to add to that, so the department already does a lot of really good work in education pieces. They have a lot of really good engagement with industry across the supply chain, whether that's farming, processing and beyond. The other thing to note is that industry, whatever industry that is related to livestock, is also really engaged in that space. So they also do provide an extensive amount of education materials, programming and so on to their producers, and they then sort of work closely in with the department, so that they work well in there together.
We've heard a little bit again this morning about this promise to have the Independent Office of Animal Welfare. What engagement have you had with the Minister about how this is going to look?
Our firm stance on the Independent Office of Animal Welfare is that we don't believe it's necessary. It's a body that would sit well outside the Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development, which is very much our preferred sector to work with, and has been over many years.
And your engagement with the Minister on this?
I think, again, probably just reiterating, we have really strong policy that we don't support an independent office of animal welfare. So Rob and I probably wouldn't be able to speak to the exact specifics of the nature of our engagement with the Minister. That sits across other areas of our team, but I'm happy to take that question on notice as well and provide some more details back to the committee.
Thank you. I've got more, but I don't think you have another question.
I've just got one, then I'll throw to you. Just with regards to RSPCA, the Fair Work Commission actually determined that the RSPCA satisfies the requirement to be a trading entity, given that 50% of its income is derived from business. With that in mind, do you believe that they no longer fit the description of an ACO under the Act? I'm happy for you to take that on notice and perhaps get
if that's all right, we will take that on notice if that's
Yeah.
okay. Probably don't have all the information for you here today.
Yeah, sure.
Could I just ask when you last requested a meeting with the Minister and whether the Minister agreed to a meeting with you guys?
If that's all right to take that one on notice, again, just a lot of that information sits across layers of our organisation, so I want to get the correct
Yeah, just
information
the
to you.
sort of, I guess also like how many times you may have requested meetings over the last, say, 6 months, if that's not too much work, and then how many
it says
in relation to meeting with the Minister, just in regards to any sort of work that you have got going forward with the Minister. I don't need to know the
president or who from the organisation?
anyone from within the organisation. Yeah, not specific, but just anyone within the organisation that's requested a meeting and has had a meeting with the Minister as well, and she's agreed to that. That would be great. Thank you.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Your submission raises concern about lack of transparency around the enforcement activities of the two charities. Can you expand on your concerns around the lack of transparency? We've talked with other groups this morning about data and information sharing and some of that data not being clear. Is that some of the concerns that you have as well? And can you just expand a little bit more broadly on that?
I might, with regard to transparency, particularly with RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, the experience that we've had is that firstly there's a lack of understanding of sometimes the production system and large animals, especially production animals. Their experience, especially of Animal Welfare League, is more a concentrated urban environment with pet animals, maybe even performance animals. RSPCA certainly has more experience with large animals. However, we're well aware that the training for officers of RSPCA is lacking with regard to large animals and the various nuances with regard to animal welfare needs and understandings that they have. So when it comes to that transparency, I think it is a concern for us, and especially in the light of some conflict of interest, as we alluded to earlier on.
This morning, the RSPCA said that when they do go out to a farm, that they work very closely with the LLS, and they say they never really go out and take on cases unless they've sort of done a lot of work with the Stock Welfare Council or Stock Welfare Committee. What are they? Panel, thank you. Panel, yes. And so your suggestion is that that's not good enough, that work still, working with the LLS, working with the panel is not enough to create sort of some sort of insurance?
I think the part of the position around transparency is that a charity could never have the same level of transparency, and I don't think you could expect them to as a government body or a government entity that has ministerial oversight, parliamentary oversight and reporting in. So our position is based on that really clear transparency that a government agency has to provide is really important for animal welfare, and that's why, so when we say that there's not that level of transparency within a charity as an example, that's why we recommend the Department of Primary Industries.
But you are happy with the work that the RSPCA is doing with the LLS and the Stock Welfare Panel?
We don't have all the specific information on how and when they engage on that, and of course a lot of what happens in stock welfare panels is private information, so you wouldn't expect any of that detail to be involved and conflict with anyone's rights to privacy. So if I just leave it there, we don't receive that information.
And with the recent change, there was reforms brought in to make sure that the two charities had oversight with the New South Wales Ombudsman. Is that something that New South Wales Farmers was supportive of?
Happy to take that question on notice if you'd like, and we'll come back with some more information for you.
Thank you. Yep. And I guess I just wanted to understand a little bit more about the working relationship that New South Wales Farmers has with the two charities. Are there regular meetings that allow the organisations to work together?
I think focusing what we've prepared to talk to about here today is that level of them as the enforcement agency under POCTAA, and our position remains that a charity should not be an enforcement agency under the Act.
Yeah, I understand the position. I guess I'm just trying to understand whether the enforcement organisations, these two charities, have a working relationship with New South Wales Farmers as an organisation as well to help to work with other organisations, particularly within that enforcement role.
I think it's true, Emma, that New South Wales Farmers does have a working relationship, especially with RSPCA, on a range of different things within New South Wales, across animal welfare issues, but on animal production systems as well. There is a level of confidence that is assumed with RSPCA. However, we don't believe that they are in a position to we're happy with the advocacy that they bring to the table, but the enforcement capability is something that we find is contradictory and a conflict to interest, given that they are enforcing the very policies that they're advocating for. And to that end, it's an awkward situation that we don't believe is tenable in agriculture. However, they do very much work well with a range of different agricultural sectors, especially in New South Wales. Nationally, if you ask me, I would say probably different.
Don't we also sort of have like a bit of, I mean, it was raised before, obviously, that the ACCC kind of has that dual role as well, and other organisations such as child abuse organisations have that dual role of sort of advocating for change and then also overseeing it. I guess the problem is, and this morning I raised with the RSPCA an issue that has come to my attention, and this is kind of outside of the farmers' base, but I'm just using it as an example, is that when the RSPCA seizes a pregnant dog and it's an extreme cruelty case, that they are still, once the puppies are born, they're still returning it to the person that has abused the mother dog, and the problems that are associated there. And their explanation was that there are gaps within POCTAA that require them to actually return those animals to the person who had abused the mother dog, for example. And so I was asking them, have you actually advocated to the government to fix that problem within the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act so that you don't have this adverse outcome? And they were sort of explaining that, that they do that level of advocacy. If we have an enforcement agency that can't advocate for law changes, but they can see where there are gaps, doesn't that create its own problems where, the person or the organisation that's enforcing these laws can see where there are some major problems with how the laws are functioning, but they can't actually advocate for change?
I can't comment, and I won't comment on a domestic animal situation. We're talking about production animals, and to that end, I would only sort of really answer questions that relate to production animals.
But my question is about production animals. My question is broadly about all parts of POCTAA. That was just one example of how they, as an enforcement agency, have come across a problem where the laws aren't working, and if we cut them off from being able to advocate to fix those laws, then it just sort of falls into a hole. Which it already sort of seems to have fallen into a bizarre hole that kind of situation already existed. So I'm not asking you to comment on the issue of the dogs. I'm just asking you to comment on what you said before, that they shouldn't be advocating for the law to change, they should just enforce it.
I'm not sure that we're advocating for them to enforce it at all.
True. Okay. But
that's
you
not
said that
that's not our
problem was
term.
that they can't do both, and so I just want to try to pick that apart a bit more.
Probably an example to you may be within the stock welfare panels, as you alluded to earlier. I have been a member of the stock welfare panel, and in the case of absolute cruelty, obviously RSPCA has a place to play, and we believe strongly that those animals should never be returned back to the original owner. if there's this extreme case, and that's a policy that we retain.
If I can add to
Yeah,
that, Ms. Hurst, within those settings as well, it would, if the Department of Primary Industries, as an example, if they were the enforcement agency, if they spotted a gap in a regulation, they of course would not be precluded from discussing that and progressing that how they needed to at all. The difference is that their position in being able to do that would be from a purely sort of, regulatory department sense rather than being guided by their members or organisational positions, as an example. It certainly wouldn't preclude them from identifying those regulatory gaps and working with industry and other bodies to fix those.
Any question? Just one quickly from me before I go to Mr. Barrett. Just picking up on the comments about often the inspectors don't have that core knowledge they need around livestock animals. Would you? I know you don't want to see RSPCA do the enforcement, but if that model doesn't change, would you like it being written into their operating procedures that if they don't have that knowledge, then they must defer to a vet, whether it's the farmer's vet or another vet, that they must defer to the vet for assessment rather than making up their own arbitrary position on the condition of that animal?
I'm understanding that it's the advice of a vet practice that you're.
Yeah. Would you like to see, if they don't have that knowledge, which many of them don't, would you like to see it written into their RSPCA's code of conduct or practice that they must defer?
Yeah, I think
a decision to a vet.
Would you mind if we take that question on notice? New South Wales Farmers has a lot of different policy and ways to sit around this. So I just want to make sure we give you the associations the right information.
No, happy for that.
Probably just one comment I would say is that in a practical sense, referring to vets as a means of administering pain relief, for instance, or any sort of veterinary practice, is problematic across.
I wasn't talking about administering of that. It was more about.
But even referencing vets, the experience of our farmers is that we just don't have enough vets around to do that sort of role.
We've done another inquiry on that.
And it's a difficult scenario, and we have to make sure we can cope with that.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Barrett?
Can I come back to the stock welfare panels? Because we even heard other evidence, or someone suggested this morning, contradictory views on what New South Wales farmers thought of stock welfare panels. I just wondered if we could get a view from farmers, either now or on notice, about how that is working and how you see all the interactions as far as stock welfare panels are concerned.
I'm not sure what contradiction you're referring to, so I guess we'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, that's why I'm just asking what your views are on it, so we are clear what New South Wales farmers thinks of the stock welfare panels.
I'm not sure that's relevant to what we're here for, so I'm happy to take that on notice and refer back to you.
Sure.
No other questions? Ms. Hurst, no other questions? Mr. Donnelly? Okay. Well, that concludes our time with you. Thank you very much. You have taken a few of those questions on notice, and the Secretariat will be in touch regarding them and any supplementaries we have. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Done. We lunch. We now break for lunch and return at 2 o'clock.
1:45.
1:45.
1:45.
Sorry,
You come to.
no early mark. 1:45. Okay, welcome back after our lunch break. We now welcome our next witness. So, Mr. Courtney, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
Yep, my name is Stephen William Courtney. Here representing the Professional Dog Trainers of Australia, in which I'm the president of that group. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yep, I sure would.
Thank you.
The last time I was invited to provide evidence to this committee, I informed the committee that the RSPCA are putting almost 7 out of every 10 dogs with behaviour problems to death. Their explanation is written in their own words that these dogs did not respond to RSPCA behaviour modification techniques. So in simple terms, it means that what they're doing to rehabilitate dogs isn't working to the tune of 70% failure. I want to first clarify that the definition of euthanasia is the act of intentionally ending the life of an animal or a person in medical context to relieve unavoidable suffering when recovery is not possible. Therefore, it's misleading and incorrect to use the term euthanasia when ending the life of a dog with behaviour problems. Behaviour problems are the dog's maladaptive way, usually, of alleviating stress, pressure or threat. They're not unhappy, they're not suffering, so we can't call it euthanasia. They are not being saved from unavoidable suffering at all. They are being killed for financial gain and convenience. The RSPCA have now published statistics that do not provide the data to calculate the percentage. So back then, it showed a pie graph where all of the dogs that would come in, the dogs with behaviour problems, and about just under 69% were being put to sleep because they didn't respond to their methods. All of the new statistics don't give all that data for us to recalculate that. But the hard facts are that in 2025, New South Wales RSPCA, their dog intake was 2,575. Dogs killed were approximately 900. That's a kill rate of about 35% of all dogs that come to them. And the government funding was $18 million, and that wasn't over the financial year, that's over the normal calendar year. In 2022, the dog intake was 5,057. Dogs killed were approximately 1,200. That was a kill rate of 24%, and the funding in that year was $8 million. So this tells us that in the comparison that the funding increased by $10 million from $8 million to 18. The intake dropped by almost half, yet the kill rate went up by 11 percentage points, meaning that they're killing a higher percentage in a smaller number of dogs while receiving more than double the funding. That is the opposite to what increased funding is supposed to achieve. The unavoidable conclusion is that when an organisation receives money, handles fewer dogs, yet kills a higher proportion, it raises serious questions about their efficiency, the use of public funds, transparency, animal welfare outcomes, and whether the funding model incentivises the right behaviours. The Australian public generally has no idea how many dogs are being killed each year, despite them being healthy, treatable and capable of rehabilitation. These are not hopeless cases. They are not medically suffering. They are dogs who simply did not fit within the RSPCA's narrow behaviour framework. I, along with others in the professional training community, have repeatedly made offers to groups like the RSPCA, including them, to release even one dog that they have deemed to be euthanised due to behavioural problems that did not improve under their methods. I've offered to take the dog at no cost, rehabilitate the dog at no cost, return the dog to the community as a safe, adoptable companion, and demonstrate publicly that the dog did not need to be killed. This offer has never been accepted, not once. So I took action myself recently. A dog in a council facility not too far from us was scheduled for euthanasia after 4 months of behaviour modification in that facility. The dog was around 3 and a bit years old, purebred, gorgeous dog, and he had not improved at all in that time. I took him and my team assessed him. We retrained him and placed him with a family. That family now report he's the best dog they have ever owned out of many dogs. This dog would have died on that day if I had not intervened. A 3-year-old purebred, gorgeous, young, healthy dog. and he's not the exception. He's an example of a pattern in a broken system. That's why the misuse of the word euthanasia matters. We can't be calling it euthanasia when it's for other reasons. External oversight is essential. The RSPCA currently has the freedom to assess the dog, attempt training or not, declare the dog untrainable and kill the dog, all without any external review. And this should stop. This is a judge, jury, executioner situation. And this is not what Australian public wants their tax dollars funding. The government may or may not know about what happens here, but if we keep giving the money, like close to $18 million a year, to come up with these results at some stage of the game, people will be aware that's exactly what's occurring, and the blame will spread to the people who's funding this situation. A practical, accountable solution that we would have is dogs deemed untrainable by the RSPCA must be externally assessed by a qualified member of, like, our organisation, someone with demonstrated experience in behavioural rehabilitation and solutions. If the dog is deemed trainable, that dog should be sent to an external trainer with the rehabilitation funded by some of the RSPCA funds that they get from the government. And this would ensure transparency, accountability, genuine welfare outcomes, and the best life chance for the dog. The core issue, which I mentioned last time, is that I'm not an expert on enforcement of what the RSPCA do. It's not my lane, and I try to stay only within the lane that I'm experienced in. But I don't believe that in the shelter situation, retraining and rehabilitation, the primary focus is on saving these dogs. Their strict adherence to a failed behavioural ideology appears designed to maintain an image that attracts more donations rather than achieve the best welfare outcomes for animals in their care. The public believes their donations and taxes are saving animals. In reality, many dogs are being killed because they did not conform to a training system that does not work for them. The PDTA can form a group of assessors from our highly experienced, successful and qualified personnel. Dogs set aside that are not trainable can be assessed by this group. Reports written and recommendations actioned by one of our members. The dog assessed and the completion of the program. If the dog is suitable, then the dog can then be rehomed. This will see, I guarantee, at least a reduction of 50% in the animals being killed for no purpose. I run a business called Canine Pro, and people bring us dogs all the time, and our core business is rehabilitation. We get referred, arguably, the worst behaved, maladjusted dogs that are highly aggressive of anybody I know in this country. They come from all over the state and other states, and we've even had them from other countries. We rehabilitate the dogs in a short period of time, observing their welfare. We teach them how to behave properly. We teach them things that they should have learned when they were young. We teach them how to regulate their emotions and behave better, and we teach the owners how to manage them going forward. And when that happens, we have an extremely high success rate. If I was to advertise a success rate of 30%, I wouldn't have a business. Nobody would come to me. So that's the end of that part of that presentation. We just need to do a lot better.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. I might just start off with a couple of questions before I throw to my colleagues. If euthanasia is not the correct term, and I accept from your introductory comments that it probably isn't, what should we be calling it if RSPCA is unnecessarily doing this to animals that could be saved through proper behavioural modification training?
Well, the politically correct answer would be the death penalty, because there's no reason for it, and we know that.
And you said that RSPCA have changed how they're reporting those rates.
Yeah.
Do you think they've done that deliberately to avoid, you discovering or the public discovering what you outlined in previous inquiries, that those death penalty rates are through the roof?
Yes, because when I was here last time, I linked a website in our submission, the RSPCA website. It was a back page that has no links that we were able to find, and that's where the statistics were published, and it showed pie graphs and explanations and all the rest of it. After I put that link in our submission, that link was deleted from the website, doesn't exist any longer. Now, and when they rebutted some of the things I said last time, said that I was incorrect because it's only 70% of the dogs with behaviour problems, and they were assuming that I thought all the dogs that they get, and I was never assuming all the dogs they get. So now it doesn't tell you, it tells you how many dogs are being euthanized for behavioural reasons, but it doesn't tell you, it doesn't give you the ability to make how many were saved with behavioural reasons. It tells you how many there was total, how many dogs that were put to sleep because of medical, legal and other reasons, and for behavioural euthanasia, but it doesn't separate. A dog comes in with a behaviour problem, that could be as simple as jumping up on your leg. Those ones, I imagine, are the 3 out of 10 that will get saved. But if the dog is displaying any type of aggression or risk behaviour, those ones probably not. So we don't know how many dogs are being rehabilitated and how many of those are failing anymore. Those statistics are unavailable. So when that tends to happen, that's where we've had to go and say the total number of dogs that they're getting in, and the total number of dogs for behavioural euthanasia. That's how I come up with those figures.
Okay. And so do you think is it a failure of their behavioural program, or in part, or is it also a part that it's cheaper to just euthanize or give them the death penalty rather than spend the time and investment, or outsource the behavioural modification to a company like yours that knows what they're doing?
I think that generally around the world there is an ideology value where people wish to train dogs in certain ways, and those ways might only be based around positive reinforcement. It's technically impossible to do that. That's number one with any dog. That's number one. Number two, it may not provide enough reliability. And the second part is we might not necessarily be talking about training or teaching a behaviour, but we might be talking about modifying an existing behaviour. So if we're modifying existing behaviour, the science tells us that we have 4 quadrants in which to use in a system which is going to provide progress and behaviour modification changes to a dog. We can reinforce those and move forward. Now, sometimes what will occur is people, if you were trying to promote yourself as the nicest person on the block, and someone says, well, at some stage of the game he said don't do this to the dog, or the dog found something that it was doing unpleasant, people may not want that to happen. And generally, if I was to sort of branch out, again out of my wheelhouse, but if I make an analogy that if someone was of the religious belief that if someone came to them and they were sick, and by praying that person would get better every time, I think we've proven that's not going to work. The argument might be that if we start using prescriptive medicines, those medicines have side effects. And I would go, the side effect of no medicine might be death. And that's what we're facing here. So it might be really important to look at what type of training methods actually provide results, and whether or not those type of methods are causing a lack of welfare in the dogs. We don't see that. We train the dogs in front of people, pay to bring their dogs to us, and when we do a private consult with myself or any of my trainers, those people are in the room with the dog watching us train the dog. They love this dog. They're at their wits' end. They've been to sometimes many other trainers. There's been no success, no progress. They're scared the dog will hurt them or somebody else, and this is happening, and we do a lot of legal cases too. I think at the moment we're about 1,800 dog bites per quarter in New South Wales. People don't have effective control of their animals. And when they come to us, we show them how that happens. The dog is not scared of us. It's never intimidated. It improves its behaviour, its confidence and so on. But it understands how to regulate emotions a little better so that it doesn't enter into those behaviours that are dangerous for others.
Thank you. I'll pass to my colleagues.
Yeah. You go. I've got one, but you go.
Okay, great, thanks. I find it really interesting when you talk about the difference between, what euthanasia really is. And in a former inquiry we did, we heard from some fairly chief veterinary experts who gave the same explanation, they were talking about the stress of being a vet, and they said that euthanizing an animal that is sick or is suffering does not add to the stress because you're actually helping that animal. But the vet said that what does cause, the huge turnover in vets that we see in the industry and the stress for those people working in that industry. We've got one of the highest suicide rates in the veterinary industry. And one of the explanations was this killing of healthy animals, and they agree with your explanation that it's not euthanasia, and they said that this is killing animals.
Correct.
Do you think, we had a discussion with some other groups earlier today about that data reporting. Do you think it's as simple as requiring a list that says euthanized animals and a definition of euthanasia? I think the one that you gave was pretty good. And then killed for behavioural problems, and that would just be nice and clear within that data reporting?
I think that it would be better to understand exactly what's happening so that we can then determine, and it probably, when you're saying euthanasia, I think that this switches compassion on in people, and they think, oh, look, obviously there was no other options, the poor thing. And this is not true most of the time. The dog is not suffering at all. He's having a great time chasing that cat. It's his best life. Someone's stopped him from doing it and taken his life away. And if someone then, if you try to sort of spotlight this and go, okay, so if we said that that's what's going to happen, we're going to report on it, and the RSPCA have to then contract someone from outside to come and, let's say, sign off that you're right, this dog is not going to be safe in the community or something with any reasonable amount of training, then when we say, okay, that's fine, is that going to solve all our problems? Well, no, it's a bigger problem than that. The problem basically probably starts, and our group has worked a lot on this, where we probably need to, at some stage moving forward, move to temperament assessments with dogs as puppies. We do this when people want to buy a puppy and they contact me and say, I like this litter, could you temperament assess these dogs to see if it's going to be suitable for my outcome? We'll look at them at 7 weeks and we can tell quite a lot about their behaviour. And if we get a very nice puppy from that litter and then that we raise it correctly, I have a team of 30 performance people that do extremely well in the performance circuit around Australia. They've selected puppies this way and we've raised them in their system, and we're talking hundreds of dogs. Not one dog has turned out with a behavioural problem. It's very doable, and these people aren't experts. So if we see this going on, what occurs is the Australian person grew up with dogs in their life and they love them, and they go, my dad had one of these, so I want one. And the problem is that their dad lived in a different culture than we do now. So the idea is that the dogs are living inside the house. They're cohabitating with people. They probably lived outside before. Now, inside is good for the dog. He should be part of the family, but we need rules and boundaries. People would replace, they think that a rule and a boundary is putting 17 baby gates around their house. They aren't rules and boundaries. They are barriers. Barriers frustrate dogs and sometimes increase aggression. So a rule and a boundary, when I was a kid, we wanted to bring the dogs in the house and my parents said no, and we continued to plague them, and eventually they said, all right, but they can only be on the timber floors, not the carpet. We only had one room with carpet, and what would happen is the dog would come in the house, he was delighted, he'd go to walk on the carpet, everyone would go, hey, don't do that, and he'd go, all right. And within no time at all, he learned to come to that line of the carpet and lean over, but he would never enter that room. So he benefited by having access all year round to 90% of the house, except for one room with carpet. I wasn't allowed in that carpeted room all the time either. So at the end of the day is that he, yeah, eventually, yeah. So at the end of the day is that when that happened it's a benefit. Although someone raised their voice at the dog, we weren't angry at the dog. We said, you're not allowed to do that. He said, I understand. And he said, I won't do that anymore. Now, when he didn't do that, he had all the benefits. And when we're talking about using complete training methodologies, what we're doing is that we're not relying on punishment to just say don't all the time. We're actually teaching the dog what they should do. That's my work policy is, they come in, my dog likes to bite people on Tuesdays. I said, what would you rather him do at Tuesday at lunchtime? And they say, not bite people. Okay, the only way you can achieve that is through punishment. But in actual fact, we can't reinforce the dog not biting a person because not biting isn't a behaviour. What we can reinforce is him sitting down, him walking along a loose leash, him going over and following greeting protocols we've taught the dog. He walks over, he stands there, you pat him 2 times on the head, he comes back. It's not. He doesn't love the people, doesn't hate them. It's just like a handshake. He comes back. The behaviours are gone. We're just using those ones. We guide him on those.
Yeah, can I just I just wanted to ask about something else that we heard today as well, and something that I'm concerned about. And we heard about dogs, for example, being seized in a cruelty case, for example, and then being institutionalised and in kennels for sometimes between 6 to 9 months. While a court case is ongoing, and complexities within the laws about, adopting that animal out or having them in a foster care situation. And I'm sure you understand a lot about kennel rage and the behavioural difficulties that can come into dogs that are in these kennels for extended periods of time. Would your organisation be supportive of changes within the laws to ensure that that's not the outcome for those dogs that have been seized in cruelty cases?
It's a timeline where I'd go and I'd say that the first word that I have to question is cruelty. What is it? If you're in a situation where you go, okay, so you're applying, let's say, pain to an animal, right? That's cruel, right? Except if you're a vet giving it a needle, it's okay then. Except if you're putting a microchip in it, I think it's okay, right?
Yeah.
So people get it. What I was going to say, sorry, is that people get accused of cruelty when they have no intention of harming the animal and they have its best intentions at heart. If we're talking about someone abusing an animal, kicking it, hitting it, starving it, torturing it, they should never get the dog back, of course, or any in the future.
Well, I guess the problem here is that it's in front of the courts to make that decision. And it could be anything, I guess. It could be, under POCTAA, it could be intense neglect, for example, which wasn't necessarily intentional. Might be somebody with a cost of living crisis with major veterinary needs for that animal. Or it could be somebody bashing that animal. The complexity is that animal then becomes institutionalised because the court cases that are running are so slow. And I guess my other concern really is this, that what will happen to the behaviour of that animal if they're stuck in a kennel for 9 months? And is there something that we can do within the regulations to ensure that that animal can be in a good foster care situation to protect those behavioural problems?
I agree. One thing I would say is when people talk about kennel madness and kennel rage and those things, these are layman's terms. They're not actually psychological proven outcomes. So generally what would occur is that we're talking about a dog that receives less enrichment than is ideal. It's not mad or crazy or insane. It's probably frustrated. And the idea is that in the case that I adopted that dog from that facility, based on the fact that in this particular area that they will not take surrenders anymore, and this has caused the people just to let their dogs out on the street and then the pound collect them. So surrenders, you pay to put your dog in, but if you let it out the front, they collect it for free. It's sort of crazy, really. And then, given the amount of dogs they have, the dog would get somewhere about 5 or 6 minutes in an exercise yard per day. Now, this will then create frustration, lack of enrichment, and that would certainly design other behaviours through things like extinction bursts and so on, that the dog would become so desperate for reinforcement, depending on the breed and its temperament, that it might start behaving outside of its normal behaviour patterns. So there might be people, for instance, that are not paying for train rides at the moment because fuel is so expensive, stealing things because of the cost of living. That they might not necessarily be criminals, but they're faced with, I need to do this for genuine reasons, but I can't make that happen. Well, dogs will be exactly the same. So those long periods of those sort of things would require more carers, where the dog would then get, treatment, exercise, stimulation and enrichment based on the dog's individual needs. So there are some dogs that would be happy to lay in the kennel 23 hours and 59 minutes a day, and at the end of the day there'd be others that just would not be able to cope with that very well, and they will bite, kennel runs, break their teeth, even go to self-harming situations. So those long periods, or even when a dog is taken from someone through an event where the dog may have bitten someone and he gets put into a facility, it's very unlikely that the dog's behaviour will be exemplary in that facility. He's out of his home, he's displaced, and it might give a false sense of what goes on.
Thank you.
I just have one question. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Courtney, and for your evidence. You've touched on this a little bit, but you speak in your submission about expansion of behaviour capable foster care and incentives for people to take dogs with behavioural challenges, access to professional trainer support in foster homes as well. I just wonder if you could talk to us a little bit more about why you think that would help. And also, does that happen like anywhere else better than New South Wales? Any other states do anything in that space or internationally that might be a better model of that support?
Definitely overseas, there are situations where, in certain countries, they won't let you keep getting dogs and then, abandoning them, taking them to pounds and things like that. There's other places where training is mandatory. There's the old, thing that scares people, dog licenses. And that's because currently people own dogs and they think there's nothing wrong with my dog, and now I'm going to have to go and pass some license test that I might not pass. And I'll go, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. My thoughts would be there are rescue groups that target dogs with behaviour problems, and then they have a number of resources, including us, that help them with rehabilitation. There are other rescue groups that will go there and try and pick a dog that doesn't have any problems and it's purebred and desexed already, and they will rescue that dog. I'm not really sure it's too much of a risk, but they'll rescue that style of dog. And a lot of them will have, with these problem dogs, is they have homes with purpose-built dog runs that the dog can't escape from, more experienced people, foster carers, and a network of those people that they can rely upon to save those dogs that do have issues through no fault of their own. My thoughts realistically is that the dog bite statistics are climbing every year. In Queensland a little while ago, they said there's 124 maulings per week, which means a person's badly attacked and has to go to hospital for extensive...
124?
Per week in
Wow.
Queensland. Yep, that's what they said. And at the end of the day, this has been increasing for quite some time. The idea is that why do these things occur is that generally there'd be extremely small percentage of those dogs where their owners knew the dog was dangerous and were just irresponsible. They usually don't know. And the reason is because they don't know maybe what the dog was originally bred for, its genetics and so on like that. And our principles would be something like what we would offer to, just our clients would be, it would become a government initiative. We would go, look, you get a puppy, doesn't matter where you get it from, and you bring it from a temperament test at about 3 months. It's probably pretty cheap, $30 or $40. It's not an obedience test, it's just having a look at the dog's psychological profile. Very simple set of tests. You tick this on an app or something, it's great. Come back in 6 months, 9 months, and 14 months. Gets 4 ticks, give them free registration for life. Dogs that bite people cost the government a fortune. So at the end of the day, it would be better that way. If it doesn't pass any one of those, recommendations are given of how the dog could in future pass. If those aren't followed, the dog becomes a restricted dog, and the dog would then have to wear a muzzle in public, and it won't be biting anybody. So this is all proactive stuff. It doesn't apply to your dog at home. It applies to puppies from now on in. So if you've got a 10-year-old dog, we're not going to be temperament testing him, he's fine. Do whatever you've been doing. But we get new dogs, we're doing this. And then what will occur is that people will go, what should I do? And I go, well, look, if you don't want to start having temperament issues, potentially start engaging with professionals before you choose the dog to make sure that's it. And certain dogs that are backyard bred or crossbred or accidental matings, whatever it may be, will probably not pass these tests as well, which means they'll become less valuable, they'll be less part of the community, and the bites will drop. It's always breed-specific legislation. They always go, we've got to get rid of this breed. You go, okay. And if you get rid of that breed, the people who own that breed go and get another breed. And then their lack of knowledge, experience, ignorance, whatever it may be, will allow that dog to become display those behaviour problems too. And then eventually you'll have next to no breeds. So it's not the solution that's been tried in Victoria, where they said we're going to ban certain breeds. It was actually didn't work, and they had to undo it. And many countries around the world have found no success in trying to blame a breed for a lack of education and socialisation.
Thank you. That was very interesting.
Welcome back. It was good to have you last time. It's
Thank
good to have you
you.
this time in terms of your professional advice and consideration about matters dogs. Couple of questions. The matter of the behavioural framework
Yes.
that's used, by the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. This morning we had them in as witnesses. You may not have heard the evidence, but with respect to the RSPCA at least, on the matters of euthanasia, they provided some evidence, and you can read Hansard when it becomes available in due course. The evidence was provided on the basis that there's essentially, with respect to the euthanizing of dogs, a dichotomy of decision making about whether or not there'd be that there are in play medical or behavioural reasons to provide the underpinning basis to proceed with the euthanizing of the animal. Now, I pressed the witness about that, gently, and said, "Well, listen, there has been claims made, in the media and the community, and more broadly speaking, that there's euthanizing take place because you've just got too many to look after, so to speak." Now, the evidence or the response was, no, that's not the case. And I'm not contesting that. That was the evidence. But I'd like to just return back to this dichotomy between behavioural and medical. With respect to the definition of behavioural reasons, which would provide a reasonable basis, when I say reasonable, there will always be some contest about any definition, but I'm talking about specifically your view about what would be perhaps considered reasonable. I'm wondering, does the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League, would they have a definition of what the behavioural reason encompasses to justify and underpin their decision to end the life of the dog? Or because I'm trying to understand the criteria, and the context was I was pressing to sort of understand on the grounds of medical reasons how that decision was made, and we got some useful evidence about that. But on the behavioural grounds, would they have a definition, or it would be some sort of...
I guess it's going to come down to an opinion based on what your ability is to change that behaviour in what time. So we would talk to, there's a phrase I've used for a number of years called a reasonable amount of time. Yeah. So if you had a dog that was aggressive, and when you walked around the street is trying to bite people or dogs, right? And someone goes, look, if I just, give him some food and use positive reinforcement, will he get better? And I go, well, maybe. But here's the problem is, how long might that take? All right. And I go, if it took 2 years, there's a great risk that in that 2 years he harms someone.
Yeah.
So a reasonable amount of time is before the dog ends up by doing something that then stops him receiving further help, because we have to euthanize him now because he's bitten somebody. Yeah. We're in a legal problem, right? So a reasonable amount of time is really important. So our particular programs, we have lots of them, but generally the two standard ones when people send us to dogs that live at our facility 24/7 for rehabilitation, they're there for 5 weeks or 8 weeks. There's some custom programs for assistance dogs and other things, but generally that's what it'll be. Now, we have milestones that we need to be able to teach them certain things in a certain amount of time so that we can do this. And generally, we want to reserve the last 2 of the 5 weeks, for example, so that we are taking these dogs into public, into Bunnings, to cafes, to all the places that the owners will be taking them, and we are then observing and proving that the dog is no longer dangerous, doesn't trigger on those triggers anymore, and he can move forward. Now, he's not completely rehabilitated. He still has maybe some feelings, but his actions have changed. We then run courses for the owner, and we say to them, you come to us, we'll spend 10 hours showing you how to work with this. And when this starts to occur, they go home, and we pretty much give them endless support after that. And it works, right? Now, if one was to say, there's a question where someone says, look, that dog is aggressive, there's something wrong with him, right? And I go, okay, I guess experts and professionals don't return things like something wrong with, or I can just tell. These have no factual basis, right? Or I think this is better, or that. So what will occur is that behaviours generally run in psychology, including all sentient beings, through a set of steps that can be looked up pretty easily called the ABCs of behaviour. They stand for antecedent, behaviour, consequence. And those 3 steps, the antecedent, which is just a big word for something that naturally occurs for something else. So let's call it a trigger, a cue, piece of information, a piece of advice. So if you had a dog at home and you said to him, sit, that's the antecedent. If he sits, that's the behaviour. And if that finishes with you give him a piece of food, that's the consequence. So he's likely to say, I like that food. That's positive reinforcement. Science says that if I get positive reinforcement, I'm likely to repeat the behaviour again. So in that circumstance, he would do it. When someone says the dog has not been traumatised, there's nothing wrong, he just bites people and he doesn't even know why, that would be a dog that we would deem as having idiopathic aggression. And idiopathic is a fancy word for saying we don't know what causes that, but it might be medical, such as a tumour, thyroid problem or imbalance. Now, I will see a dog like that probably in the vicinity of 1 per 1,000.
Right.
It's extremely rare. The others have learned to behave this way through inadequate education when they were young, problem with genetics or some traumatic event. And when this starts to happen in the first 12 months of their life, they're likely, just like a human being that's had traumatic events, start to act in an avoidant or defensive manner around it. And that's why we get those behaviours. If someone says something's medical, years ago when someone took their dog to the vet and the bill was going to be very big, they might put the dog to sleep because people couldn't afford it, right? So that means it's a medical reason, but it's actually more of a financial reason. These days, if we were talking about the RSPCA, it might be if that dog is ill, can we cure the problem? And the end of the day is, if they say no, is it not curable because it's terminal? No, it's not terminal, but it might have a bad mouthful of teeth and vet dentistry is expensive. So there could be a budget per dog or whatever. And the world goes around, I get that, right? So there could be that. It could be time frames. The rehabilitation period is a really long time to do this. And would someone want to adopt the dog at the end of that anyway? So there are some of those questions that it's not, is it impossible? It's a situation of, is it viable?
Right.
We don't have those options with people. So if someone comes and says, look, it's going to cost a lot of money to fix your teeth, they're going to go, well, we can't put you to sleep. They won't let that happen. They said to me last time, they said, look, I said that my business, my personal business, is got a phrase called expect results. RSPCA wrote back and said that we can't run a results-based operation. I go, I see no point in having any operation that is not results-based. That's a really important factor. It needs to be results-based. Okay. So when that's occurring is when you have results, you can then come along and determine if they're good enough. And if they're not good enough, you need to change your principles.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trotton. We have run a little bit over time, but I think you've provided some really valuable evidence.
Thank you.
I don't believe you took any questions, I noticed, but we may have some supplementary questions for you. But once again, thank you for your time.
I'd like to table this if I could, so I can just email it to the Secretary.
Yeah. That would be great for you to do that. Awesome. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
No problems at all. We'll now call forward our next witnesses. Too. We now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with you, Mr. Day, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Yes, Peter Day, Executive Director, Strategy and Regulatory Policy with the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, and I'll be doing an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Connell?
Rachel Connell, Deputy Secretary, Agriculture and Biosecurity with the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. Excuse me. And I will be giving an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
I would. Thank you, Chair. So firstly, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the strong and enduring community expectation in New South Wales that animals are treated humanely and that our animal welfare system is fair, effective and accountable. That expectation sits at the heart of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and also underpins the role of government in administering and continuously improving that framework. We've heard the feedback from previous inquiries requesting improvement, and there's been recognition of where the framework has served the state well and where over time it's needed to evolve to reflect contemporary standards, operational realities and community confidence. And that's been the focus for the government and the department through a staged and steady approach informed by consultation. So amendments have been undertaken to the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and the regulation over the last 2 years, and they've been designed to modernise the framework, improve administration and strengthen, importantly, animal welfare outcomes, while also ensuring that enforcement and the funding of it is supported by clearer powers, clearer expectations and stronger accountability. So a key part of that work has been improving how enforcement operates, and the government recognises that animal welfare enforcement is a difficult and challenging space. Inspectors often work in complex, emotive and high-risk situations, but as we know, that responsibility sits primarily with approved charitable organisations, obviously the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, who've given evidence today. And I'd note that the RSPCA New South Wales in particular has been undertaking animal welfare enforcement in this state for many, many decades, and that depth of experience continues to inform how enforcement is carried out today. And the government and the department value the experience of these organisations, but at the same time we're conscious of our responsibility to ensure that the statutory framework, governance arrangements and funding mechanisms that sit around enforcement remain strong, transparent and fit for purpose. So improvements to governance, oversight and accountability were made to POCTAA in 2024. So these changes strengthen mandatory annual reporting requirements for the ACOs, improving transparency and enforcement outcomes. So changes were also made to enable complaints about the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League to be raised with the New South Wales Ombudsman, as well as requiring the agencies to comply with GIPA requests. And the reforms enhanced information sharing arrangements, enabling the government to maintain better oversight of how the framework operates in practice. So the government has also strengthened the way public funding is administered. So the grant process to the ACOs must now comply with the government's grants administration process, which was introduced in 2024. So funding deeds with the enforcement agencies have been strengthened over the last 2 years as well, and these deeds replaced the previous MOU arrangements. So funding deeds with the ACOs now set out defined service and delivery levels and are supported by more regular and structured reporting requirements. They help ensure that the government, under the grant administration guidelines, is achieving value for money for its contribution to the enforcement effort and provide performance measures that the ACOs are working towards. So strong governance and clear expectations help the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League also demonstrate the value of their work, the professionalism of their inspectors and the outcomes they deliver for animal welfare across New South Wales. And equally important is how these arrangements are developed and refined. So the department works closely with the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League through the grant process, seeking collaborative feedback and dialogue on how improvements can be made. And we acknowledge, we've heard some of the evidence this morning, that there can be some improvement in the funding arrangements in the way those deeds are put in place. And in closing, I'd like to say the government sees its role as one of stewardship and partnership. We're committed to working with the enforcement agencies to continually strengthen the framework, not at just one point in time, but on an ongoing basis. Thank you. And we welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you. So the committee's just resolved to have free flow questions. So I'll throw to Mr. Barrett.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you both. I'd like to come straight to those funding arrangements, if I can, Ms. Connell, please. And we heard this morning from the RSPCA who suggested that in terms of this current financial year's funding, which I think is $11.8 million, $9.8 million, they had a discussion in October to say that money would be about that amount, which I think aligned with what you said in budget estimates. I think you said November, but October, November, that's fine. At that time, they were told, though, that their funding would be the same as last year plus indexation, which would be upwards of $11 million, yet in February they signed a deed for $9 million. I just wonder what happened to that $2 million in those couple of months.
Yeah. So as I said in the opening statement, funding now takes place under the New South Wales Grant Administration guideline process. So the steps that agencies are required to go through in terms of complying with that framework are clearly articulated on our website. So as part of that process, we open the application period. So the application period formally opened on the 18th of August 2025. And as part of that process, we provide a document to the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League setting out what the grant process is, talking about the requirement to achieve value for money, and clearly setting out the steps in the process to determine what the grant amount is going to be. So, and then the next step is obviously the receipt of an application from the bodies. So applications closed on the 12th of September, and we received an application from the RSPCA during that period. And then under the Grant Administration guidelines, you're required to undertake a process of assessing the application against the criteria for the grant. So that happened. There's a committee that's established to do that, and the committee provides advice to the decision maker, and the Minister made the decision on the basis of the advice from the committee that the funding should, I think, might pass to Mr. Day for the specific amounts, but I think it was $9.4 million for the RSPCA, okay, and about 2.9 for the Animal Welfare League.
9.86 for the RSPCA and 2.94 for AWL.
So, sorry, so the funding for the 25-26 financial year, to apply for that funding to fund our organisation for that financial year, the application was from August was in September for the 25-26 financial year.
So the period for potential grant recipients to apply was between the 18th of August and the 12th of September. And I'm quite sure that information is available on our website as well.
So who was expected then to perform that function from July until that grant was awarded or given in February?
So the kind of terms of the funding and the criteria for the funding made it quite clear, and I think this has been consistent for many years, probably almost 20, that the state government's contribution is a contribution towards the exercise of the enforcement and compliance function. So, it's a contribution to that activity.
Sorry, just on that. Yeah. So the process to do it through that grant administration, has that been in place for some time as well, or did you say that's relatively new? Sorry.
No, so this is the second year that process
why
has taken place.
Why was that decision made to move to change
it was a reform across the New South Wales government in terms of the way, you might be aware, I think there was a review that was undertaken about grant processes, so there was quite a considerable effort that went into tightening the process by which government agencies provide funds to third parties, and the New South Wales Grant Administration guidelines.
So the whole of government.
Oh yeah, it's a whole of government initiative.
And then for that process, obviously there's the two organisations being RSPCA and Animal Welfare League. So are they the only two that apply through that, or could it be open to, I think WISE has been spoken about earlier today, or is it a limited grant process only for the two existing enforcement agencies? Okay.
That's right. There are different classes of grant process, and this grant process was a constrained process.
So it's only the two who are applying,
That's
but
right.
they've still got to go through the process. Okay.
So I imagine then RSPCA and Animal Welfare League had signed a deed to operate as the enforcement agencies for the 24-25 financial year.
No, I'd correct you on that one. They signed deeds to receive funding to contribute to them exercising their enforcement obligations under the legislation.
And how long is that deed in place for?
So it's a deed for this financial year.
So I guess that back to, so they had a deed for 24-25
That's right.
that came with the 11.89, I think you said,
24-25,
Yep.
RSPCA were given 11.3 million
for that financial year.
for that financial
So
year.
that expired at the end of that financial year.
That's correct.
What deed was in place for an ACO between the end of that financial year and when the following deed was signed in February this year?
So the ACO status happens under the Act, the legislative framework. So the distinction is the deed is for funding to contribute to the ACO's exercise their functions under the Act.
Yeah, they both agencies retain their status as an approved charitable organisation under the Act until it's rescinded or handed back in.
Okay. So then, is there an explanation why that amount was reduced?
So if you look at the actual overall total from the year before, so in 24-25, both ACOs were given a total of 12.5 million. In 25-26, they were given a total of 12.8 million, which the difference there being the indexation rate. And then it's basically, as part of the grant process, the panel looks at that and looks at a range of factors around both agencies, around what they can deliver, with what they offer in terms of their application for the grant process, in terms of number of inspectors, the complaints they intend to deal with, and other cost factors as well.
So based on that process, RSPCA's funding went down and Animal Welfare League's funding went up.
That's correct.
Okay, but the bucket remained the same.
The bucket stays,
More of it
well, the
went to
bucket
Animal
slightly
Welfare
increased to recognise indexation from the previous year.
League. Did the KPIs of the RSPCA reduce with the reduced funding?
So the previous year's deed didn't really stipulate service delivery standards. This year did articulate around expectations around specific numbers of inspectors, investigations. So for RSPCA, we're looking at 40 inspectors, and that recognises also that there will be sometimes when they're either above or below that because of recruitment processes. We recognise that. Likewise, AWL had part of their deed. They must maintain an inspectorate of 14 inspectors. RSPCA must undertake a minimum of 10,000 investigations. AWL 5,000, and then RSPCA must do 450 proactive inspections and 250 for AWL. So that's the service delivery standards.
Can I then just confirm that it is an expectation from government that this is just a contribution towards that role, and that these organisations are also expected to do their own fundraising and investments to fulfil the role expected by government?
And I think it's fair to say, Mr. Barrett, that's not new. And it's been the case for almost a couple of decades now. But I would note that there has been a not insignificant increase in funding from the New South Wales government over the last 3 years in particular. For the decade prior to 22-23,
Yeah, there was an inquiry. Yep.
there was the funding contribution from the New South Wales government to the RSPCA. I think it was about $420,000.
$499,000
Yep.
to RSPCA and AWL,
Yep.
and that commenced in 2007 and 2008.
So there was a big boost in that funding in 23-24 when it went up to $20 million. We heard this in budget estimates that the bulk of this money was spent on infrastructure and different projects. That was pretty strongly refuted by the RSPCA this morning. Do you stand by that statement from the Minister in budget estimates?
So I understand that RSPCA gave evidence this morning about what that grant was used for, and I would note that that grant was provided through the local government portfolio, not through the agriculture portfolio. But my understanding is it funded a range of activities, including enforcement and compliance.
Including enforcement. So what about infrastructure, and was it used for infrastructure?
My understanding, but I don't have the benefit of the deed in front of me, is that there was some used for capital and perhaps infrastructure, but I will take that on notice to confirm it. No, I actually think we've received a supplementary question on that as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Can I just quickly come to stock welfare panels? How is conflict of interest managed when selecting participants in a stock welfare panel?
So the panel operators need to go through a process of declarations in terms of if they were aware of that, they would raise that issue if they were aware of the party. The legislation provides that there are some mandatory members in terms of a local land services vet, a DPI RD officer with livestock experience, a POCTAA inspector as well, and also a vet if we don't get a local land services officer there. It'd be very unusual for a farmers association rep not to be part of a welfare panel, and that's generally the case. If there was any sort of conflict, then we would require them to declare that as part of that panel process. We do retain a pool of panel members for that reason.
Have you had any interest with conflict of interest on these panels over the last 3 years?
For the 3-year period, I'd take that on notice. Yeah, we're not aware of it, but I would take that on notice if I could, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I might just ask a couple before I pass to my colleagues. The recent change that came out of this inquiry, the legislation where complaints could be made to the New South Wales Ombudsman, how many complaints have we had since that change has been introduced?
We don't necessarily have visibility of complaints that are made to the Ombudsman. I'll take it on notice, but yeah, I expect it may be a question that has to be directed to the Ombudsman.
How was this new initiative or new reform communicated to the public? Were they told at all, or were they just supposed to understand through osmosis?
There's been, from memory, quite a bit of communication about those reforms that were made to the legislation in 2024 through media and other sources, but I would have to take on notice kind of what particular social media and other channels we use for those specific changes.
Yeah, if you could, that would be great, because to be fair, not the general public doesn't generally read ministerial press releases. You're lucky if half the people in this parliament read ministerial press releases, but they should. Yeah, but if you did give us some indication as to what other communication channels that was used, that'd be great. John, just go to the ACOs themselves. What's with RSPCA in terms of them being a charitable organisation? The Fair Work Commission recently determined that the RSPCA satisfies the definition to be a trading entity because more than 50% of its income is derived from business activities. Under the POCTAA, does that then alter or change the government's view as to whether it still is a charitable organisation, given that it is being determined by a commission that it's a trading entity and more of a business rather than a charity?
Yeah, I'd have to take advice on that. It's that status of a charity is under the New South Wales charitable legislation that we don't administer, but I'll take it on notice and we can provide information back on that to the committee.
Yeah, thank you. That would be great.
Sorry, Chair. And just to answer the question around the Ombudsman matter, we're aware that there was one complaint was received from the Ombudsman's office from RSPCA in their 24-25 report that they provide to us.
Okay, but no details as to whether that complaint was resolved, still ongoing. No real vision of what that complaint was.
There was the outcome we've got there is that following an investigation from the Ombudsman, a request was made asking the inspector to contact the complainant, which was undertaken, and no further action was taken on this complaint. But I don't have any actual details of that complaint itself.
No, thank you, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. Ms. Connell, you've mentioned a little bit already about the fact that it's seen as a contribution towards the enforcement of state laws rather than the state government funding the enforcement of state laws. Has there ever been, and I understand you said that this is very historical within the department, has there ever been any review internally within the department as to whether or not there's been a lot of suggestions today that the state government should be fully funding the enforcement of state laws? Has there ever been an internal process that looks into and considers a shift from a contribution to the enforcement of state laws to the funding of state laws?
So you're probably aware the government committed as part of its election commitments to review funding to the ACOs. So that predates my time in this position. So I understand there was analysis done of trends over time, what happens in other jurisdictions, obviously consultation with the bodies themselves, which informed a budget submission. So obviously not at liberty to provide any additional information given its cabinet in confidence.
And I understand it was before your time, so I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but I guess what I'm trying to understand was there ever any consideration to this quite bizarre situation we've got where there's one piece of state legislation that is only contributed towards upholding it, whereas every other piece of state legislation is funded for enforcement to its fullest degree possible. And so I guess, you know, given that there's just this one criminal piece of legislation that's only contributed towards, whether there was anything within that particular review that looked at that model specifically and whether there would be recommendations to the minister or the government in regards to whether it should be a contribution or whether it should be funded.
I'm happy to take that on notice, and it is obviously a unique model, but it's not a model that's unique to New South Wales. And the RSPCA in particular, as you're aware, has been around for, I think the New South Wales branch started in the 1920s. And I think the important thing to note is, you know, we talk about in modern regulatory practice, the regulatory triangle, and education is always a really strong component of improving outcomes in whatever space you're regulating. It's not just about enforcement and compliance. And I think one of the strengths of the ACOs is the work that they do broadly across the community on a range of fronts, including strong education campaigns. And I think that comes through in the annual reports, which are obviously the subject of this inquiry, the work they do in schools, with the general public and with Indigenous communities.
Yeah,
So-
and look, I guess my question, just for absolute clarity, isn't so much about, in this specific instance, it's not so much whether the charities should be doing that work, but whether or not the state government has any kind of responsibility to fund the upholding of state laws that are written by the Parliament, or whether that should be something that is outsourced and fundraised to actually uphold the legislation that we write. So I'd just be keen to know whether that came up in the review, or any other sort of previous reviews or other work that's been done within the department to inform the minister or the government as to whether that's really an appropriate model going forward. I understand there's a long historical use of that, and I understand it's not just New South Wales. The RSPCA talked about some of the shortfalls that they are experiencing because of the current contribution of funding towards enforcement laws. And some of those that were quite concerning was some of the stuff that we've raised in previous inquiries, and that's that inspectors aren't going too out. We know that that was a major safety issue that's come up previously within these inquiries, particularly given we know that there's a link between human and animal violence, and so often inspectors, as much as they try to work with the police to understand if they're walking into a dangerous situation, there's many cases which wouldn't necessarily be alerted to the police. And the police, and I remember DPI inspectors previously had said that they would never go one out, they would always go two out. But the RSPCA only had the funding for one. They're still not able to go two out unless they specifically know it's a dangerous situation. And then the other aspect that came up was that they've had to get rid of the 24/7 cruelty hotline. So if there's a major cruelty case that happens at 9 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the morning, the only option then is the police. Has that been given any kind of consideration within these panels in regards to the funding that is given to these charities as the contribution towards that, the human safety risk and the major shortfalls in regards to being able to report animal cruelty in emergency situations?
So I might take that one. In terms of, if you go back to the question around the two up, two out system, I'm aware RSPCA have adopted that program, and we certainly would acknowledge it and support that around the safety provision, and that followed a major review they did into their operations there. We look at that. I mean, that comes into a bit of a broader area with compliance around how they triage, how they prioritise their complaint receival, and what they look at. I think we're aware that, you know, for them going out with a two-up system as well, that there would probably be a reduction in overall complaints being investigated. To date, looking at the figures provided so far around the complaints, it doesn't look like it's had a big impact on their numbers. They've done over 10,000 investigations.
Sorry, just to interrupt you there. The reason why it hasn't had a big impact is because they reported this morning they're not going two out because they can't do that.
Okay.
So that they're only actually going two out if they've been alerted by the police that this is an extremely dangerous situation. So the reason why you're not seeing a change in the figures is because they're still not going two out because they can't afford to do so. And so I guess my question was, is that something that comes under consideration within the department when the funding's decided, that human safety risk that is still existing within the RSPCA, that inspectors are going one inspector to many of these jobs?
So as part of their application for their deed for this current financial year, their consideration was the number of inspectors they had, and they were pretty clear to us that they were utilising the two-out system. So the panel took that into consideration.
So you're saying the evidence that they gave this morning is incorrect, or just different to
I'm
what you've heard?
I'm saying they might vary that in terms of how they're operating. What I'm saying is the application they made for the deed was referencing the 40 inspectors, the number of investigations they would be able to do with that model, and that they were moving to that two-out system.
But the model that they were proposing to you was for 20 million, and they were only given half of that funding. And so I guess, you know, I'm assuming if RSPCA were in the room, they'd say yes, but that was based on getting twice as much money as we did. We got half of that, so therefore we can't afford to go two out. Was that a consideration with the department in regards to making a decision to give them half of what they were asking for? That there would be that human safety risk?
No, the consideration was really around the funding envelope we had to provide to both organisations based on the number of inspectors and what they anticipated to be able to deliver with that money based on their application.
And so I guess then was the decision then within the department was a recognition that what these charities were asking for would have to be halved, essentially, like if we're just taking the RSPCA, for example, that whatever they'd proposed to you, if they get half of that, that everything would be halved. I guess the question is then, you know, how, like if the department has a responsibility for the legal enforcement of animal welfare laws, how does the department then sort of reconcile that with the fact that, you know, these charities will only be able to do half of the work that they say they need to be able to do in regards to the enforcement requirements.
So I think this goes back to the issue we've just been working through, in that the grant process and the funding deed both made it clear that the government contribution was a contribution towards the enforcement and compliance costs. And yeah, the funding deed includes a clause to say it's funding to support the resourcing of the powers and functions, and I think a copy of the deed was tabled this morning, so you've probably got the benefit of that now. And the other issue we've been discussing this afternoon as well is the model has for many years been based on the New South Wales government contributing part of the resourcing. That's increased significantly over the last 3 years. And yet we note, and I think it's clear from the financial statements of both bodies, that they draw on other sources of funding to contribute to those costs.
And I might just add, from their application they made for the deed this year, that they stipulated that they'll maintain approximately 40 full-time inspectors. In response to the New South Wales parliamentary inquiry into POCTAA enforcement, RSPCA New South Wales has continued to implement the two-up inspectorate model for field investigations, which will be fully implemented in 25-26 financial year.
Yes, my understanding is that they did put that in place when they got the 20 million funding, but since then, since the funding has significantly reduced, that they aren't able to do that anymore, and that's the evidence that they gave this morning. And I understand the submission is based on trying to get back to 20 million, but without that, my understanding is that that's not able to be done. I've just got a couple more questions. I can see Ms Boyd wants to jump in as well. I just want to ask, one other thing that they raised this morning was, the increased amount of work that's put onto the RSPCA with the different changes to prevention of cruelty to animals laws. Particularly, they talked about the new puppy farming legislation and their requirement to inspect facilities that have been put up for exemptions, for example. Is that something that's been given consideration to in regards to the increased workload that's being given by the New South Wales Parliament in regards to at least the contribution that is given?
So I guess that mirrors very much the increase in funding that's been provided over the last couple of years, as opposed to the current model that was given since 2007, 2008 for both agencies. So,
but I'm talking about more recent legislation. So obviously the amount of funding that they received in 2007, 2008 was really ridiculous. I think we can all agree to that. Went nowhere near where it should have been. And it's taken a lot of work to get even to where we are now. I think we're all on the same page of that. But I guess the question now is, even since then, even since the 20 million that went to them from OLG, that we've changed a lot of significant laws, and one of the largest ones for the RSPCA is the puppy farming legislation, which is very recent legislation. So did the increased amount of work on the RSPCA from the puppy farming legislation, was that considered in regards to the grant that they were provided?
We'd have to check that it was specifically raised in their application. But the process encompassed them exercising the powers and functions that they have under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, and obviously the puppy reforms are part of that. So to the extent that the funding is to implement the POCTAA legislation, yes, that's obviously a key part of what they're now doing.
And my understanding was there was a task force stood up for a while to focus on that. Generally, that's now wound back into business as usual activities. Part of the deed process is the emphasis on...
task force prior to... Wasn't that... The task force was set up by Adam Marshall prior to a long time before the puppy farm legislation was passed.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in terms of just workloads and that type of thing. It was targeting the issues with the puppy farms out there. Where we now focus on is the attention on proactive inspections, and so hence the deed, in consultation with those two agencies, works out a factor of recognising the benefits of a proactive approach, not just reactive to cruelty complaints, but also having a proactive approach around high-risk operations, rodeos, sale yards, breeding facilities, that type of thing as well.
Okay. And I just wanted to quickly touch on something that came up this morning that around the RSPCA returning puppies when they've seized a pregnant dog from a cruelty case, and puppies are born, they are weaned at the RSPCA, then returned to the person that was the person currently being charged with animal cruelty. And they said that there was loopholes within the POCTAA legislation that meant that they had to return those dogs to situations that are extremely vulnerable for those puppies. Is that something that's being considered within DPIRD with the upcoming legislation in regards to closing those loopholes so that vulnerable animals aren't returned into dangerous situations?
Yeah, we're aware of their submission, and we are considering their points as part of that broader consultation we're making in terms of the POCTAA review.
They did mention that they weren't sure if it was in the submission, so I just wanted to double check whether DPIRD is aware of that specific issue and if you're looking into that specifically.
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Couple of questions. So firstly, what's happening with the Independent Office of Animal Welfare?
I will just comment, that's obviously a matter for the government. So.
Okay, so the department's not been involved in any sort of consultation process or?
Obviously, we've looked at different options and scenarios and provided advice on potential different models, but ultimately it's a matter for the government.
Okay, so nothing's happening then, is what I'm hearing. If there's, surely you'd be aware if there was a draft legislation or something about to be proposed, there'd be some sort of input sought from yourselves, wouldn't there?
Yes, but as you'd appreciate, that's it's standard practice for departments to be involved in providing advice on options for legislative reform, but ultimately it's a matter for the government to determine whether it introduces legislation. So yes, I will just return to my previous answer and say, yeah.
So when was the last time that your advice was sought in relation to this?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Was it this year?
Yes, I can recall we've provided some information as recently as this year.
Okay, maybe yes, take it on notice. But you're certainly not aware of a consultation process then, or any sort of public consultation or consultation with stakeholders?
Not at this stage, but I'll take it on notice so we can provide clear information back to the committee. But yeah, I know we've done some targeted engagement last year, but I'll check. I'll take it on notice.
What does targeted engagement mean? Does that mean having a meeting with somebody?
Can I just make a point of order?
Yeah.
I think that the witness is doing her very best to answer the questions posed to her. I think she's made it very clear, though, about the position that she's in. I do understand the line of questioning, and it can continue, but I think the witness has expressed what is actual position of where she needs to be able to and how far she can go in terms of answering this question. And I just think it's reasonable that needs to be taken into account. And I do understand pressing the questions, that's fine, but the witness, if they need to take this on notice, will take it on notice. And I think the ongoing pressing just starts to become a bit difficult for the witness.
Just to the point of order, I will just move on. I'm not sure I 100% agree.
I was going to rule in your favour anyway, Miss Boyd. I think the witness is very capable of handling these questions, and if something steps over the line where she can't answer that because it's a matter for government or it's cabinet in confidence or whatever, she's very adept at being able to make that distinction. So, and I don't think the pressing has got to Miss Collins too badly.
No,
and very competent in her answers, but just noting.
Yeah, and the additional point I was going to make is animal welfare reform has obviously been a key focus for the government and the department over the last couple of years. We've reformed progressed the staged repeal of the regulation. There were amendments made to the principal legislation in 2004, and the ministers made it clear that there's work underway in relation to additional amendments to the POCTAA Act. I think there was a statement in January, and we meet with a broad range of stakeholders through those processes, and quite a few of the submissions in those processes have raised different views on an independent Office of Animal Welfare, so it's not uncommon for it to come up in those engagements that we have with a broad range of stakeholders.
Yeah, okay. I will, I do respect that you're between a rock and a hard place, so I will leave it there. Can I just ask you, there's been some submissions have suggested that the enforcement activities currently undertaken by the ACOs would be better off being undertaken directly by the department. Do you think the department has the resources and expertise to fulfil that function?
Really, that's requiring us to express an opinion, so which obviously is not something we feel comfortable doing. The one thing I would note is I would just refer back to the comment I made earlier. Modern compliance and enforcement or regulatory practice, we kind of summarise it in terms of a regulatory triangle. You've got prosecutions at the peak of the triangle, the pointy end, and education is a key component of any effective compliance and enforcement framework. And we note that the ACOs both undertake really effective education campaigns and ongoing work in relation to the importance of animal welfare outcomes in New South Wales, and those some of that work comes through really quite strongly in their annual reports. And I can't recall the name of it, but I note the RSPCA has a new initiative this year based on preventative action, and obviously reducing the numbers at the pointy end. There's a lot of evidence in all kinds of regulatory frameworks that prevention can be a much more effective tool.
Sure. But I guess, again, you've pointed to the RSPCA and the AWL as being the ones who currently do that work as well. So if you've got the ACOs doing the enforcement work and the prevention work and everything else, but then they are completely reliant on what has been inadequate funding from the government. So if the alternative is that they go under and you have to suddenly take that up, is that something that the department is capable of doing?
I think that again is pushing us to express an opinion on a hypothetical situation. But I would note we also undertake some really great education work. We've got a stall out at the Easter show at the moment on the puppy farming reforms. So if anybody's heading to the show over the next week or two, we'd encourage you to go and visit our staff there.
Perhaps you'll consider the kitten farming part of that then as well. Has there been any work done? I think we've had this conversation many times in these committees, that when people were calling for an end to puppy farming, they were also calling for an end to kitten farming, but that was conveniently left out by the government. Has there been any further consultation in relation to ending kitten farms?
The focus of the work to date has been on the dog breeding facilities, and where we're currently working at the moment is on the breeding code as well. So that's our priority in terms of our current framework.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to test Mr. Donnelly's resolve and just press slightly on the Office of Animal Welfare. You talked about presenting options to government. Are you able to tell us how many options you have presented to government? Just a number. I don't need the details of what those options are.
Yeah,
I'm very good at this.
I'd have to
I've been here
take it on notice, but yeah, I think it's probably about 4. That's common in policy development.
Yeah, you throw a few out and see
Yeah.
which one the government wants to take a bite at. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you present the status quo, and then you present a small, medium and broader range option. That's pretty standard policy practice in government, and yeah.
Sure, thank you for that. Just going back to our previous inquiries report, we made a recommendation that the government undertake a standardised annual reporting framework for the ACOs to ensure sufficient transparency and oversight, and the government kindly supported that and said that the ACO's funding agreements require the department to provide with quarterly progress updates on annual reporting requirements. Are you able to provide any more granular detail as to what the ACOs provide in those quarterly reports? Because we heard evidence today that RSPCA are now sort of hiding their euthanasia rates in their annual reports and inspectorate statements. We've also had calls for greater level of detail in terms of inspectorate activities, so going down to like a species level in terms of, rather than grouping small animals and large animals, people want to see, well, how many cats are you dealing with, how many dogs, rabbits, etc. What exactly is the level of detail that you receive in those quarterly reports?
So it's probably two elements to that, to answering that question. I'll let Mr. Day deal with the second half, but obviously the first half is what the deed sets out we require, and I think you've got the benefit of that deed now, so there's a specific chapter on reporting and monitoring.
I don't think we've actually seen the deed.
Oh, okay.
They took it on notice, so
okay.
It'll be 21 days before we get to see it. And
okay, well, there's so I'm happy to walk the committee through the elements of the deed. So the deed has 3 clauses that are focused on reporting and monitoring, and clause 14 requires them to produce progress reports, and then clause 15 focuses on financial information, and clause 16 on evaluation. But as to what we receive in those reports, it's probably a bit of a separate answer, so I'll pass to Mr. Day on
So
that.
we basically received 3 levels of reporting. The monthly reporting under the deed really provides the operational data in terms of complaints received, investigations and proactive inspections against the deed numbers. The quarterly report is really around the financials, around the enforcement expenditure that's been acquitted against the grant funds to date, and then that then allows provision of payment of the invoice as part of that deed arrangement. And then at the end of the financial year, they've got time to submit what we call the 34B report under the legislation, which basically outlines a whole range of activities. It's quite a comprehensive report that outlines seizures, actions taken, the actual type of matters they've investigated, what the breach is related to, a whole range of activities from that.
But not species level?
Not species level. That's, and recognising that I think some of the witnesses, and I may be wrong here, some of the witnesses were talking about euthanasia in shelters and pounds, which would refer to requirements or information under the Companion Announcement Act back to OLG.
Well, they were comparing that level of transparency to, I think, what RSPCA...
We're talking about just seizures, but no, it's just numbers of seizures at the moment, yes.
And just one more from me. It was put to us by a previous witness that they, seemingly from the data, the RSPCA are carrying very few cases through to prosecution, and the majority of the investigations into animal cruelty are stopping at people just accepting a guilty plea because they can't afford to go to court and defend themselves, and that they're just copying the guilty plea, copying the fine, and that's where it stops. Do you have any data that you could present to us that would highlight that, to refute that? And, is that the intended outcome of the act, that people plead guilty just because they're not going to have enough money to defend themselves?
Well, I mean, look, each matter, the number of PINs, fines issued versus prosecutions, if you look at the RSPCA, in last financial year, they had 156 prosecutions commenced, which was an increase from 96 the year before.
How many of them went to court
rather than just taking a guilty plea. Do you have that level of data?
No, I'd have to take one on notice.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
There's a current deed in place for 25-26. As of July 1, who is the New South Wales government funding to enforce POCTAA?
So there's the deed provides, so in terms of July 1, there's two ACOs, which is AWL and RSPCA.
Will they be funded on July 1?
So the funding is a different matter in terms of the actual contribution towards their activities, but they are recognised and operate as approved charitable organisations under POCTAA for the purposes of enforcement.
But they won't be funded at
By
that
government.
point by government.
There will be a gap in terms of until the new deed comes into effect, but their powers and their activities would continue as they have for numerous years.
Are they under any obligation to enforce POCTAA at that point?
They're empowered and have responsibilities under the Act in terms of their functions to investigate matters if they want to retain the responsibility as an ACO under that Act.
So they do have an obligation.
Well, they're recognised as an ACO under the Act.
Yeah.
That's their purpose in terms of that authorisation as an officer under POCTAA.
Yeah.
And we would expect that they would maintain that until they either lost their ACO status, in terms of their responsibilities under that legislation.
Even without funding from the government to perform that role.
But that goes back to the other point around that they receive funding from a range of sources. The funding alone does not cover all their costs in terms of enforcement or regulatory operations.
When's the new grant application begin?
We hope to be commencing that. Obviously, we'll be advised of a budget envelope in due course, and then we'll be engaging with the ACOs through that process. Hopefully about April, we'll start that process for the next financial year.
What are the benefits of the competition between the two organisations, the two ACOs?
Yeah, I think from a point of view, we look at it from a point of view. We don't look at it as a benefit, but we look at it a totality of number of inspectors. And I guess if we look at the number of inspectors over the years, the state has retained around, on average, about 55 inspectors all up from both organisations. And I guess having it provides a bit of diversity in terms of geographic spread as well, recognising RSPCA probably have broader coverage than AWL, but certainly AWL as an organisation with responsibilities has certainly grown and expanded its number of inspectors and its functions as performed. So we, from a service point of view, I guess we're satisfied that both agencies are fulfilling their needs in terms of ACOs under the Act.
Can I, so just to follow on from that, some of the other evidence we've heard today are concerns, I guess, from organisations about the dual role of them being enforcement agencies and sort of advocacy charitable organisations. And they did mention that, I think RSPCA particularly said that they work closely with your department. But so do you sort of see any conflict in them having both roles, or do you think that's managed well in your engagement with them as a government agency?
We've talked quite a bit in the opening statement in particular on, obviously there were some key recommendations out of previous inquiries about improving transparency in relation to the way the organisations operate. So there's been legislative reform to deal with that. They're now subject to the Ombudsman Act, the GIPA legislation, and I would note that it's quite standard practice for compliance agencies or entities to provide advice to policymakers about which aspects of a compliance framework are working well and which aspects need improvement or for which there are issues or challenges. It's not unusual.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hurst, do you have any further questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Donnelly? Okay, well, that concludes our time with you. You have
Chair, just one thing. I think we took on notice around provision of information around the ability to refer complaints to the Ombudsman's office.
Yes.
Just advising that that information is on our website.
Yep.
Under the animal welfare section under POCTAA, so people can access that as
Okay,
well.
thank you for that.
Sorry, Ms. Connell, did you say you'd table that deed for us? Because the others took it on notice, I presume, to check with you before they tabled it.
Yeah, I'll.
See if you can.
Well, what I will say is I think it's part of the supplementary questions for our previous estimates
Okay.
hearing. So, yeah, and those responses are due, I think, next week. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you for your time this afternoon. You did take some questions on notice, and there may be some supplementaries that come through, but the Secretariat will be in touch regarding that. And thank you very much. Enjoy your Easter break. We'll now have a brief break till 3:30. We'll call it a working afternoon tea.
Hot tea afternoon tea.
Yeah. Okay, we now welcome our next witness, and thank you very much for making time to do evidence today, Ms. Matten. I note that you are appearing under a summons issued by this committee pursuant to Section 42 of the Parliamentary Evidence Act 1901. Could you just please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yes, Chair. Mary Josephine Esther Macken. I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
And just take either an oath or affirmation for us, please.
I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Help me God. So help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Matten. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. May I start?
Yes, you may, please.
Thank you. Chair and committee members, I appear here today as a wildlife rescuer. I'm a member of a wildlife rescue organisation, WIRES, and I did have a director's role on that organisation from 2021 to 2025. The RSPCA performs an important role, but it should have a limited role with wildlife carers. The police are the only ones with appropriate expertise to deal with such issues. However, they will not have the resources to deal with wildlife. Accordingly, RSPCA could be left to deal with allegations of cruelty, but only if it reviews and disconnects from its reliance on WIRES. That is, the RSPCA must rely entirely on its own investigations to pursue a wildlife carer. It must also train its officers heavily in procedural fairness, and it ought to be put under an oversight body such as the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. That said, wildlife cruelty by carers is very rare. Wildlife carers invest time, sit through training, and invest their own money. Why would volunteers spend time and money registering, training, fundraising and food gathering and getting up during the night to be intentionally cruel to wildlife? The RSPCA should have no work to do in actions against wildlife carers because these are wrongly captured by the POCTAA Act. The POCTAA Act is an old act from an old time. It's a 1979 act when the wildlife sector was misguidedly captured without sufficient thought. Section 3 of the Act wrongly draws wildlife carers into the clutches of the Act if they don't take their animal to a vet immediately. On most occasions, a carer should be given training and mentoring. Currently, investigations on briefs are put together by WIRES and given to RSPCA. Occasionally, flawed briefs are sent out to external lawyers who make recommendations on briefs they do not realise are flawed. The RSPCA should do its own investigations. Because of current and historical relationships between RSPCA officers and WIRES officers, there is an unhealthy interface and reliance by RSPCA on material supplied by WIRES. WIRES should just do a referral, as should anybody else who thinks that there's been cruelty to animals. WIRES objects are only about animals and their welfare, not about enforcement. To me, RSPCA objects appear to be wider, but equally not particularly about enforcement. But I'm not an RSPCA expert. For both of the acts, the Biodiversity Conservation Act and the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, the penalties are horrendous. For breach of POCTAA, a carer can receive a criminal prison term, 2 years imprisonment or 4 years for aggravated cruelty. And Tracy Dodd's, the recent case that was in the media, was a case where a carer was charged with aggravated cruelty and had to spend her own money to appeal that and was successful in her appeal. Also, heavy financial penalties can be laid on the carer, up to $110,000. Penalties for breach of the BCA are also enormous. And worse, equally as bad, you can't operate a sanctuary anymore if you're charged with the breaches of those acts. The animal that you have nurtured is seized and generally destroyed. The briefs given by WIRES to the enforcement agencies can be infected by bias just through lack of expertise in this area. And they lack neutrality. They do not contain all or indeed any exculpatory material. The brief might be headed legal brief, giving the impression that a qualified legal person has had input when no legal practitioner has input into the brief. In a small organisation, any small organisation with limited, if any, legal expertise or oversight by an independent body, such as LEC, investigations can be used opportunistically to get rid of people with a differing agenda or for political reasons. Any prosecutions or threatened prosecutions that have already occurred or are currently ongoing based on flawed briefs should be reassessed. The RSPCA needs oversight on enforcement to ensure that it injects the golden thread of procedural fairness into its processes. Donors and testators give their money to both WISE and the RSPCA, expecting it to be spent on animal welfare. That's caring for the animal, providing it food and shelter. They don't expect the money that they give and choose not to give to their grandchildren, for example, to be spent on enforcement proceedings. If there are any delegations to the RSPCA or WISE, these should be public so that the public is fully apprised of what the actual process is. It's very difficult for the public to work out which department is in charge and indeed which department head has the carriage of the delegations given to the officers and where those delegations can be found. Both animals and the carers are extremely vulnerable. Flawed investigations lead to flawed outcomes. Even if there's no actual prosecution that results, carers can be threatened with proceedings. There's no one helping them. The threat of a prosecution ruins the life of a vulnerable person who themselves are looking after a vulnerable animal. The most disempowered are those that are harmed. Both animals and carers are disempowered. Both fall within the gap in oversight. Neither WISE nor the RSPCA have sufficient oversight, yet they perform a role that has grave, life-changing consequences for both people and the wildlife that they care for. With your indulgence, I'll just give some recommendations just for consideration. POCTAA should be reviewed so it cannot be applied to already compromised wildlife. Section 5 of POCTAA needs to be amended so that failure to engage a veterinary practitioner does not cover wildlife carers who have consulted with an experienced fauna rehabilitator. That is, Section 5 should reflect the New South Wales Codes of Practice to the effect that an experienced fauna rehabilitator can assess wildlife. Ergo, not taking an animal to a vet is not an act of cruelty if the animal has been taken to an experienced wildlife rehabilitator. The inquiry could also look at the RSPCA's relationship with WISE, which has resulted in a flawed enforcement role for the RSPCA, and the increased pressure on vets that's caused as a consequence of the RSPCA enforcing the POCTAA when carers cannot comply with the insistence that animals see a vet rather than a fauna rehabilitation specialist. Often there's geographical reasons why you can't get a kangaroo to a vet immediately or indeed every day. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Ms Matten, for that. Do you know, committee just agreed to have free-flow questions, so they'll come from anywhere. I might just kick off. You talked about unhealthy relationships between WISE and RSPCA. Are you able to give us any more detail on that? Is it because former inspectors have left RSPCA and are now working in WISE, or vice versa? Where has this unhealthy relationship developed?
Perhaps that was a bit too pejorative, but there's a preponderant. There are a lot of RSPCA inspectors working in WISE. So the CEO's former RSPCA employee, I'm not sure what her role was. The former head of the welfare team was an RSPCA employee inspector. I'm aware of 2 other employees who either are or were at WISE who are RSPCA inspectors. And I just feel that the enforcement body needs to be entirely independent so that the legal process follows the golden thread of procedural fairness.
Thank you. And you mentioned the Tracy Dodds case, and obviously that's come up a bit in this inquiry, not only today but in submissions. Do you believe WISE overstepped its role in that case in terms of its involvement in providing information to RSPCA or being present at the entering of Ms Dodd's property? Do you think they overstepped?
I think, yes. I think from what I've read, Ms Dodds was not aware that when there was a Zoom call that she was going to be the subject of something that could lead to criminal prosecution. And, you know, a lot of wise carers are in that position because they sign conditions of membership where they consent to immediate inspections, not realising that really a search warrant or consent should be obtained if you want to inspect people's facilities. But to answer your actual question, Chair, sorry, yes, I don't think it was appropriate.
And do you think this case will possibly have a chilling effect on people putting their hand up or continuing to want to be wildlife carers if you know, having seen what Tracy has gone through?
I think the first instance case would definitely have had that effect because Miss Dodds was found guilty. She was sentenced to 4 years for aggravated cruelty, and as far as I understand, she couldn't have her pet dog live with her any longer and had various other personally upsetting things happen as a result of the guilty conviction. I'm not sure how it will play out in the sector with volunteers because they're aware that her appeal was successful. But I think the whole grey area around what wildlife carers' rights are and the incredibly horrendous penalties that can attach if an allegation of breach of one of these acts is made is a very unsettling and dissuasive factor for wildlife carers.
Yeah. And look, I've thought of this analogy before, it might not be directly applicable, but when a human performs first aid on another human, they're covered under the Good Samaritans Act. You know, they try their best, successful or not successful, they can't necessarily be prosecuted for at least having a go and trying to provide care. Why don't we protect wildlife carers, such as wise carers, in a similar way that they do their best, noting that you're not going to be able to save every single animal. As long as they can be shown that they've done their best, they shouldn't be subject to the treatment like Miss Dodds was, treated to. Is that something that should be worth considering?
Oh, indeed, Chair. Indeed, I think these carers just want to do the best for their animal. They stop at the side of the road when they see injured animals. They don't drive by, they don't look the other way, and they endanger their reputation, their finances, their whole world when they take an animal into care if they don't do or if they are accused of not doing the right thing. So I think it's a gap. There's a gap.
And just one final one from me, and apologies if it makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable given your former position in WISE, but we've had submissions put to us that WISE are restructuring to take their organisation to take on a more of an enforcement role, and perhaps Tracy Dodd's case was the first foray into that realm. Formerly being in a significant position in WISE, is there any evidence to suggest that may be the case from your perspective?
There was recently some attempts to change the Constitution and some of the objects. There's currently 11 objects in the existing Constitution, and they're entirely to do with rescue rehabilitation of native fauna. So the new Constitution that was proposed did have some an extra object or maybe two extra objects that did seem like there was a new pathway there, potentially for enforcement.
Okay. Are you, on notice, are you able to provide us the details of those two or three changes?
Extra objects?
Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Yes.
Thank you for that. I'll pass to my colleagues for questions.
I'm okay. Thanks, Chair.
I'll throw a few on. Thank you, and thank you so much for your time to give evidence today. I imagine it's quite difficult to come before a committee and talk about these sorts of things, so we really appreciate you coming forward. I guess I've got a question in regards to the reimbursement of veterinary costs for wildlife carers, and whether wildlife carers are ever really required to pay for some of that veterinary cost, over and above sort of all the other costs that they're actually experiencing when they take in those animals, or what kind of, and on top of veterinary cost, what kind of costs a private or volunteer rescuer is already taking on when they take in one of these animals and is trying to rehabilitate them.
The vets are supposed to do wildlife work for free, and that's a burden for them as much as they want to do it, because in Sydney it prevents them dealing with their paid clientele. The vet costs are reimbursed but by wires, but there's a lag and there's all sorts of difficulties with them, and it's a fairly fraught area. So carers can get reimbursed for food, and as long as they can find a vet who will deal with wildlife, the vet should get paid by wires. But I do know of many instances where people have just paid.
Because the system's so complex to work around.
And yes.
And are there? Would you say that I work with quite a few wildlife carers myself, and the ones that I know that are out there doing so much work, they're often skipping meals because of the cost of actually taking in these animals and trying to help them. They may not necessarily be wires volunteers, but is that sort of the situation that you see, that many of these people are bearing a lot of those costs on themselves?
People always do go the extra mile and have an extra aviary, or pay for something themselves. Yeah, so generally they do put themselves out a lot, and also if you're looking after what is called pinkies, the young neonatal, well, just born or nearly adolescents, then you're getting up every 3 hours to feed them and that sort of thing. So there's an enormous amount of self-sacrifice by the wildlife carers.
Yeah, thank you. I asked a question earlier today, and I asked a lawyer with the Animal Defenders Office because she raised this case in her submission as well, and that was Miss Tara Ward. And we talked about this concern that she has, that there are cases that should be being taken on and prosecuted that aren't, and cases that are suddenly being taken on with full force and dragged through the court for a very long period of time that they think shouldn't be. Is this the first case that you have seen where that seems to be the case, or do you think that there is, or do you back her evidence that there seems to be a bit of a pattern here where you've got a private charity that can kind of pick and choose which cases that they take, and they're not always necessarily picking the cases that are in the best public interest?
Yeah, yes. So there are other public cases. There's the case of Coral Johnson, there's the case of Kerry Sickard, there's the case of Adriana Turk. There are other public cases which is similar to Tracy Dodds but in different fora. People, it's a small organisation, and in any organisation where you don't have someone who's well legally trained, there's going to be a lack of procedural fairness, which means, everyone's got biases, yes is the answer to your question.
Thank you. The charge of aggravated cruelty is quite a high-level offence for the RSPCA to choose, and there's been suggestions from previous witnesses that Ms Dodds was targeted specifically. I'm just wondering if you have any further information about that, or if you're able to talk about those claims that we've seen in some of these submissions.
I think the Tracy Dodds case largely predated my experience, but so I only know what I've read in the papers and what I've seen. Sorry, Deputy Chair, I've lost the question.
That's okay.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to put it on again if you're
Thank you.
happy to.
Yeah.
And so I guess I was asking whether or not, I mentioned that, aggravated cruelty is quite an extreme offence. We've got cruelty to animals as an offence, which is neglect, for example, and then we've got aggravated and serious cruelty, and they're much higher level offences to be prosecuting. And there's been suggestions in some of the submissions and some of the evidence given earlier today that that this particular individual was targeted for this particular prosecution, and it was particularly unfair, and she may have been targeted in some kind of unfair way. And I was wondering if you had heard that as well, and if there's anything you can share with us about those claims.
I just am aware that there's a zealousness with which one side of the camp believes that Dolores, the kangaroo, was mistreated and just will not see that the kangaroo was actually taken to very experienced fauna rehabilitators. And so there's a complete impasse between both the prosecuting-minded camp will not see that there's any other way to look at that. So, but I'm not aware of any targeting.
Thank you. And you mentioned in your opening statement as well that you'd like to sort of see a recognition within the legislation that, particularly in the wildlife space, that somebody has taken that animal to a dedicated wildlife expert. Can you help us understand sort of, how would we sort of define a dedicated wildlife expert, like is in regards to sort of level of experience or level of training, so we can sort of make, like if that was kind of the difference in regards to the legislation, so that people we were able to prove very easily that somebody was getting the care that specific animal needed. What do you think that would look like?
So my understanding is that in the codes of practice, which I think have some sort of quasi-legislative force, or they're at least the subject of a ministerial order, in the codes of practice, experienced fauna rehabilitator is defined, and it's defined as someone, I think, who's recognised within the sector as such, to the extent that they're a successful rehabilitator, fauna rehabilitator. So I think it's already a definition in the codes of practice. So, you could get just someone independent to further define that. I think, so they're in the codes of practice, and it's supposed to be applied to Section 5 of POCTAA. But as you're aware, Section 5 of POCTAA says, and must take the animal to a vet or be under the vet's direction, and that is the situation that is interpreted narrowly by both the RSPCA and WISE. So that's it. They give a very narrow interpretation to that, and under the current cases that we're looking at, I don't think there was any interpretation in favour of the code of practice interpretation.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll just ask you, rattled off a few other cases that you said were similar to the Tracy Dodds case. Were they cases where WISE were reporting complaints to RSPCA? Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
No, one, Coral Johnson, they're all public cases. Yep. So Coral Johnson was a 50-year wildlife carer who picked up a possum in the middle of a typhoon, and yes, it was reported to RSPCA. The charges were ultimately dropped, but it was a similar unfortunate unfolding of events where the carer just did her very best and was 80, couldn't get the possum to a vet because of the typhoon. immediately and got reported to RSPCA.
Right. And in all those cases that you rattled off, was it a situation where wires attended with the RSPCA in the raid? I know Mr. Coleman won't like me calling it a raid, but
I'd
that's
have to
the best
check,
way
Chair.
to describe it. Because it seems highly unusual that a complainant, in this case being Wise, in the Tracy Dodds case, would then go along and actively participate in the investigation of one of their members and not step back because they're not actually an ACO. It seems like they took it upon themselves to insert themselves as a quasi-ACO.
I'd have to check, Chair, what the exact circumstances were.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Mackin, for coming on this afternoon. Appreciate the circumstances upon which you're appearing. And I'm sure you appreciate that parliamentary privilege applies to the evidence you're providing to the committee this afternoon. In light of that evidence in your opening statement, or part of the evidence in your opening statement, about the matter of, I think you used the term flawed briefs. I think that was the phrase that you used, from Wires, or the existence of what you judge to be or view would be potentially flawed briefs. Is it your evidence or your position that all current briefs prepared by Wires and in the possession of the RSPCA or AWL or any other organisation should be reviewed before reliance is placed on those briefs to proceed with a prosecution or other action?
That's actually a really good idea. But Wires itself has no enforcement rights whatsoever. These objects don't give it any enforcement powers, so it should be like any other citizen, and if there's cruelty perceived to have occurred, it should just refer it on to RSPCA. But even when RSPCA does an investigation or a brief, I'm not sure what they do with it, but they should do it their own. And it would be great if it was reviewed by somebody the way normal criminal briefs are reviewed.
Yes. So, following on, in terms of, to the extent that in the possession of the RSPCA or AWL or anyone else that might have a document which is headed, Wires brief or Wires background statement or whatever, those documents, to the extent that they exist, need to be read and looked at and understood with a degree of caution and careful consideration before they're used for any purpose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
So, and following on from that, would it be your evidence or your position that RSPCA, AWL or other organisations, I think you've actually answered this, but I'll just sort of repeat it, should no longer be relying on or accepting these documents, briefs, produced by Wires for the potential utilisation in actions?
Yes.
Yeah. And just my final one, it's just a broad open, Dorothy Dixer. Given that you're here in the circumstances, we are most grateful for you coming along to provide the opportunity to ask you questions and achieve some elaboration on the points that you've made. Are there any matters that you want to put on the record that haven't been caught by the questions that we've asked? You specifically may have hoped to or intended to make some particular points coming this afternoon, and often questions do elucidate that opportunity. But is there anything else that you wanted to say specifically?
I'm a humble property lawyer, and so in my professional career, I've done wills for people, and both RSPCA and Wires get a lot of money from both people who donate money, but they also get money from people who choose not to leave it to their granddaughter, but they give it to the charitable organisation. And they do that understanding that the organisation is using the money for the objects in its constitution. They might not really read the objects in the constitution, but if they've gone to their lawyer will have gone, yeah, it looks okay. And they'll have confidence and believe that the money is being applied towards the wildlife, that they see the beautiful pictures about the beautiful rescued possum.
Yeah.
And so I think it's really important that when people leave their money in a will, and Wise gets about $5 million a year, or, you know, I'd have to check, but approximately. And that's a lot of people leaving money hoping that it will be applied towards the welfare of an animal and not necessarily towards enforcement proceedings against the people who care for animals. There might be some argument that you can do things that are ancillary to your objects, and therefore the occasional enforcement procedure is ancillary, the occasional one, but not as almost everyday business that you have enforcements going on and going on and going on. It's really just something that you would do as an exemplar, as, you know, you'd pick an egregious one and it's in the public interest to pursue. I don't think people expect their donated money or their the money they leave the charitable organisations in their wills is going for that type of object or that type of pursuit, which is not allowed in the objects. And I think that's the same for all the charities.
Once again, thank you very much for evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macklin. That concludes our time with you. We thank you very much for coming and giving evidence today. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but you may have. But we may have some supplementary questions that we may put you in writing, but the Secretariat will be in touch.
I think, Chair, you asked me for the 2 objects.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Yes, sorry. I forget my own work. Thank you very much for your time, and that concludes today's hearing. We'll now break for a private deliberative. Thank you, Ms. Macklin.